Okay, we can start now, James. Welcome, everyone, to the workshop on decolonization and human rights in the Kingdom of the Netherlands, hosted by the Asser Institute of International and European Law and the Amsterdam Center of European Law and Governance of the University of Amsterdam, with the support of the Netherlands Network for Human Rights Research. My name is Leon Castellanos-Jankiewicz, and I'm a researcher in international law here at the Asser Institute. And together with Viva Homas, I am also one of the co-organizers of this event. I would like to thank you all in the audience who are joining us today, wherever you may be, and our speakers for agreeing to share their knowledge and expertise with us today. Thank you also to the staff of the Asser Institute, which is hosting this event, and to our interns who have worked tirelessly and enthusiastically with us to make this event a reality. I should also like to extend a special word of thanks and welcome to Dr. Marco Duranti, Senior Lecturer in Modern European and International History at the University of Sydney, who has heroically agreed to deliver opening remarks at last-minute notice. We will hear from him after Professor Jana Naiman's welcome address. But before I hand over the floor to Professor Naiman, I would like to inform participants and the audience about the mechanics of today's event. First, all attendees have received a Zoom webinar link, which will remain active during the entire day. This means you can use that same link to access all of the panels included in today's program. Second, this is a hybrid event. Although Viva and I are now sitting at the Asser Institute in The Hague, along with some of our distinguished speakers, many of our panelists are joining us from outside the building, whether they are in the Netherlands or beyond. Third, and lastly, I would like to inform the members of the audience that you will have the opportunity to submit questions to panelists during the question and answer sessions after all three presenters and the commentator have delivered their remarks. Please use the Q&A function on the Zoom environment to submit questions when the time comes. With that, I am delighted to introduce Professor Jana Naiman, who is chairperson of the Executive Board and academic director of the Asser Institute. Professor Naiman also serves as Professor of History and Theory of International Law at the University of Amsterdam, where she is affiliated to the Amsterdam Center for International Law, and as Professor of International Law at the Graduate Institute of International and Development Studies in Geneva. A leading academic in the field of international law, Professor Naiman is also a world-renowned expert in the history of international law and has published widely on the intellectual history of the thought of Hugo Grotius, the protection of minorities in historical perspective, and the concept of international legal personality. These are only a few of Jana's areas of expertise, and they are reflected in important publications such as her path-breaking monograph titled The Concept of International Legal Personality, an Inquiry into the History and Theory of International Law, published in 2004, and most recently in the Cambridge Companion to Hugo Grotius, which she co-edited with Randall Lessifer and was out earlier this year. More recently, and relevantly for our workshop, she is also the author of Marked Absences, Locating Gender and Race in International Legal History, published in the European Journal of International Law last year. Jana, we are delighted that you are joining us today, and on behalf of Viva and myself, it is a pleasure to warmly welcome you and give you the floor.
Thank you, Leon and Viva, for this very kind introduction. Good morning, everyone. I know we have a global audience, so good afternoon, good night. It's wonderful to welcome you to the Usher Institute, if only virtually. I'm delighted to say a few words at the beginning of this workshop, which I think is a workshop that really is overdue in a way. The topic is extremely important. And while historians have worked on the Dutch Empire and its legacies, in international law, we have neglected this somewhat. And it's great that Viva and Leon are convening us, so to speak. Now, you can imagine, as indeed this is one of the research interests that I'm developing at the moment, how disappointed I was that it collides today with a conference commitment I had already in the agenda. So unfortunately, I can't be there in person, but many of you are joining virtually, and I guess this is the value of today's technology, that we meet with such a global audience, and that's particularly appropriate for this topic. So a warm welcome to the Usher Institute, a warm welcome to the speakers. Wonderful to see your names on this program, names people I know, people I haven't met yet. It's great that this workshop gathers us and makes sure we develop a sort of force field around the topic. Because in marked absences, but also in conversations with some of you, we have observed that there is a need for scrutiny. There is a need for thorough examinations. And I think what Viva and Leon, I'm really grateful for the organization of this workshop, but what they have captured well in the blurb is this self-image of the Dutch international law tradition, which seems to be something jumping from Grotius' alleged intervention or creation of individual rights, all the way immediately to 20th century, 21st century human rights promotion. And what happens in between, which is something very, very complex and very much implicated in empire, implicated in colonialism, is not sufficiently researched and recognized. And so this is, I think, a very, very important workshop, and I hope many will follow. I'm grateful not just to Leon and Viva, but also to the different institutions backing this, not just the Usher Institute, but we're really happy to collaborate with ASELG and the network, as Leon mentioned. Now, what we are is not just meet, or we meet, and you meet, not just to look into the past, to understand the past, but it's really, as international lawyers, that we're also very much interested in the contemporary implications of this past. And I think that's exactly also where the value of this workshop comes in. And it's the themes that we develop really recognize that that importance of understanding the past of Dutch international law and its contemporary implications, which are many. And in a way, we have, well, if you look to the language of self-image, it has also been self-illusionary, the way we look at this past and only celebrate a sort of human rights tradition that is only for good. So I won't keep you too long. I think the lineup of speakers and topics is wonderful. I want to extend a warm welcome in particular to all of them. And yeah, enjoy the discussions and bringing this topic forward. I will hopefully either see the recording or read papers. I very much look forward to that. And again, I'm very, very sad and disappointed not to be there, but I'm sure it will be a great, great day and very productive. So thanks again to Leon and Wiebe, and have a great, fruitful day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jana, for this welcome on behalf of yourself and of the Osser Institute. I will now introduce Dr. Marco Duranti and Viva Homas, who will be delivering opening remarks that will help us frame the issues we will be discussing today from a global standpoint and from the perspective of the Netherlands, respectively. Before doing so, I want to take a moment to explain the two main reasons which motivated us to organize this workshop and why we think they are important. First, we think that it's worth examining whether international human rights, which of course have largely been constructed around a Western intellectual tradition, are able to deliver on their promise of inalienable rights, universal human dignity, and equality before the law. Much of their legal, institutional, and I should say ideological structure is supported by these narratives. But unfortunately, we know all too well that human rights sometimes fail to deliver on these promises, most notably when it comes to national, ethnic, and religious minorities, indigenous peoples, migrants, and non-national citizens. That is to say, persons who are not traditionally considered as being a constitutive part of the political community in the nation state. It would seem then that human rights at their core are modeled around the concept of citizenship, which in turn is an idea constructed by the nation state and the dominant nation within that state. With this, I want to illustrate that human rights, despite their immense promise of inclusiveness, also have an exclusionary dimension that deserves to be further explored and better understood. So I think in a way, it is worth holding our ancestors accountable for their promises in the same way that we will and should be held accountable by those who will come after us for, say, the way we treat and relate to the environment, for example. Second, we think that the colonial past of the Netherlands offers us an opportunity to understand the promises and limitations of human rights, allowing us to hold them up close and examine their trajectory, the variety of actors invoking them, and the purposes for which they have been deployed. We are well aware that much has been said and written about decolonization in the Netherlands. And yet, the main debates addressing the decolonization process in this country have centered on the legacies of violence, self-determination, constitutional arrangements, and the successes and failures of the social and political integration of persons moving between metropolitan territories and former colonial spaces. Today, we are bringing experts on all of these topics together to reflect on the role that not only human rights, but also their promoters and detractors have played in the decolonization process. Our speakers will therefore hail from a multitude of disciplines and fields of expertise: law, history, political science, philosophy, and media studies, to name a few. How have these disciplines and their professional elites constructed the role of human rights and decolonization in the Netherlands? What has been their contribution to the constructed image of the Netherlands as a starch promoter of human rights, at least from a foreign policy perspective? How has that self-image been confronted with the violent colonial past, if at all? These are all questions that we believe are worth visiting from a multidisciplinary and inclusive perspective, outside the silos and constraints of the echo chambers we inhabit. It also means that we may well run the risk of being relevant to either everyone or no one in particular. But we believe it is a risk worth taking if it allows us to become a little bit more self-aware about our beliefs, biases, limitations, and especially if it enables us to understand those of our fellow beings. I am now delighted to introduce Dr. Marco Duranti, who will be delivering opening remarks. Dr. Duranti is Senior Lecturer in Modern European History at the Department of History of the University of Sydney. He is an expert in late modern Europe, specializing in the origins of international law and organizations. He has published widely on the history of human rights, European integration, and conservatism. He approaches these topics from a comparative and transnational perspective, locating them within their global, imperial, and pan-European contexts. He is the author of the acclaimed 2017 book titled The Conservative Human Rights Revolution, European Identity, Transnational Politics, and the Origins of the European Convention, published by Oxford University Press. His most recent publication in the field, which he co-edited with Dirk Moses and Ronald Burke, was out last year and is titled Decolonisation, Self-Determination, and the Rise of Global Human Rights Politics. We thank you, Marco, for joining us, and it's a pleasure to give you the floor.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Leon and Viva, for inviting me here. I can see myself actually now on your big television. Yeah, no, it's an honor to give the opening remarks. I have been authorized by the conference organizers to draw very closely on an essay that my collaborators, Roland Burke and Dirk Moses and myself, wrote for the aforementioned volume on decolonization, self-determination, and human rights that was published last year. So my remarks are adapted from that contribution. So first I'm going to give a brief overview of the historiography of human rights and decolonization. Then I will give a short historical vignette and finally offer some concluding thoughts on the existing scholarship. So I'm just going to read my text. One of the premier areas of contention in the historiography of human rights has been the relationship between international human rights and citizenship rights. That is, between, on the one hand, the notion of international human rights above the state, and on the other hand, the citizenship rights promised first by late colonial empires and then by the post-colonial states. Ever since ideas of collective rights captivated anti-colonial politicians in the 1920s, the rights of nations seemed the avenue of greatest promise for national liberation. And yet, across the first half of the 20th century, international human rights declarations issued by American and European elites mostly ignored nations in favor of individual autonomy. After the Second World War, efforts to establish self-determination during the drafting process for the Universal Declaration of Human Rights predictably went nowhere. Recent histories of human rights have argued that newly independent nation states momentarily combined the aspirations of citizenship with the more maximal universalism exemplified by the UDHR. Post-colonial constitutions, which were often the product of uneasy compromises between nationalist and imperialist elites, often invoke the UDHR or other human rights concepts directly. Thereby, these constitutions conferred on their citizenries the political, economic, and social freedoms enumerated therein. The provenance of these rights was typically described by anti-colonial nationalist elites as both the promised fruit of sovereignty and the birthright of universal humanity. These interlaced rights traditions expose tensions within post-war human rights languages and practices. These languages and practices aspired to transcendent suprastate standards, while nevertheless relying on the state to protect and deliver rights. By the 1970s, however, the revolutionary vehicle of citizenship rights via national emancipation receded. In much of the West, national emancipation movements appeared discredited by the failures of new states to live up to their promises and their faltering parallel project for global economic redistribution. Among Western politicians and a new wave of Western NGOs, an influential human rights vision emerged as an internationally situated discourse in the place of these visions of national emancipation. This version of human rights was less inclined to regard the state as a repository for hopes. Western human rights began to operate without the expansive vision of social and economic rights that it had held when wielded by nationalists and post-war social democrats. The revisionist historiography largely agrees that human rights broke through in the West in the 1970s. The precondition of this transformation for North American and European publics was the narrowing of human rights, that is, the excision of utopian optimism and disruptive transformative promise. Likewise, anti-colonialism lost its place in the Western minimalist redefinition of human rights that occurred across the 1970s. In other words, it could appear that human rights had triumphed over anti-imperialism. This was not the result of the exhaustion of imperialism, but rather the appeal of human rights to a new cohort of Western middle-class supporters. These Westerners were attracted to exerting righteous pressure abroad rather than effecting reform at home. Western NGO successes were enabled by an equally dramatic focus away from transformative visions. The conclusions of this revisionist historiography should, of course, not be accepted as definitive. Nevertheless, this scholarship has raised lines of inquiry that are worth consideration. Were postcolonial actors, in fact, engaged in human rights activity in their efforts to establish welfare states? Were postcolonial actors engaged in human rights in their initiatives to ensure means of remedy for citizens or in land redistribution plans and women's advancement? These were major postcolonial reforms, while not necessarily being emphatic in their invocation of the language of human rights itself. Nor were these reforms wholly animated by a philosophy that expressed faith in the inherent agency and equality of individuals. Their subjects commonly invoked other rights traditions and languages: national rights, indigenous rights, treaty rights, civil and political rights, and so on, in justifying political reform. Much of the historiography of human rights has assumed a stable meaning of human rights, and then proceeded to discover human rights phenomena decades later. Those aiming for a more nuanced and historicized approach should instead ask, how did various languages of rights intersect and morph through socio-political contests and transitions? When and how did human rights languages find form in the substance of policy, advocacy, or political transformation? Another shortcoming of the existing historiography of human rights has been that it is largely confined to the Atlantic world, with diffusionist assumptions of non-Europeans learning human rights from their colonial administrators or the UN. The pressing need then is for case studies written by specialists based on a careful examination of primary sources extending beyond Western government and NGO archives. Accounting for such variegated perspectives affords a greater comprehension of the alternative rights languages available to anti-colonial movements and post-colonial states. Again, we should consider, what did these actors mean by human rights if and when they invoke them? How was this language adapted to local circumstances? How did subjects articulate and deploy the discourses of anti-colonialism and human rights, and rights, including human rights, as they were encountered in the field, in the street, and from within sites of institutional power? Okay, in this second part, I want to give a brief vignette of the relationship between imperialism and Western human rights discourses, since that is a major subject of the conference. More than half a century after the peak era of decolonization, the incompatibility of human rights and formal empire may seem axiomatic. Yet liberal imperialists have long embraced human rights and humanitarianism as legitimating discourses of empire. The imperial embrace of human rights speaks not merely to expediency, but to the sheer capaciousness of the term human rights and the tensions within it. Humanitarian and imperial projects were very frequently interlocking and symbiotic. The moral capital of humanitarianism exchanged for the material resources of imperialism. Pretensions of humanitarian concern underwrote grotesque human rights abuses. From the 19th century onward, demands for overseas intervention almost always drew on the language of humanitarian duty and compassion. Humanitarianism was thus an intellectual configuration that coexisted with empire and seemed almost to require it. While the maritime imperial order survived the First World War, the breakup of continental land empires in Europe led to a renewal of civilizational and humanitarian missions. Humanitarians claimed to be outside politics barely survived the Second World War and the wars of decolonization that followed it. Who resided within humanity and who dispersed compassion were engaged as part of a context for the symbolic high ground of morality. Humanitarianism and human rights remained lexical wildcards that could be played by imperialist and anti-colonial nationalists alike, but for radically different aims. After the Second World War, more than anything else, the belief in race as an ordering system of the world cut through the universalist claims regarding human rights. White Europeans, who sought to reconsolidate their moral and material supremacy after World War II, were willing to embrace the idea of human rights as part of the global patrimony of white civilization and bestow human rights to non-Europeans accordingly. Ardent enthusiasts for imperialism thus proclaimed support for human rights with little appreciation of the risks of doing so. When a more vigorous anti-colonial nationalism emerged, this easy formula ceased to be effective. Liberal imperialists enacted a strategy of the rhetorical acceptance of human rights norms in the abstract and the deferral of policy action to deliver it, a strategy that rapidly lost credibility in the UN and across Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. Ultimately, the imperialist effort to manage the new human rights language and to isolate it from anti-colonialism proved to be a failure. Only a handful of years after the adoption of the UDHR, which implicitly prohibited discrimination on the basis of colonial status, the ideal global order was reconfigured into a world of nation states, each securing those agreed universal human rights for their citizens. This was the moment in which universal human rights, popular sovereignty, and liberal anti-colonial nationalism appeared to fly in formation. Optimistic visions of national freedom and human rights for the freed citizenries of post-colonial states began to wane in the late 1950s. Amongst a new generation of Western human rights movements and those who cast anti-colonialism as the vanguard of a global revolution, hopes for the transformative and humane rebirth of nations and peoples dimmed. New Western human rights causes were predominantly overseas, defined as individualized injustice. Western publics had soured on the claims of nation building. Transformative hope would instead start at the less abstract and grandiose level of ending grotesque ills. Post-colonial abuses were met with righteous criticism in the West, even or especially from those once sympathetic to decolonization. And the advocacy of these new human rights NGOs, the nation state, so central to the securing of rights in the Western domestic realm, was excised from the Western human rights architecture as irrelevant or irretrievable. By the late 1960s, those imperial powers that had been compelled to release their overseas territories now began to embrace an activist advocacy of human rights with more enthusiasm. As human rights amongst the Western audience shifted to this minimalist utopia, Latin American, Asian, and African states transmuted human rights into another project, that of global economic redistribution. Railing against the existing unjust economic order, their hopes were more transformative and revolutionary than anything proposed in the 1940s and 1950s, at least in terms of the global balance of wealth. For many proponents of the new international economic order, human rights in the prevailing Western variant were a neo-colonial intrusion masquerading as moralism, a critique rendered more subtly by scholars from the global South. Humanitarian aid, with its attached technocrats and conditionality, was the paternalism of the missionary. So-called Western human rights emerged as a new front in the interstate clash between North and South. For decades, state elites clashed on the purportedly imperial quality of universality as enshrined in human rights norms. This was a debate which much of the activist community, particularly in the global South, simply maneuvered around, consumed with the problems of immediate abuses, as opposed to abstractions. And now for my conclusion. So my collaborators and I disagree with the thesis that the anti-colonial mobilization of self-determination marginalized human rights. We also believe that it is difficult to identify any singular moment of breakthrough as definitive of human rights and the ascent of human rights as the premier moralism of the post-colonial world. It is a mistake to conceive of human rights as breaking through as a result of the waning of revolutionary self-determination. Rather, we should acknowledge the persistence of diversity among human rights rhetorics into and after the 1970s. National liberation, supposedly replaced in the so-called breakthrough of human rights, often remains central to these rights constellations. Human rights became a perennial aspect of anti-imperial and post-colonial phraseology, not for its conceptual clarity, but for its versatility as a language with all-purpose emancipatory potential. Human rights were appealing as a utopia across both imperial and post-colonial worlds. Among so-called third world peoples, rights were often connected to local struggle and were defined by expansiveness, optimism, and radical potential. Human rights movements could never manage equal attention to every dialect of human rights language that covered so many disparate and often contradictory priorities. Variations in emphasis are hardly remarkable. They are a constituent virtue of human rights discourse. The ability for so many emancipatory claims to invoke variants of human rights language was apparent at least as early as the early post-war period, when the framers of the Universal Declaration tried to stitch these strands into a coherent set of articles. The challenge of decolonization, and particularly the 1970s, was not so much the proliferation of different species of human rights than the growing inclination towards exclusivism and definitional monopoly. All attempted to define the category, and none succeeded. Greater appreciation of the contended space of human rights in the era of decolonization requires analytical deference to the diversity and the coalescing of various rights claims around the language of human rights. In recent interventions on the history of human rights, the era of decolonization and its legacies has been one of the defining exhibits, one which recasts the trajectory of all which came before and after. Yet the content of human rights and their operation emerge as so contested and versatile that a discrete transitional moment where anti-colonialism was superseded by human rights ceases to hold as an effective schema for analysis. Human rights ascended as a language for moral claims, and the ideological conflicts of the 20th century were reset within it. Sovereignty, nationhood, economic justice, humanity, and individual freedom were not abandoned for human rights, but repartitioned. These became tensions inside human rights, not rivals to human rights. Human rights were embedded in anti-colonial freedom movements and constitutive of their hopes. In turn, the contours of the human rights concept were defined and sharpened by a global endeavor to grant meaning to the term. As jurists in newly independent nations drafted their plans for freedom, they conceived of their work as part of more than a national effort. Moreover, indigenous organizers discovered human rights as a bridge to a larger cohort of activism, and also discovered its deficiencies for the cause of indigenous peoples. The transnational indigenous rights movement would eventually expand the concept of human rights and work to remedy its silences. Even the UDHR could only provide the outlines of a globally relevant universalism. In wielding the language of human rights and finding its application, these campaigns against empire began to populate that vision with a more universal collection of experiences and perspectives. And that's the end.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Marco. That was wonderful, and I think a very rich and interesting presentation that really touches upon many of the points that are relevant for us today in the workshop. So again, a big hand out to you and virtual clapping for this wonderful tour de force. It is now my pleasure to introduce my friend and colleague, Viva Homas, who will also now deliver the second part of the opening remarks. Viva is a PhD candidate at the Amsterdam Center for European Law and Governance at the University of Amsterdam. He studied history and law and combines the two disciplines in his doctoral project, which he hopes to finish in the beginning of next year. Is that so?
I hope so, yeah.
Hopefully. The thesis examines the reception history of the European Convention of Human Rights in the Netherlands during the period of 1945 until the present, and studies why and how The convention was given a variety of meanings over the course of its existence. Viva, it is my pleasure to give you the floor.
That's the right button. Thanks so much, Leon. So Marco and Jana for these wonderful introductions. I think there is way too much to touch upon already. So I'll keep it brief and will not even attempt to do that. What I would like to do in my small introduction is focus a bit on the case of the Netherlands, which is the case study we are talking about today. And I think it's an important case study, primarily because it's sometimes forgotten the Netherlands actually played a role in this history. And Jan already alluded to this story as also being a struggle in the self-image of the Netherlands. And I think it's important to repeat that because it's a key tenet in how the Netherlands engages with international law, human rights, and decolonisation as a whole. To sketch the Dutch story of human rights and decolonisation, one has to first deal with the almost textbook international law narrative. The Netherlands as a small, moralistic, innocent nation state, which prides itself on hosting the capital of international law. And the fact we're here together at the Asser Institute is a key reminder of precisely that narrative. The Netherlands as some form of proponent of human rights, everywhere of international law. On the other hand, that precisely that idea of innocence has proven so pervasive, as also Claudia Becker has reminded us, it has stood in the way of a true engagement with Dutch imperial and colonial past. One tradition, legal internationalism, became a celebrated idea. The other one, the colonial past, became the topic of some form of institutionalized silence. So how to square these things? In this introduction, I would like to briefly touch upon three things. First, to sketch a bit more historically the Dutch engagement with human rights and historiography. Second, to then think about what decolonisation can bring us in moving that discussion forward. And finally, to pass some reflection on what ideally we would then like to get out of this particular workshop today. So first, human rights in the Netherlands. One key tenet, or maybe the key tenet in Dutch engagement with human rights is the firm conviction that, as Barbara Omen has put it, human rights are the rights of others. Human rights, in short, are for those states and societies who are not as perfectly fixed as the Netherlands. Even though legally speaking, human rights are extremely important in the daily legal life of the Netherlands, human rights rarely function as political arguments or in societal debates. Dutch historiography of human rights has, with some exceptions, somewhat echoed this narrative and has primarily focused on human rights as they took their role in foreign policy. And this has created some form of narrative where human rights, very much like the international debate has focused on, reached their sort of zenith in the late 70s, when they were incorporated as formal policy objectives under the influence of broader societal changes and some individual key heroes such as Max van der Stoel. Now that leaves us with a certain question. So where were human rights before the end of the 70s? And by and large, this has been framed as a period in which human rights did not truly matter. And this brings me to my second point, decolonisation, because this is precisely the period of which decolonisation comes in. And as a topic, decolonisation has only recently achieved the scrutiny and academic attention it deserves. Not that there was work on it, but it has now only recently being picked up as being highly important. Colonial violence in Indonesia, for instance, has been consistently labeled individual excesses rather than systemic nature. It was, and only after historians have shown that engagement with the past in Suriname, the Antilles, Aruba, has often been treated as histories of elsewhere rather than a shared story. So when it comes to decolonization and human rights, it's, I would say, much too easy to say human rights did not matter, precisely for the reasons Marco just alluded to. Human rights actually did matter for a variety of actors for different reasons. If we wish to sort of hang on to the idea human rights did not matter, we may need to problematize that kind of thinking. For one, we should examine how human rights were often made not to matter, precisely because they were expected to do so much. For example, when it comes to migration, a topic we will revisit later today, human rights were deemed so threatening. The Kingdom of the Netherlands, the government of the Netherlands, did everything it could to prevent human rights provisions on migration from being binding on the kingdom out of fear of migration from the overseas territories into the Netherlands. Yes, there were no human rights provisions active, but it was because they were made to be non-active. On the other hand, it also misses out the variety of voices claiming human rights in a variety of contexts, precisely in those areas where decolonization made its mark. Indonesia, Suriname, the Antilles. Those claims on human rights, after all, did exist. We've just maybe forgotten them. If we think of human rights as not mattering, we miss out on the variety of independence fights in Indonesia, for example, claiming human rights to further their own cause. By not engaging with those voices, we miss out on sometimes competing visions on human rights, which existed at the time. For me, this is not simply about historical antiquarianism, because precisely those historical choices were made in the realm of law, and law has a tendency to enshrine those choices and ultimately end up in what is perceived neutral legal framework we see today. It is my firm belief that by uncovering those choices, which as they were made in the past, we can grasp a new sense of possibility for lawyers to also engage more critically with the legal status quo we have today. Precisely because those historical choices, in the end, have implications for the lived legal reality. The report of the AIV, the Dutch Adviesraad Internationale Veiligheid, of vraagstukken on the unequal human rights protection within the kingdom, which sets out quite clearly it matters where one lives in order to see how much human rights protection one actually gets, is a key reminder of precisely this topic. And that brings me to my final part. What do we want to do today? What do we ideally want to get out of this particular workshop? And I already touched upon my firm belief that dealing with history can give international lawyers a sense of possibility. If we know this status quo as it exists today is the result of conscious choices, and we uncover those choices, if we can show the roads not taken, we are given an idea of how the law could have been different if only we have taken another road. So if we know those roads, we might as well just take them in the present, which is something, and forgive me for saying this, my lawyer friends, lawyers tend sometimes to forget. Another outcome of this workshop for me would be to reintroduce precisely those voices or bring in those perspectives we don't necessarily hear that much, for almost the same reason. It gives us the perspective as lawyers in the end to engage much more critically with what we have today. By showing those blind spots we don't have, by showing those stories we didn't know, we are suddenly confronted with a worldview not necessarily a dominant one, but precisely because of that, even more important. I've already discussed the continuity of historical choices. I've talked about showing the blind spots. We also aim to show historical nuance. So what did human rights mean for whom and when, and how did this change over time? But ultimately, I think the most important thing is what we will not do today is write a sort of full encyclopedia of Dutch engagement with human rights and decolonization. Rather, I hope, and I think Leon hopes as well, it serves as a starting point to bring this discussion forward, precisely also for national lawyers, international lawyers, European lawyers, dealing with, in the end, the outcome of these historical choices as they were made. And I think precisely that is where the historical perspective, the political science perspective, the more all those other voices come in offering us this sense of potential. We will do so in 3 panels. Right before our coffee break, it's up to me to introduce what we'll do the rest of the day. In 3 panels, that is human rights in the shadow of empire, which is, I would say, a slightly more historically engaged perspective on the role human rights took in this period of decolonization. What did they mean, for whom, which voices are important to hear in that regard. From there, we will move on to the panel on decolonization, citizenship and rights. Marco already touched upon this very strong tension of citizenship rights within the nation state and human rights present above the nation state. And I think that is a panel in which we can discuss who belongs and who doesn't, who gets to be part of the nation and who doesn't, who gets to be a citizen. And finally, we'll end with our panel on migration and movement, which, to remind us, really is one of the most key outcomes of a legal system, which, if we look at critically, reflects a long colonial and imperial legacy. So by bringing those 3 together, I think we have a far from complete, but start of a discussion on the past, the choices being made in the past, and how we deal with those choices today in the legal framework. I can speak for myself. I'm very much looking forward to this. I'm also looking forward to the coffee break we have right now, because I've eaten a bit into that coffee break. So I'll keep it at that, and hope we will have a very inspiring day. I think I will have one.
Thank you very much, Viva. And again, thanks a lot also to Marco for these very, very helpful frames that will guide us through our day, our many journeys today, and in the times to come, hopefully. I think I agree with you that this is the beginning of a conversation, and this is the spirit in which we have organized this workshop as well. So with that, I would like to close this opening session and invite us to take a short break, both here in the room and behind your screens. That's always a healthy thing to do. So I will respect the 15-minute time for the break. We will reconvene at 10:05. We'll see you in 15 minutes.
To first panel, human rights in the shadow of empire. We have a quite stellar panel, I would say. I'll introduce the speakers in the order they will speak, so that goes by alphabetical order. And first speaker today is Boyd van Dijk, Dr. Boyd van Dijk, who is a Mackenzie Fellow at the University of Melbourne. He's also a visiting fellow in Wolfson College and the Lauterbach Center for International Law at the University of Cambridge. Received a PhD at EUY, has published monograph articles and essays for Humanity, the American Journal of International Law, Law and History Review, and also present. And his new book, entitled Preparing for War, is almost out, I think.
It's going out very soon.
It's going to be out very soon, fall of 2021, with Oxford University Press. I'm for one very keen to read it, so looking forward to that. After we have and Isabel Richard, as I'm told how to pronounce it, who is a lecturer at Leiden University. Her research interests are European and world history from a transnational and trans-imperial perspective. Her current project is funded by an NW Veni grant and deals with Euro-Africa, African perspectives, 1970s. Richard is also co-editor-in-chief of the journal Tinea, which is a terrible name to pronounce, but it's completely my fault. And part of the editorial board of the Revue Monde Presque Universitaire de Rennes. Finally, we have Steph Scagliola, which is also a name I'm completely butchering right now, who is a historian of Italian origin, who first studied museum education at the Rijnwoord Academy, graduated cum laude at the Faculty of History and Art of the Erasmus University, and conducted PhD research, resulting in the dissertation Burden of War, Coming to Terms with Dutch War Crimes in Indonesia. Has since worked at KTLV in Luxembourg, and was also engaged in research around the civil case filed by Indonesian widows from Java Gede against the Dutch state for war crimes committed by the Dutch military during the Indonesian-Dutch Decolonisation War between 1945 and 1949. Not on your screen is our commentator, who will appear shortly, who is Anton de Waard, who is Professor of History, Ethics and Human Rights by special appointment of the Foundation Euro Clio at the University of Groningen. Anton de Waard has published widely and very extensively on the topic of human rights, the ethics of historians, the history of human rights, written books such as The Responsible History, Crimes Against History, and has coordinated the network of concerned historians, which is, I think, a very important network, also worth mentioning here. Without further ado, I will give the floor to Boyd. I shall warn you, I'm a very gentle but very firm chair when it comes to time, so don't make me interrupt in terrible ways in your presentation. Boyd, the floor is yours.
Well, thanks for that intimidating introduction. It's nevertheless still fun to be here finally after so much time of being and working at home. So it's great to see some of my colleagues here again, to see all of you. So I think I've been asked to come here to say a few words about decolonization of human rights in wartime specifically. So that's what I'll be talking about today. Some of the work has been already referenced kindly by Viva. There's another piece in Past and Present in which talk more deeply about the connection between human rights, decolonization, and the laws of war in a colonial context. And I'll draw from that work while talking today. So this talk, I want to start with a few questions about this relationship between decolonization and human rights in wartime. And then I highlight two issues before I end my presentation. So the questions that drive the piece that I was just talking about, as well as this presentation, refer to questions involving the labels that we use for, in this case, what I call a Dutch war of aggression against the Indonesian Republic in the 1940s. Steph is one of them, and there are lots of people talking about all kinds of international legal questions while having an historical background. I think that's really important work. And I'm also glad that recently, of course, was it a few years ago, there has been this new major research project led by the 3 different institutions to investigate and explore the history of the war in Indonesia. So one of the issues I want to talk today is about how that project and people surrounding the project discuss all kinds of international legal questions without always being kind of completely aware of what sort of legal questions they're actually talking about and what are the kind of historical components of the questions and concepts they use. So to start off, I'm interested in the question of what role international law, including human rights, humanitarian law, play in the Dutch war of aggression against the Republic between 1945 and 1949. In what ways have ideas of rights and duties shaped the conduct of this armed conflict? So I do not focus so much on why do states go to war. I'm interested in the rules for what you can and cannot do in wartime. And why do many Indonesian observers of war using the term of war decolonization, which is becoming in vogue, particularly in this country, but prefer alternative legal typologies such as war recolonization, so not decolonization, recolonization, or they refer to the Indonesian Revolution, of course, and or aggression instead. And what meaning is attributed to decolonization in these debates? Is this a term merely used as a kind of a metaphor? Decolonization is a way to transform our discipline, the way we think, or has it actually been given kind of more concrete normative value? Those are the things that I think the joint research program is discussing and also dealing with as we speak, because I think they're trying to finish the text right now of a project that we're looking at my neighbor, she probably knows a lot more about it. And I think they also raised critical issues with regard to the definition of decolonization, if not to the positionality of our own research. Indeed, I think I should address also my own position of privilege coming from originally not this city, but certainly from this country. My family has roots dating back to this old colonial city, and I'm now working for an Australian law school founded, or at least whose foundations are founded on Indigenous land. I should also add, it's almost a truism to say there exist multiple definitions for decolonization, and it means different times over time and in different places. And I think the same counts for human rights, and we can talk about more of this during perhaps the Q&A. I believe we need to be thinking more about what both terms mean, what they require from us as either historians or as researchers, and how we use them, as Eve Tuck and Wayne Yang have said in their famous article, decolonization is not a metaphor. So I think that's something we might have to think about more, maybe during the Q&A, maybe after the session comes to an end. So some of the frustration I have about the public debate regarding Indonesian wars is lack of engagement with important questions and concepts of international law and its history. As I was saying before, when you hear talk about the Indonesian war, it's impossible not to hear the words of war crimes, aggression, or similar terms. But I think historians need to think more deeply about the history of these concepts. Where did they come from? What do they mean? And what are the legacies of the colonial past for how we define them today as well as tomorrow? So studying colonial violence and anti-colonial resistance without historicizing their use of international law, I think actively hinders a more complex engagement with this past. And I think that's the reason why we're here. We want to engage with that past, and also in a more complex way than perhaps others have done before us. And writing history should not be about, I'm an historian, I'm trained as an historian, I work at the law school for a few, hear a lot about history and then you know where it's coming from. Should not be about evading questions of international law. I think that sometimes happens in these debates about the war, but trying to understand its impact in a colonial setting and what role law can play in either justifying or restricting acts of violence. There's always this debate about humanitarian law. Is it actually a enabler of violence, or does it restrict violence in wartime? So the first question I want to address here is the issue of classification of war. How did Dutch and Indonesian officials conceptualize armed conflict throughout the 1940s? What legal typologies did they use to articulate and structure their regimes of violence? In this context, I think it's important to remain aware that both sides, so not just the Dutch, but also the Indonesians, actively engage in the laws of war. I use here humanitarian law and laws of war interchangeably to legitimize their respective claims in their own struggle in the global stage. The Indonesian Revolution is, I think, not a well-known episode of international law. It's seen as perhaps an historical event, maybe even a distant event for a place like this, the metropole, and is usually only included as a sort of footnote into a larger, more dominant paradigm of international/European legal action. In reality, its impact on the international system, including international law, was significant, not just for us, but certainly for contemporaries as well. I've been given a clicker, so let's see if it works. Because I took Sukarno with me today, if I can say that here. Sukarno at the ICRC had, ICRC stands for International Committee of the Red Cross, so the International Red Cross based in Geneva. So Republican leaders like Sukarno, you can see behind me, Muhammad Atta and a whole range of other Republican officials saw international law and its mechanisms as useful devices to strengthen their diplomatic standing. By collaborating with international organizations such as the International Committee of the Red Cross and the United Nations, they hope to convince foreign partners that the Republic was not controlled by extremists, as Dutch propagandists were claiming. In demonstrating their capacity to execute post-colonial sovereignty in line with international standards, the Republicans wish to gain recognition for their wider anti-colonial struggle. So with the Indonesian Republic's proclamation of independence in August 1945, and that's also the reason why I spoke of aggression rather than as a domestic conflict, because I recognize the legal validity of the Proclamation of Independence, Republican officials began to make powerful legal claims on the global stage. So the matter of the war's classification, if not the recognition of its protagonists as lawful combatants, I think the guerrillas who were fighting against Dutch forces and allied forces, was an ongoing bone of contention among Republican and Dutch officials. As it was considered a critical element in their competing struggles to gain global and international favor. In being unwilling to recognize violence that had mounted in Republican eyes to Dutch aggression against their new state, international observers such as the Red Cross remarkably often replicated Dutch narratives of the war. And now we come back to a term that is so contested nowadays. For instance, they adopted legal discourse such as police actions that amplified the colonizers' claims while putting the oppressed at a major disadvantage. And I talk in the piece more about how they kind of use that legal language that was promoted by the colonizers and how that was putting Indonesians at a disadvantage. And this is not just small legal administrators or small legal experts in distant places. We're talking here also about the commander-in-chief, Generaal Spoor, as he's called in the Netherlands, Simon Spoor, we call him outside of the Netherlands. Also a former teacher of the laws of war in the colony, which is often forgotten, but he did teach the laws of war before the war and during the war. Of course, he used it actively to make certain claims. And he, as well as his associates, were, I think, very aware of many of these legal questions and actively used the law or instrumentalized the law to their own benefit. They invoked the law to their fame. The Republican enemy was saying, well, they are violating the law. They are breaking the law, and not just domestic colonial law, but also sort of international legal principles, and try to showcase their own alleged compliance with these same rules, especially following the Nuremberg and Tokyo trials. Now I want to go to more towards my book and how Dutch colonial history is related to that past. As you can see here, you see the delegation of the Red Cross in Geneva at the diplomatic conference in '49 when the Geneva Conventions were adopted. Dutch obviously also participated in this conference. Unfortunately, I don't have an image from them. I also don't have an image of the Indonesian delegation because there was no Indonesian delegation in Geneva. So that's something you're wondering about. Why did he not take Indonesians with him? They weren't there. And I can talk more during Q&A why they didn't participate, or as I would say, couldn't participate. But the issue I want to discuss is not so much about the mechanics of the conference, but about what they discuss and how it's relevant to our understanding of the war in Indonesia. The drafting process itself started already in 1944 and ended in 1949, as you can see. And it was exactly the same period, of course, when the Indonesian war was going on. And what's interesting is that the ICRC proposed to apply international law to colonial wars, such as the one in Indonesia. So here you have a challenge towards what I think is kind of the racial core of international law as existing up to that point, in which colonial wars were excluded from international law, particularly in wartime. Whereas now, so meaning in 1949, that kind of civilizational or racial hierarchy is being challenged. Of course, I give agency now to the international red cross. You can see they're all white men from Switzerland. But in the piece, as well as in the book, I talk more about how global South actors have actually set the stage for that argument to emerge in 1949. It was then kind of propelled into the international legal hemisphere by those legal experts you can see behind me. So I'm going a bit off beaten track. I want to go back to the proposal itself of applying international law to colonial war and why that's important for us to think about. I think one reason is that the Dutch government, unsurprisingly, opposed that proposal. Said international law cannot apply to a situation like the one we're facing in Indonesia. That's part of our domestic affairs. International law has no role to play. But that's obviously not the end of the story. Because in the end, in 49, an article was adopted that applies to colonial and civil wars. But what I show in the piece is that the text that underlies that provision fell largely in line with the colonial state's interest, while the Dutch narratives of the war remained also largely in place, despite indigenous and radical left-wing criticism in the metropole, with, I think, critical implications for how scholars now continue to struggle with characterizing the war's true legal nature as either a war of recolonization, aggression, it's not a term that, again, I prefer to use, or as a policing action or police action, as some people still call it in this country, or as a war of national liberation, which of course is a term that became more in vogue after 49. But nobody was there, of course, before. So in a similar way, this is the second issue I want to address today. The Dutch delegation participating in this conference made sure that its proposals dealing with war crimes, a term that plays such a central role in today's debates about the Indonesian war, would not have a direct impact on its armed struggle against the Republic. During the convention's revision, its members in Geneva proposed a new international war crimes regime that would have no immediate effect for its actions in Indonesia. So there's this continuous struggle of trying to criminalize actions that the Nazi occupier had conducted during the occupation versus allowing similar acts, not the same, similar, I try to be very careful here, similar acts in wartime to be sanctioned or allowed in colonial wartime. So indeed, they tried to prevent a repetition of the Nazi crimes perpetrated upon white European nationals while trying to leave the door open for brutal counterinsurgency in colonial wartime. That's kind of the game they were playing, if you want to put it in very stark and simple terms. So this campaign, which led to the adoption of the Great Breaches regime that lies at the foundation of the ICC statute, was also influenced, I argue, by greater strategic considerations involving the stability of the international order at large. This is not just a Dutch debate or a struggle between the Republic and the Dutch government, or maybe with or without international organizations. This is actually also about the order at large. So the issue I want to highlight now, and as the first issue, goes to heart of questions regarding decolonization and human rights. That is the issue of the death penalty, and then particularly in wartime, so not in peacetime, if you can separate those two issues neatly. So at Geneva, as I showed in my forthcoming book, the Anglo-American powers did their best to create powerful legal deterrents to protect their occupying forces from being attacked by guerrillas. You have to remember, of course, at this moment, Anglo-American powers have forces across Europe, also, of course, in Japan and other places. So occupation was a real thing in the 40s, even though the Second World War was considered over at that time. And of course, they were thinking about more wars to come in the future. So that's why I also call my book Preparing for War. It's not so much a reflection of what went wrong in the past, that's obviously important, but it's actually about using and thinking and imagining how that past could be or should be instrumentalized as part of the preparation for future wars to come. So I want to portray them as actually thinkers rather than reactors. I want to see them, make them active protagonists in the book. So because of the Dutch acting as a loyal member of their NATO alliance, even proposed to keep the death penalty in place, despite their brutal experiences of weapons during the Nazi occupation. So the death penalty for many occupied states was obviously taboo, or something that should be made into a taboo because of their experiences with this brutal weapon during the occupation, either by the Germans or by the Italians or by the Japanese. But the Dutch actually proposed to keep it in place, which surprises many of their continental European allies. So when the diplomatic conference eventually rejected these restrictive proposals, the Dutch even made a special reservation to the relevant sections of the conventions regarding the death penalty. And now I come to, I think, a well-known Dutch politician and a less well-known Dutch politician. In February 1954, when this reservation was first discussed in the Dutch parliament, the acting minister, Joseph Luns, felt obliged to defend himself against severe criticisms from especially the communist MP that you can see behind me, ellipse. Also a concentration camp survivor, by the way, which is not an important detail to mention here, admitted that the Netherlands might become an occupier again in the future and therefore might need a death penalty in order to resist potential guerrillas. So this is an interesting issue here of decolonization and human rights connecting again, but then of course in the metropole itself. I have 2 minutes to go, so I should end soon. Yeah. So this remarkable confession, so not just the confession of Luns to say we're going to occupy again in the future. So not just how the Dutch government's willingness to legitimize brutal violence in the service of empire, but also reveals the close but often neglected connection with the Dutch imperial and NATO strategic visions. Throughout the convention's drafting, Dutch delegates supported Anglo-American proposals to starve enemy populations through blockade, to exclude anti-colonial guerrillas, and to legalize the use of indiscriminate bombing on cities, with, I think, dramatic consequences for those enemy civilians living in places that we are very familiar with, Harija and Chora today. So those are kind of most infamous Dutch indiscriminate bombing actions from recent days. So in contemporary public debate, we often see a careful separation of the war of decolonization, the war of aggression, as a finished positive history. And the violence the Dutch government has sanctioned as an ongoing process of the so-called war on terror. Those are distinct, those are separate. Decolonization is over, and we are now in a different time. I think it's a very strong assumption. Not just a clear statement, but something you could certainly feel and see it when you listen to these debates. In reality, I argue they're analytically linked. We cannot ignore those colonial legacies. In fact, we should engage with them and try not to debate those international legal past from us. So because I've only probably 1 minute left, I think the last thing I want to mention here, what I was trying to do in the paper and my work more broadly, is so much to provoke others to think more deeply about the relationship between decolonization and human rights, especially in wartime, as it is a call for greater historicization of these issues. Historicizing the war and its international legal dimensions can help us understand why the war occurred in the first place, how it developed over time, how it was legally justified, and which anti-colonial forces criticized it at the time, and how they used international law for that purpose. Now, our aim, I think, should be to better understand this past and recognize its continuing legacies for civilians in wartime today. I'll leave it at that, and I think I stuck to the original deadline. So, thank you.
Thanks, Boyd. Really. Yes, I will not try to walk 30 seconds over time. I think you already raised some very, very interesting questions there. I took some notes and we can get back to those in the Q&A. I would like to move on to Isabel. So without further ado, same warning, same things. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Viva, and also for the generous introduction and the warning sign. But it's really a pleasure to be here, to see people again, but also having been trained as a historian, but also as a lawyer, it's really a pleasure to be at the Asser Institute presenting something, and to talk about the European Convention of Human Rights, which Professor Schermers 20 years ago kept hammering on about, which is really, it's really nice to bring these things together. thinking about Professor Schermers, Holly Schermers, who was a member of the Commission, the European Commission for Human Rights, I should probably start by saying that the European Convention for Human Rights is arguably the foremost human rights instrument applicable in the Netherlands at the moment. And well, the narrative was discussed by a few speakers already, came about in the aftermath of World War II, it had a slow start, and it only really took off sometime in the 70s with more and more cases being brought by individuals, and also these cases making it past the Commission to court. This evolved to a situation nowadays where I think in the sort of past 20 years, the extraterritorial jurisdiction of the convention is being invoked by individuals almost anywhere in the world. In some cases successfully, in some cases not successfully. Now, what is generally not mentioned is that the convention was drafted, well, it has been mentioned today, obviously, but in wider debate, 4950, at a time where many of the member states of the Council of Europe were still important colonial powers. Empire in Asia was declining, and the Netherlands was sort of in this process of, well, what Boyd discussed, withdrawing from Indonesia. This was not the case in what was then called New Guinea, Suriname, and the Antilles. More generally, empire in Africa was still very well established, and the question of the territorial application of the convention was therefore also hotly debated in the lead up to the convention. So I think that the discussion on the creation of the European Convention on Human Rights needs to be seen in this colonial context. And thus, when we consider human rights in the shadow of empire, as I think is the title of this panel, we also need to, in the Netherlands, we need to consider also the creation of the European Convention. Now, my intervention today is based on a longer paper that addresses the tension between the coexistence of, on one hand, supposedly European ideals of democracy, of human rights, with colonial domination. And the paper talks particularly about how African politicians used the European stage, and also the discussion around the European Convention, for their own purposes, and to look at how they can develop political rights in a evolving context. Now, today I want to situate the European Convention in a colonial context and show also how African delegates played a role in this discussion, and connect that to the role and position of the Netherlands. Now, in the broader paper, I analyze how the council was set up and how the assembly was set up. And it's, I think, worth pointing out that then when they were set up, really high hopes were attached to them. You know, coming out of the Second World War, the assembly was described as the, quote, conscience of Europe. Now, I focus on the assembly in the paper as a platform for debate, and also as a court of public opinion, because that was very much how it was used, particularly by these African delegates. It was a venue where a wide range of topics was discussed, and where relations with overseas territories were also an important subject, not just in relation to the convention, also in relation to this idea of Europe in formation. The discussions on the colonial clause of the European Convention is one of the cases that I use in the paper to examine that role of overseas delegates. Now, it's also worth mentioning, I think, about the setting up of the Council of Europe, that we see two strands sort of struggling. On the one hand, there is a progressive, more civil society strand, and on the other hand, you have a more traditional reason of state strand. And they come together, they struggle on European topics, but also related to overseas questions. Now, broadly speaking, I think most supported emancipation, and I say this sort of hesitantly, within a new framework, as they called it, where special ties would continue to bind from a colony and metropole. So this was really not, I mean, people were definitely talking about new relations, but decolonization wasn't necessarily the word of the day. These new frameworks that they did discuss left quite a large margin of appreciation and could result in essentially leaving the colonial situation intact. There were a few voices that actually called for genuine emancipation, but they were really a tiny minority. Now, when the Council and the Assembly were set up, we see a continuation of these strands that we saw in the lead up to them being set up. But we see that the Assembly is overall significantly more progressive than the Council of Ministers, as I guess you would expect anyway. The Assembly consisted of national parliamentarians, and including replacements, there were almost 200 delegates, 4 of which represented French Africa. The African delegates were Léopold Senghor, the future president of Senegal, Ousmane Diop Sosé, also of Senegal, and then Raphaël Salaire and Jean Sylvandre, who represented Africa but originally hailed from Martinique. And in general, in these debates, Senghor particularly, he never ceased to stress the importance of sending overseas delegates to the Council of Europe, both in a French context, but also in a European context. So I think that's also why it's relevant to talk about this, not just in relation to France, but also in relation to, in this case, the Netherlands. And the debate on the European Convention became an important instance where they showed the contradiction in terms between of a human rights convention with limited territorial application. The convention was signed in November 1950, and one of the issues that was very hotly debated in the lead up was the colonial clause. And there are interesting parallels to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and they refer to that all the time. Now, the signing was November 1950. If we go back to July 1949, then there is a draft convention by the European movement. So this is not an official body, this is civil society, but you see lots of politicians, ministers, etc. So it's very closely linked to an official body, but it isn't. And in their draft, they state that the convention would apply to all territories, but the political rights would only apply in the metropoles. Now, then it moves to the legal committee of the Consultative Assembly of the Council of Europe, and they propose a similar construction, which the Assembly agreed to in September 49. A few months later, these discussions continue. The Belgian representative points out that, and quote, due account should be taken of local circumstances when applying the convention. And this potentially limited the application of the convention substantially, obviously, and also potentially arbitrarily. By June 1950, so we're then sort of a year into the whole discussion, and 4 months before signing, the UK then introduced what they called traditional colonial clause in the Committee of Senior Officials. There are various bodies that discuss the drafts. And they threaten with a very lengthy ratification process if this traditional colonial clause is not accepted. And they say that they have to do this because it's a consequence of the development of self-government of the colonies, which is obviously an interesting thing if you say, well, we don't want to apply this immediately overseas because the colonies are becoming self-governing. The legal reasoning you can understand, the moral reasoning is slightly uncomfortable. Now, this clause would make the convention applicable in the metropoles, and states could opt in to have it apply overseas, rather than have it apply overseas and a possible opt-in for political rights that was proposed before. Italy disagreed with the British proposal and actually argued that the convention should be extended as far as possible. The Netherlands, which was at this point still not tremendously active in these debates, which goes to the discussion mentioned before, at that time was also in favor of a more liberal wording, which is really interesting, and I'm not quite sure why. But they objected against the phrase, if necessary, we will take steps to obtain consent from overseas authorities. This was in the senior officials meeting who represent the governments. The discussion went back to the legal committee of the Assembly, of where you have the parliamentarians. And there, a very clear majority preferred the more liberal solution and not this British clause. It comes August, went back to the state level with the Committee of Ministers. And here, again, you see interesting countries saying things. The British agreed with, the Irish that would be really interesting if the British agreed. The Irish agreed with the Assembly that the most liberal option should be adopted. The Belgians preferred the usual clause that the British had proposed. And by then, I think the Dutch had sort of woken up and they changed their opinion and they supported the British clause as well. And the reason they gave was that for constitutional reasons, the more liberal point was not possible, and also that the more liberal option would cause problems of interpretation. Britain and the Netherlands then reiterated that they would only be able to ratify if this clause was adopted, so the traditional colonial clause. And Britain and the Netherlands just piggybacked on the British position, as they were wont to do in many foreign policy negotiations. Now, Britain then proposed a compromise by adding the first section of the more liberal clause to their own proposal, but by adding a line on the convention applying overseas, but with regard to local circumstances at the end instead of at the beginning, the clause in fact became even less liberal than it was before. They gave it an even more like, okay, we might extend it, but if we extend it, we only do it with due regard to local circumstances, which means you don't really need to pay attention to it at all. Now, the Council of Ministers agreed to this. They thought this was a great idea. Not all of them, but by and large they did, also because they thought otherwise Britain won't ratify, and we want everybody to ratify. But this wasn't the end of the debate, because the Assembly didn't agree. And there's a number of European delegates who pushed these points, particularly Lanning of Norway, Pisisco of Italy. The debate was really carried by the African delegates, Sylvandre and Senghor. Sylvandre first showed the incompatibility of the colonial clause with the French constitution, with European ideals, etc., etc. And then Senghor made really a radical move, which if you look at the travaux préparatoires of all the things, he just proposed to delete the whole clause. Normally they say we want to modify it, No, he said, let's just scrap the whole thing. And he used several arguments, including references to the colonial pact, really turning the arguments of the Europeans onto them, comparisons to the declarations of the rights of man in 1789, the UN Universal Declaration, and the Declaration of American States, none of which contained restrictive clauses. He also referred to communism and geopolitical considerations about Europe's position in the world. And he was successful. The clause was scrapped by 46 votes to 37, which would mean that the convention would apply overseas. However, showing the tension that I mentioned before between the progressive strand in the Assembly and the more traditional reason of state strand, the Committee of Ministers just ignored this decision and consulted the Assembly and said no. And the final article read about the relevant bits. Any state could declare that the convention extended to all or some of the overseas territories, and if so, that it would be applied with due regard to local circumstances. Now, what did this colonial clause mean for the protection of human rights overseas? I think here it really depends which empire we examine. Despite that these African delegates represented France and that also the French metropolitan delegates in the Assembly supported the application overseas, this was for a very long time a moot point, since France didn't even ratify the Convention for the Metropole until 1974. And there is a long discussion about what happened in France, which I won't go into. Belgium never extended the convention overseas. Britain took some time to extend the convention overseas, but it did by and large. And consequently, it was also one of the first states to be brought before the court in the cases brought by Greece. So this was before there was the individual right of petition. Greece brought a number of cases about the situation in Cyprus, so about the colonial situation. Now, as regards the Dutch Empire, the Netherlands extended the convention to Suriname and the Antilles in 1954. But the individual right to petition was only declared applicable in the metropolitan Netherlands in 1957. And in part because initially the Netherlands had been very hesitant about this individual right to petition, didn't really want to have it apply in the Netherlands. after a few years, they saw that these fears that they had were actually unwarranted. There was no deluge of cases, because the Commission actually didn't declare lots of things not applicable. And also because of the direct effect of international law in the Netherlands, Dutch courts would have to apply the convention anyway. Now, Dutch courts for a long time weren't very interested in doing this. I think Viva has written about. But nonetheless, the Dutch weren't so worried about the individual right of petition anymore. So they applied it applicable in the Netherlands, declared it applicable in the Netherlands, and then according to Foreign Minister Luns, who Boyce already mentioned, in a letter to the Dutch Council of Ministers in '57, said that the governments of Suriname and the Antilles refused to have the convention applied there, and that and the individual rights, well, particularly the individual right of petition. So in the end, it was granted to Suriname in '64 and extended to the Antilles in '74. So it took a while. Guinea doesn't get mentioned in this whole thing, which is also sort of a very interesting point. So while the narrative that is often recounted connects the period after World War II with ideas about democracy, human rights, start of European cooperation, and sees an important role for the Netherlands in these developments, sort of piggybacking on this idea of the Netherlands and international law. And I think international law is something very different from European things and human rights. This view needs to be nuanced. These developments did take place, but initially all colonial powers made reservations about applying human rights overseas. The Netherlands were initially quite hesitant about the convention. They didn't play a large role in drafting it, and as generally with foreign policy, followed Britain's lead. They were very concerned about the right of education, as you can imagine from a Dutch context. That's what they talked about, basically. About Britain, ironically, the state that was most adamant about not automatically extending the convention overseas was also the state that extended it the most, and that was the first to be held to account over its activities overseas, which is a nice irony. And you already mentioned the unsolicited, I should emphasize, advice of the Advisory Council for International Affairs on the territorial application of human rights treaties. There's also the unsolicited advice of the Council of State about the Kingdom treaties and EU. The Advisory Council was 2018, the Council of State is 2021. These unsolicited advices by bodies telling the government you need to look at this, they show that the question of territorial application of human rights is still very topical, and there is still a tension between, shall we say, civil society, non-state actors, or loosely state actors, and states. And I think there is a longer history that we need to think about. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Emma. Indeed, briefly chatted with you well in time. New Guinea was indeed excluded. They opted not to extend the convention there for the simple reason that they deemed its inhabitants not civilized enough to deal with European human rights and not up to the challenge of going into international legal proceedings, which is perhaps to be expected.
And there's interesting work on actually the New Guineas, the Papuans at the UN. So, I mean, there is an interesting case to, like, they should have known better by then, but obviously, but like, there's interesting new work on that.
Yeah, great. We'll get back to that in a minute. It's my great pleasure to then turn the floor to Steph. Yeah, you have to push the right one, because it shifts off again, as I experienced this morning.
I think my talk is going to be completely different nature, because I'm very interested in terminologies and how people attribute meaning to context. I connect to Boyd's focus on context, on contextualization, and my impression as a historian of the law and legal arrangements is that their nature they start when there is a problem. So they're man-made or women-made. So they're constructs that have a kind of human nature. My understanding with communicating with legal, with law, people who know all these legal arrangements of human rights, is a long time ago, I perceived them as quite naive. And actually, I've come to better understand them and appreciate them, because I think in this last decade, they are our saviors. So this is I will come to that in my paper. And it is also a very autobiographical account, because of my age and senior status, I've lived through all the debates that have evolved about the Dutch atrocities and war crimes. So I'm a historian, but I'm a witness and I'm contemporary, and it's mind-boggling how you are pushed around and you have to adjust to discourses. So it raises questions on the viability, whether it's viable to be independent from peers, from reference frames, and this will all become clear after my talk. So it's no secret among scholars of human rights that the dynamics of acknowledging and repairing historical wrongs are strongly determined by social pressure and political experience. It's laboring the optics. The key challenge is to identify which factors determine changes in the positions and attitudes of key actors in society. The issue at stake, as I've understood here in this workshop, is to identify and interpret the inconsistencies between Dutch effort to play a key role on the gidsland, and on the other side, turning a blind eye to the Dutch legacy of colonial oppression. In this paper, I intend to focus on how to open that blind eye. I will briefly sketch a few of the many factors that have impeded a broad consensus on the need for full clarity about the scale and character of Dutch atrocities committed during the, mind you, D/recolonization war with Indonesia. You see, I'm hybrid there already, so I'm kind of satisfying both sides. The first is shift in generations, different times, different positions, different terminologies. Changes of norms and values in society with regard to historical taboos are bound to generational shifts. It is easier to deal with a great-grandfather or a grandfather as a potential perpetrator of extreme violence than with a father, brother, or son. In his studies, Gevangen in de tijd over generaties en geschiedenis, translated Trapped in Time, Generations and History, the sociologist Jacques van Doorn introduces the concept of societal disruption. It refers to how a shocking event, a war, a revolution, or a catastrophe, influences the formative experiences of new generations of journalists, chief editors, filmmakers, artists, and scholars. I have witnessed how, driven by youthful enthusiasm and the will to set a new agenda, they rebel against the mainstream perspectives and terminologies. This has happened again and again and again in the last years, often reinvigorating past debates that are new to them. And what you see is that sometimes professional historians are sometimes quite critical about this short-lived interest, claiming that they are presenting old wine in new bottles, or they should go to the library. What they forget is that developing historical consciousness, in my view, is not a linear, but a cyclical process. As long as investments in education do not lever those that are structurally made with regard to the Second World War and Holocaust, there will always be gaps to fill in general knowledge about the dark sides of Dutch history. So at the end, it's a matter of resources and money that you invest that determines what is salient and prioritized in historical knowledge. As a senior historian of 62, I've had the chance of witnessing and studying subsequent public debates about Dutch war crimes committed during the war with Indonesia. In my dissertation, Last van de Oorlog, de Nederlandse oorlogsmisdaden en verwerving, I analyzed parts of the public discourse on this topic in the realm of politics, historians, and veterans. As a relative outsider, my Italian background, I was struck by the contrast in consensus between historical understanding of the Second World War and the Nazi occupation and the ensuing re-decolonisation war. What is the matter? Why are people so angry? Why are they quarreling? Why isn't consensus reachable? Nearly 20 years later, much has changed. If I were to publish my book now, and I would not use the search and replace function of my computer to change all the reference to the Netherlands Indies to Indonesia, I would place myself in the corner of traditional historians who want to hold on to an outdated colonial terminology. The same applies to terms such as police actions and indigenous troops. Within the big research project, we connected to scholars from Great Britain and from France, and we noticed that we kind of lacked the knowledge about the shift, because we suddenly were confronted, no, we use colonized and colonized. So we had to think, are we going to just adopt to this change? And what are the arguments for doing that? Am I not betraying something that I've always considered to be truthful? And so words and meanings that are attributed to them matter very much when positioning oneself within an established scholarly community. This is a message I care about very much, especially from the younger generations of scholars. Strikingly, it was the same Jacques van Doorn, together with Wim Hendricks, who already in 1970 had written the first academic study on the topic of Dutch war crimes in Indonesia. It was based on data of cases they had observed as drafted conscripts in Central Java within their own unit. It was, however, a sociological anonymized analysis with no disclosures of names of perpetrators, nor of victims, nor of dates, nor of locations. The analysis hardly sparked any debate. As lecturer at the Netherlands Defense Academy, Jacques van Doorn had taken a considerable risk by doing this puzzle. Yet a clear illustration of his carefulness is the fact that in their book, they were called excesses of violence, whilst in their initial dossier in which they collected the data at the time, the name of that document collection file was Investigation War Crimes Indonesia. So they changed the name, and because any analogy with the Nazi crimes of World War II had to be avoided. This was a complete taboo. In a radio program about their book in 1970, just a few months after it was published, the interviewer asked Van Doorn whether the detached approach to their topic would not cloud the issue of what really occurred. And this was the case with any language at that time. If you read how Premier de Jong described it, it's a cloud, it's very cloudy, it's very detached. The answer of Van Doorn was, our intention was to sideline emotions. If the general public only reacts to emotions, and this might indeed be the case, then another approach is needed. But he's not going to do it. And neither were his peers. A second point I want to raise is the effect of cognitive authority. A determinant for knowledge hierarchies and consensus about viable historical interpretation is the concept of cognitive authority. This refers to experts who are perceived as credible and influential in other people's thinking, especially if they are very good writers, like Jacques van Doorn was. And the Homo intellectualis was really a very. So as academics often do not have the time nor the occasion to work through all the sources that the expert has found on a controversial topic, they have to rely on secondary sources. They cannot redo all the research. In the debate about Dutch war crime, Van Doorn, together with historians Kees Vasseur, Jan Bank, and Petra Groen, to some extent, could be regarded as cognitive authorities. I recall how in their eyes, a sound historical study on the scale and character of the Dutch violence was regarded as impossible due to the lack of trustful military reports on the Dutch and on the Indonesian side. We all know how the Swiss-Dutch scholar Remy Limpach proved them wrong in 2016 with his groundbreaking study, De Brandende Kampongs van Generaal Spoor. Contrary to Jacques van Doorn in 1970 and 1984, he explicitly mentioned names, locations, and dates related to the crimes that were committed. Moreover, he used exactly the same files that in 1969 had been collected by a government research committee and had been summarized in the form of short abstracts, the abstracts you can find in the Accessinota. The big files that were the source for the abstracts were the main sources of Remy Limpach. He didn't have to look for others. They were just there all the time. So Prime Minister Pittiong has stated that the collected materials substantiated the claim that the crimes were exceptional. Once the archives would be opened up, further research would enable historians to get a clearer picture. Limpach, however, did not need any additional files. Sheer on the basis of the complete files, he could substantiate the claim that a pattern of extreme violence had caused many Indonesian victims. So what changed, according to one of the key scholars in this field, Jan Bank, who edited a new version of the Accessinota in 1992? I'm quoting from an interview I conducted with him. Connecting history to human rights is a new development. For someone who's grown up during a war, its gruesomeness is something that is taken for granted. He's referring to himself. We now live in a Puritan era with new generations that are driven by morale and justice. The story of Bravagadei had to be written, but the moral and judicial consequences, that was not the business of a historian. We had to provide facts. I recognize the reference frame of the generation of Indies experts I tried to challenge by claiming that empiricism when victims of violence are at stake is not a viable approach. But I sense that the lack of political salience at the time in 2002 when I published my book and the nuanced approach of my PhD resulted in more or less the same silence as Jacques van Doorn experienced. This brings us to the question of the role of activism and the law in addressing sensitive historical topics such as not only Indonesian colonization, also the sexual abuse in the Catholic Church, exploitation of children in youth care, structural forms of racism, and more recently, the rulings with regard to concerns about nitrogen emissions. When that ruling came out, I thought, oh my God, you have Bravagadei, and now we're saved by, when we're talking about, the problems of the environment. Are we going to be saved by the law and the judges when politicians cannot take these decisions? I think that's a quite new perspective on the role of the law. My last point, the lack of pressure from the political left one of the answers to why the political left was not able to address the topic of apologies and reparations with regard to Dutch violence in Indonesia was provided by a key figure in the world of human rights, former Minister of Aid Development, Jan Pronk. He exemplified the radical side of the Dutch Social Democratic Party, the PvdA, and eventually paid the price with being ostracized. There is a connection between his choice to condemn the Indonesian mass murder in Dili in East Timor in 1991, to be one of the few politicians who unconditionally supported the mothers of Srebrenica, and labeling the Dutch re-decolonization war as an unjust war. He had to pay a price for that. Especially the first position would lead to the breakdown of economic relations to Indonesia for quite some time, was greatly resented by his party and alienated him from the political leaders of the left. His answer to my question, why apologies and reparations have never been a topic of negotiation with Indonesia, was surprising. He said this: we were in close contact with dissidents and political opponents of Suharto. I knew them all. And the issue of reparations and apologies was never raised by them. They pressed for economic development. They wanted loans and they wanted support in building up the country and improving the living condition of the average Indonesian. That was the way we could offer support. We could repair what we'd done wrong in the colonial time by giving them money and bringing. So the not symbolic gestures like apologies and reparation, that doesn't seem to be of any substance. Honestly, he said, nobody ever raised the topic. So for me, this made it very clear why there is this void, this discourse on reparation and apologies on the side of, they had other means. They were thinking through the channel of aid development. I want to end with a provocative statement that which we should be grateful to a lawyer, Lisbeth Zegveld, and to an activist, Jeffrey Pondat, to what finally evolved into pressure that was strong enough to call for in-depth research. And my hope is that in future research projects, activists and journalists and the many citizen scientists who helped to create knowledge about what happened will be included as essential spokesmen and women. Thank you.
Thanks, Steph, for this wonderful talk, very personal in many ways, but also clear, I would say, it's a challenge for us as scholars to reflect on what we are doing. What I will do is I will get up and leave this place, so Anton can take my position and use this microphone to present us with his comments on this panel.
Squeezing here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, for welcoming me. I'm honored to be here at the Asser Institute and grateful for your invitation to deliver a comment. And I was inspired by the three rich contributions of my colleagues to ask my own question, which I will try to answer. The question I want to ask is, and I don't know if the PowerPoint is on. Thank you. Was Indonesia My question is, was Indonesia a Dutch colony in the years 1945 until 1949? And as a second related question, I will ask, which international law was applicable at the time? And please consider my answers as provisional, tentative. First, a brief reminder of three important dates. In February 1942, the Japanese occupied, in the wake of Pearl Harbor, Japanese occupied the Dutch East Indies. And that occupation lasted until August 1945. And at the end of it, Sukarno and his fellows proclaimed the independence of Indonesia. This was only recognized by the Netherlands in December 1949. And in between there was that conflict, that armed conflict. First of all, when the Japanese occupied Indonesia, was Indonesia still a Dutch colony in these years, 42, 45? I would answer that question with a yes. There is a near consensus that the Japanese waged a war of aggression and that their occupation of the Dutch East Indies violated international law. Not all agreed. There are notable exceptions, especially the Indian judge Paul and also the Dutch judge Reuling had deviating opinions about this, the concept that the Japanese waged a war of aggression. Japanese leaders were tried for crimes against peace, for war crimes, and crimes against humanity at the International Military Tribunal for the Far East, including for crimes in the Dutch East Indies. So the answer to that question was Indonesia, a Dutch colony in these war years, would be almost unanimously yes. The Dutch thesis about the period 1945-1949 is that Indonesia was a Dutch colony and should be called Dutch East Indies. On this view, the following international law was applicable. First of all, in international humanitarian law, the Martens Clause, which was a clause figuring in the introduction, the preamble of the Hague Conventions. And summarily, the clause told that everything that was not regulated in the Hague Conventions of 1899 and later 1907 should be governed by principles of humanity. It was a residual clause. And by the way, the clause was not written by Fyodor Martens, the Tsarist representative. It was written by the Belgian Baron Lambermont. The Martens clause was a Belgian invention. Another type of law that was applicable according to this Dutch thesis was, in the realm of international human rights law, the United Nations Charter, which was ratified by the Netherlands in December 1945. And it has provisions on non-self-governing territories to which the Dutch East Indies clearly belonged. There were also some provisions about human rights, general provisions. So that was applicable, ratified by the Netherlands from the 10th of December 1945 on. In addition, another strand of international human rights law that was applicable was the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This was a General Assembly resolution that was, and the Netherlands voted in favor of that resolution on the 10th of December 1948. International law that was not applicable were the Geneva Conventions of 1949, which were discussed by Boyd van Dijk here, and especially Common Article 3, which stipulates that non-international armed conflicts should be governed by principles of humanity. These conventions with that Common Article 3 were signed by the Netherlands in December 1949, a few days before it recognized independence, the independence of Indonesia. But it was only ratified in 1954, sorry. And the Geneva Conventions, the 4 Geneva Conventions of 1949 were ratified by Indonesia in 1958. The conclusion, if we accept the Dutch thesis that Indonesia was a Dutch colony between 1945 and 1949, then the protections for victims of the armed conflict would mainly come from the United Nations Charter. Now there is an opposing thesis, the Indonesian thesis, which says that Indonesia was not a Dutch colony in 1945, 1949, but an independent state. On this view, the following international law would be applicable. In the realm of international humanitarian law, the Hague Convention number 4 of 1907, ratified by the Netherlands very soon afterwards, would be applicable in its entirety, including the Hague regulations, which are an annex to this Hague Convention, and especially the section of the military authority over the territory of the hostile state. Also applicable would be the Geneva Conventions of 1929, ratified by the Netherlands in 1932, especially the section on penal sanctions with regard to prisoners of war. This bit of international humanitarian law, very strong conventions, would be applicable. Now, I must say these are strong conventions because at Nuremberg and also at Tokyo, the judgment said that the Hague Convention of 1907 and the Geneva Conventions of 1929 had acquired by 1939, the start of the Second World War, the status of customary international law. That is mentioned in the International Military Tribunal judgment, to the charter of which the Netherlands were a party. Equally, the important clause, si omnes clause, in international humanitarian law was reversed in 1929, which meant that even if an adversary of the Netherlands did not ratify the Geneva Conventions of 1929, they were still applicable to the Netherlands. So the non-mutuality, the non-reciprocity of the Conventions of 1929 were recognized in the Second Geneva Convention of 1929. Very important. The Convention of the Hague and of Geneva 29 were applicable. They were ratified by the Netherlands. They were recognized as customary international law, and they were binding for the Netherlands, although the other party, the Indonesians, were not a party to the conventions until 1959. By the way, Indonesia ratified the conventions, the Geneva Convention of 1929 in 1959. They were not superseded by the 4 Geneva Conventions of 1949. Very interesting for our discussion. In the realm of international human rights law, we could also say that the United Nations Charter is applicable. It was ratified by the Netherlands, and it is applicable in its entirety, especially the stipulations about the relations between sovereign states this time. And also the Universal Declaration of Human Rights would add moral force to any argument for the Indonesian thesis. Not applicable would be the 4 Geneva Conventions of 49. They came too late. They were ratified, and given the non-retroactivity rule, they cannot apply it retrospectively. In international human rights law, not applicable were the European Convention of Human Rights, the topic of a hugely interesting contribution by Anne-Isabelle Richard, nor the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights, etc. All these treaties came too late. In international criminal law, the Geneva Convention of 1948 was ratified by the Netherlands in 1966. So it was not applicable in the years 45 until 49. There is another interesting convention, a convention on time bars for war crimes and crimes against humanity, called the Convention on the Non-Applicability of Statutory Limitations. And it has a very special clause that convention would be applicable irrespective of the date of the commission of the war crimes and crimes against humanity. So that would be a candidate for applicability for the Netherlands, for the crimes which happened after the Second World War. But this convention was never ratified by the Netherlands. And I have a suspicion why that was the case, was not the case. The conclusion for the Indonesian thesis is that the protection for victims of the armed conflict between 45 and 49 would come from the Hague Convention of 1907, the Geneva Convention of 1929, and the United Nations Charter. So the basis for dealing with the crimes committed at the time would be far larger. Now my discussion. The Indonesian case should not be, and Boyd already, and also Isabel, and also Steph said this already, it should not be viewed in an isolated way. It is comparable to the Vietnamese case, where also the French colony of Vietnam was occupied by the Japanese, and when the Japanese left, the Vietnamese declared independence, very much like was the case in Indonesia. And that independence was only recognized by France after the defeat in Dien Bien Phu in 1954. And there is a famous case about this, the Georges-Boudagel case in France. I can explain this later in the discussion if need be. The Indonesian thesis on balance, I find, is the most plausible. It prevailed over the longer term, not at a material time, but later, and never entirely. But I must say that backed by resolutions of the United Nations General Assembly, and also by the United Nations Human Rights Covenants, the additional Protocol 1 to the Geneva Conventions, these additional protocols were concluded in 1977, recognized that struggles of peoples against colonial domination were international armed conflicts. This additional protocol of 1977 was ratified by the Netherlands in 1987, 10 years later. So this means that from 1987 on, the Netherlands recognized implicitly and morally but not legally, for reasons of retroactivity, that it had been engaged in an international armed conflict between 1945 and 1949. My conclusions. The conflict in 1945 until 1949 was not a police action against insurgents in the context of a colonial territory in which domestic Dutch law alone was applicable. It was an international law, an international war, or officially an international armed conflict in the context of independence. And the crimes committed during the conflict from both sides, and I emphasize from both sides, not only the Dutch side, but also the Indonesian side, were war crimes and crimes against humanity. The notion of war crimes was uncontested by 1945. It gained currency after the Versailles Treaty, and it was uncontroversial. The notion of crimes against humanity, in contrast, was a very controversial notion because it was in its infancy in 1945. It was part of the charter of the Nuremberg Tribunal, but many thought that A, it was only applicable to the Axis countries, including Japan, and that B, there had to be a nexus with an international armed conflict and with crimes against peace and war crimes. And therefore it is controversial, but not excluded. Finally, something that I did not investigate well enough, but that I gave you as a reflection, the issue of continuing crimes, especially enforced disappearances and confiscation of property, deserved more examination because it could render applicable treaties ratified after 1949. And I can explain this in the Q&A if need be. Now, some of the crimes committed in the late 40s were continuing crimes, crimes that continue after 49. And then the Rawagede case, to which Steph referred a few times, and also Viva, the judges in that case, which dates from 2011 and which was about a massacre during the Dutch military operations in 1947 in Indonesia, the judges in that case adopted the Dutch thesis. They assumed that Indonesia was a Dutch colony at the time, although there is some contradiction in the judgment itself about this. The judges applied domestic law, domestic Dutch law, and mainly discussed prescription issues of verjaring. They did not use international law at all in their judgment. And they only quoted references to it by the parties, by Lisbeth Zegveld, and also by the Dutch state. These referred occasionally to international law, and the judges in that case quoted these references, but they never used it in their own reasoning. And even so, the judgment was very encouraging for the surviving victims of the wars between the international armed conflict between 1945 and 1949. Thank you.
Should we sort of switch sheets again? Q&A has magically appeared on the screen before us. So thanks again all the speakers, including Antonio, for the presentations, which to me at least have put up so much more questions than I initially did. When I walked in the room, I had some questions, and I have tons more. I think you all mentioned several themes. I think part of things that took my immediately by surprise, indeed, the sort of continuing reference to the Second World War as okay, we will become the occupator ourselves. The war has a very strong theme also in the notion of how we think about our own past. This is the moment for Q&As. I was wondering about some things I discussed already. I see some questions on the screen. I would initially ask people in this audience if they had any burning questions. I saw myself, but I will spare. So I'll keep myself to the end. So I'm looking around the room if you have any questions. I see Saskia back there. Maybe collect two and then move on. Saskia. Yeah, you can.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this panel. I learned so much. I'm not a historian of human rights, so I realize how little I know now about the historical context in which these treaties were shaped and how important it is to think that through. So from this lack of knowledge comes a question for clarification to Boyd. You described this tension between wanting to criminalize certain war crimes. That was a weird sentence, but to exempt particular forms of violence from it. Like I don't actually know what the Geneva Conventions look like in this. Like, was it a territorial exemption also, or what was the wording that they found to resolve this tension? And to Steph, I was intrigued by the answer of Jan Ponk about like that they want material support rather than symbolic gestures. My understanding of present discussions about reparation is that it's very much about material, like it's not symbolic gestures that are being sought. It's very much material redemption. So and it seems to me it's a very different thing to ask for a repayment of a debt rather than to be asking for charity. So I wonder how that works.
Well,
Yeah.
Maybe before we delve into answer, we'll take two more questions. We have a question for Boyd, of course, Steph, and then we get back to answering. Yeah.
Karin de Vries of the Vrije Universiteit in Amsterdam. Thank you very much for all the presentations. They're really wonderful. I actually have a question for Anton, if I may. I was fascinated by your legal analysis of the question of whether Indonesia was a colony between 1945 and 1949 and which law applied. But when you presented the two theses next to each other, I felt that aren't we in a sense asking the wrong question, because both outcomes seem to in a way sort of miss the point if we consider that from a domestic point of view. So in a sense there would have been a duty on the Dutch government to protect human rights as sort of state responsible for protecting human rights internally. But that would be denying the agency on the part of the Indonesian resistance. Whereas if we frame it as an international law conflict, then and you stress the fact that both sides would be responsible for the war crimes committed, which seems to deny the asymmetry in the power relations between the two sides. And I'm thinking about this book. It's called The Human Right to Dominate. It's about the Middle East conflict. It's very much about how international law is actually used to frame acts committed by the Palestinian side as war crimes on the same level as those committed by Israel. And so I was wondering, do we not need to look for a sort of underlying principle in law that is capable of recognizing that asymmetry rather than asking, is it domestic or is it international? I'd love to hear your view on that.
I'll take one final question from Leon and then we'll move to answers.
Thank you, Viva. Thank you to all the presenters and to the commentator. There is no question from me at this moment, but just an invitation to the presenters to feel free to engage with the comment of Anton de Weitz as well. So that's also an option during this open sort of session.
Which is duly noted. I take. Maybe we can sort of move from my right to my left. So start with Boyd, Steph. Jump in if you feel like.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for these wonderful comments, Tom, and it's great to also finally meet you in person after reading much of your work in the past. And thanks, Jessica, for your question as well. It's a really interesting one. I'm going to talk for a long time about it, but I want to keep myself limited just to a few issues to get back to your question about colonial exception. Where are they in the conventions? To what extent were they actually codified and made part of the law? So in my book, I reconstruct the laws making. I do that by looking at core provisions of the conventions that involve classification. So is this an armed conflict or not? And what sort of law should apply? What is a civilian and what sort of protections should they have? What can or should be done with a person who's captured by the enemy and is considered a combatant? Is that a prisoner of war? And if that's the case, what sort of treatment should he or she get as a POW? And there are a couple of other issues, but I think classification and occupation are some of the most interesting here to discuss. So I think the exemption, the colonial exemption, was discussed, of course, not just in this context, but also in the European Convention, as Isabel was talking about a whole range of international treaties from the 1940s, from the Charter to what I'm discussing today. And the question of classification of war is so important because it gets back to the question of who holds sovereignty over specific areas and who actually has the power to claim that this is a armed conflict, whether it's international, as Tom was talking about, or non-international, which is a civil war, colonial war, and so on and so forth. So the question was of course about which sort of wars would fall under that category and gets kind of covered by the convention. But what it's really about is who holds the power to decide over what is an armed conflict, what is it? That is, I think, the most interesting question. So I tried to reconstruct that by not just looking at how these imperial states discussed that question, but also how, for instance, the Republicans did so in the years before 49. So what's interesting is just, it's not a correction, it's just an added layer or a new layer to our story. The Republicans promised to apply the principles of the 29 Convention. And it's the same in the Vietnamese case, which I discussed in the papers. I'm sure you'll find it interesting. So here you have all kinds of ideas about the application of international law to these conflicts. But also Jewish survivors take part, and they say, well, emergencies that took place before the aggression of Nazi Germany should also be covered. So think of Kristallnacht and all these other cases of violence that took place within the state, but led to a form of emergency, they claim, and that should also fall under the convention. So that led to a very interesting debate about what is a so-called non-international armed conflict. And to cut a long story short, I think what states were able to agree upon, and again, the book has more details if you're interested in that, please read it. And this is not a promotion, this is just for me to cut my story short. Is about how do we apply international to specific conflict, but how do we keep that decision-making power in our own hands? And I think that's the crux of the issue here. So why is Common Article 3 not kind of a guideline, like a legal guideline the years after 49? It's because states were still able to decide whether it should apply. It was not put in international hands. It was not like the Security Council or the General Assembly could have decided on these things, or the International Committee of Red Cross. That's different now. That's been changed, but certainly in the 40s, 50s, and I would say up to the 1990s, maybe even, that kind of prerogative power was held by the state. So that's one exception you could see, you could trace. And it's, to be sure, it's not like explicitly mentioned in the text, like this particular power is in the hands of the state. It's implicit, but it's powerful enough, as we've seen in the years after 49. The last, very briefly, issue I want to discuss is a whole range of exceptions imperial states tried to obtain in the years between 45 and 49 on issues of counterinsurgency. So how do you wage a war of counterinsurgency? So basically what the Dutch were doing in the nation. How do you suppress an insurgency? And what sort of legal instruments can we use to deter or push down or put down an insurgency? So that varies from collective penalties. So maybe there's one particular violent incident in a community, in a village, but then you collectively penalize the entire village by burning down houses, for instance. So that's the kampong van sport type of metaphor. You have reprisals. So maybe the other party, in this case, the Republican Party, commits a violation of the law, or at least in your perception. And then you can push back, and you can actually unleash a lot of violence, and even break the law just to push the other one to follow it again. That's a reprisal in essence. And you have torture. So how do you interrogate detainees? And can you make use of that weapon? And all these issues were discussed in the 40s, in the late 40s. And many of these imperial states, and some were more moderate on the issues, but certainly the British, and to a certain extent the Dutch as well, were on the counterinsurgency state side. So they want to have exceptions on these issues.
Maybe not to be excessively rude, but I will ask you to sort of make one final sentence on this topic. And then
so that's another, I think, kind of discussion you can see about exceptions. I'm not saying the Dutch state wanted to necessarily apply torture, for instance, in Europe, if they would find a counter occupation there, but certainly in the colonies, they were looking for these exceptions so they could use state power more or less without too many legal restraints. But that obviously created a whole debate, and that's all.
Yeah, just with my own time, because eating into the general lunchtime, and we have plenty of time for that, but also to well, maybe Steph, you're.
Yes, about the comment by Tom. What? Sorry. Yes. I think it's crucial to think of who is at the table. Who is he talking to? And I think in general, we have to take into account the shift and the increase of the amount of voices that count. And here, this is something I have addressed together with my colleague Nicole Imler in an article called Seeking Justice and Disentangle History. The fact that we kind of, on the one hand, hang on to the national state as a reference rate. This was also the question of Jan Bank when I interviewed him. Did the Indonesian state want acknowledgements? But who are you talking to? Who wants? I mean, we have moved from the level of a state representative who negotiate what they want to illiterate women from a village that are represented by an activist. So that's quite a change. So in the bubble of aid development and Priviliaden, these were his interlocutors. This is who he was talking to. So these were the signals that he got about what they wanted, and they agreed on that. So I think it's legitimate for him to represent and it makes sense to me why this was not an issue there. Not because they didn't want to, or these were the voices they were hearing. They could have heard other voices, but they were not there. And they evolved with the democratization of history and globalization and access to media. And without the internet and Wi-Fi and email, Geoffrey Pondar could have never have accomplished what he did. So there is an interconnectedness between all this. So you have to see what the contingency of the different parties is. So I think in Jan Pronk's realm, this was an understandable and legitimate. And that is not to say that it isn't a matter of bread and butter. It is, but in a different context.
Yeah, thanks. Move on to Anton.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. The question of asymmetry and its importance. I do not have a real answer to that question, but in general, I can say that there is of course, always an asymmetry between warring parties in armed conflicts. And the asymmetry between small nations and small states, small-sized states and huge states was at the origin, for example, of the Martens Clause. It was precisely Belgium already in the 19th century was very worried about the asymmetry between the military power of the neighboring countries and its own military power. And that asymmetry has always played a role, also between an incipient state like Indonesia and an established state like the Netherlands. There is an inevitable asymmetry. So I would say that the dictum of Groucho Marx, I have my principles, and if you do not like them, I have others. It's not applicable here. It's not applicable at the level of theory. The international law does not distinguish according to the power potential of the warring parties. But of course, at the level of facts, you should prove that the war crimes or crimes against humanity have happened. And you have to decide, with the evidence, case by case. Not only the cases of atrocities committed by the Dutch, but also atrocities committed by the Indonesians in these very same years. So at the level of facts, yes, there is the evidence that decides in the end.
I think Boyd and Steph want to jump in. So.
Yeah. Yes. I want to connect her question. I can't see your name. Sorry. With Anton's answer. I think this is a dangerous remark, because many of the arguments that are used to point to specific context are misused. They are misused to not address violence. So you have suspect arguments, but that doesn't mean that the arguments in itself don't have a validity. So when I'm saying you have to see things into context, I'm not mitigating. So with regard to the asymmetry, one of the big problems of the insurgency and counterinsurgency is that local villagers who were not engaged in would be intermittently attacked by their own people and by the Dutch. And this has always been said, this is the discourse of veterans to disavow the responsibility, but it is a social reality. When you interview people at the local level, you hear these stories. They are now then protected by them, and then they are protected by them, and then they're burned down by them. And then, so there is I think it's very important to address the specific context of the violence, but not disavow the fact that there were attacks. I even recently Remy Liebach, who's studying the actions of the military intelligence and the realm in the military organization where the tortures and the interrogations took place. They found an order from the local commander, Indonesian commander, to harass people and to even rape women who were suspected of. And this is not black propaganda. This is what happened. So this, and it's very, it's very dangerous to address this because it's immediately caught up in the accusation of this not wanting to look at so because these arguments have been misused for so long, they are suspect, but I think historians have to look at them and not. And so this is also one of the answers of this asymmetry. For the local population, it was very often just escape from either side. And one of the most important elements is that the regular forces of the Indonesian T.M.C. were not enough to control. They were completely, like Willem van Oranje was dependent on the Watergeuzen, so was Sukarno and Hatta are dependent on local groups of bandits, gangs. Irregular forces are always dependent on knowledge and expertise, weapons from criminal realms. So it makes it very complicated to put our usual moral frames on this historical context.
Was you want to then?
Yeah, very briefly. I think the question of this century is really fascinating, and it's a kind of a central question in the history of humanitarian law. Does the law apply equally to all sides, or can perhaps the weaker party have some exemptions from the law in order to wage war more effectively against a more powerful state or other party to non-conflict? And I think it's really interesting. I'm an historian, so I've been looking at how particularly socialist states have made these remarks throughout the Cold War, and also national liberation movements have done so in the past. And what's striking is that this debate was also particularly interesting, even for some very powerful states like France in the 40s. So again, I've not only looked at socialist states like East Germany or Soviet Union, which also published on before, or national liberation movements like Republicans in Indonesia, but also how some smaller or weaker Western states have discussed this in the 40s, and whether they want to have some form of an exception in case they would be occupied again in the future. And even states like France were quite sympathetic to this argument because they were fearing another occupation in the future. Obviously, it came eventually to a different conclusion, but if you look internally what's being discussed, they recognize that they would be on the weaker side when it comes to European conflict. They're not talking here about their colonies in Africa and other places, where they're of course also waging wars of counterinsurgency or wage wars of insurgency. But you can see this continuing debate, and it's going on still today when it comes to all kinds of rebel groups and armed groups across the world, and whether they should follow IHL or humanitarian law strictly, or whether they should have certain exceptions. For instance, think of the question of human shielding. I think that's a really polemic question. And it's not a coincidence that the same author who wrote Light to Dominate has now recently published a book on human shields. That's a continuing debate, and for me as an historian, it's interesting to historicize that to see if we can see differences in continuities throughout the past.
I will shamefully accuse my power as chair to pick on some questions from the online Q&A. So one question from David Singh is on the role of Western countries recognizing rights of self-determination of colonial nations, which is a slightly different discussion, but very much related, I would say, to the human rights story. And it's about, I will put you on the spot here if you, so please, I can also ask it the general panel, but I thought this is maybe something you can expand a bit upon from your particular expertise. The second question I would like to ask the panel in general, and that is a question on whether the framework of the Second World War as a continued moral guideline being continuously used in public debates in the Netherlands, as opposed to the Dutch colonial wars and conflicts of 45-61, can be seen as a reflection of a continued disregard for Dutch overseas experiences, and therefore continuation of the same old practice of dividing ethical standards between European and overseas spaces. And I have carefully read this from the chat in front of me. And I think that's some things which the entire panel can reflect on. So maybe not. That's also perfectly fine.
I'm not sure I completely understand the question. It's about the role played by the constitutions of Western countries in recognizing the rights of self-determination of colonial nations. And I guess there is the first thing that comes to mind is the work of Fred Cooper relating to France, and how the new French constitutions after the Second World War, particularly the first installment of that, really gave a platform to African politicians to claim rights and to actually use them for their own purposes, to a certain extent what they also do in the Council of Europe, to use the arguments that the French constitution gave them and to turn those against the French, basically. And if you compare that to the British case, which is quite interesting, because there you don't see representatives of overseas, of colonies, etc., in Westminster because of the different setup of the British Parliament. So there it works very differently. In some cases, yes. And in some cases, in some cases you do have this looping back mechanism, and in some cases the other means are used. I'm not sure if I understood the question properly.
No, but it's a very clear answer. So that's in many ways already. So maybe final thoughts on the panel on this framework of Second World War as a war.
That I do actually have something to
Well,
say.
great, chip in.
I think that is very much the case. And I think the sort of, if you just think about the sort of people who had the rhetoric about how terrible the war was in the Netherlands, and then the people coming from the camps in Indonesia coming back here, having also had a terrible experience, and then the reception here being, well, it was worse here because we had the hunger winter. I think that applies to this completely, and that wasn't even about people who are different. There wasn't even a racial component to it. I mean, that was also just Dutch people. So, I mean, if you then add race in the mix in different civilizations, how they were regarded, I think it just amplifies that whole mechanism.
I think that this is too, how to say, it's, to my taste, it's too much on the meta level. Because there are several layers that account for this. It is politically prioritized because it contributes to a kind of moral discourse on human rights. Remember the Second World War, we don't want that anymore. So there is increasing space for other stories, for slavery. You see what changes with monuments, with museums. So it is gradually changing, but there is how to say, a logical reason why a nation chooses some narratives that are self-referential. But it doesn't, it doesn't explicitly shove away the ethical standards. It's just a question of prioritization at the political level, not the level of resources. I want to stress the level of resources. Just you don't wake up and think, oh, I have to think more about what happened in Indonesia. It's what you see on television, what the exhibitions, think of the budget of the 4 or 5 Meis. How much resources are put in there on television ads. So it's that kind of resources that determine this. And it's changing gradually, but just as the veterans were protected for a very long time from a book like René Limpa published, so the older generations who lived through the Second World War are protected from the potential story of the good German soldier to be remembered, or the potential tragic story of the child of an NSB collaborator who was traumatized through her lifetime because being ostracized. So there are these all alternative narratives that are too sensitive now, and that while the older group dies out, fades into history, there is more place without the chances of controversies and political strife. And so some stories can grow when people have died, when people have passed away.
On that very sad note, I think it is time for lunch because we.
Sorry.
Yeah, I saw a question, but maybe we can take that one up over lunch. I would like to thank you once again for fascinating talks, which I think that was really sort of also the connection between how we do history and also our position as researchers. How do we present our facts, if it's only about presenting facts, but also interpreting them, obviously, to the wider audience. So for me, a lot of food for thought. And now let's move on to the actual food, I would say. Thank you so much. We'll be back at 1 with the panel on citizenship and rights.
Yeah, and at this moment, I'm looking more at the European dimensions of these debates and how they, and how they intersect with European citizenship, intimacies, and the construction of European identity. And it's still very much work in progress what I'm doing here, so that is kind of like something to keep in mind. Let me see, I should move to a different slide now. Oh. Yes. A couple of questions. What is the meaning of postcolonial occlusion? Postcolonial afsluiting in Dutch. I'm still looking for a proper term, but this is what I come with so far. And European integration for citizenship, intimacies, and representations of Europeanness. And the question that also informed this is whether Europe has really become a post-racial space as its treaties and national constitutions suggest. If we look at these processes, if we look at the ways in which political actors have constructed and regulated citizenship in a national context and intimacies in a national context, and then after that in the European context. And yeah. So my work is informed by decolonial perspectives. So by ideas about what the world should look like, and what is an important idea in this regard is the notion of colonialism and how colonialism created wealth for the metropole. So the connection between colonialism and wealth creation is I think very important for looking at these things. It informs not only how I look at what happened after colonialism, but also how many people who were involved in decolonial struggles and etc. and also in activism look at what happened after the Second World War. And in that regard, I'm, for instance, inspired by thinkers like Tendai Achiume, who argued that the history of colonialism, during which 60 million Europeans moved to a variety of territories across the world, US, Australia, Canada, South America, the Caribbean, Africa, Asia, that this history generates a theory of sovereignty that obligates former colonial powers to open their borders to former colonial subjects. So this is, from a decolonial perspective, you would certainly support that. But what we have seen is instead that after the end of the Second World War, that the ways in which citizenship and migration regimes have impacted on people from the colonies, that this can be viewed as a political economy of citizenships through which global inequalities are reproduced. If you keep in mind that in many cases, the metropoles became sealed off for people from the colonies. And even before independence, there were already attempts to limit the rights of free entrance and settlement into the colonies, into the metropoles, sorry. Sovereignty was, you had a shift of the meaning of sovereignty as an instrument for European conquest to sovereignty as a means to, mark the boundaries of the nation states, the metropolitan nation states, and the metropoles who became rich during the colonial enterprise. Thomas Spijkerboer was also sitting here, and he mentioned that if you look at the international and European migration regime, that you can see a racialized pattern in the sense that primarily people from the former colonies are subject to restrictive regimes regarding visa and residence. So you see these patterns continuing. And now I think what is particularly inspiring, this is an article by Barak Kalir, who in a sense steps out of the legal framework and develops the concept of departheid. And what he postulates is that Western states intentionally implement a racialized mobility regime that is in line with past colonial configurations. So he is looking at the US, Australia, but he's also looking, and this is significant in this regard, to Europe and European state making. And what he calls attention to is the violent nature of preemptive border politics, the segregation and confinement of people, and the deportation or pressure to leave the territory. And he says that this situation bears similarities with apartheid as a governing ideology that was also based on racialization, segregation, and deportation. And he says, quote, "It is similarly animated by a sense of moral superiority that is rooted in a fantasy of white supremacy. Under colonial regimes, subject races were fundamentally seen by European colonizers as inferior, always restricted in their mobility, and never on par with the entitlements that pertained to white European citizens." So he makes these connections between the past and the present, and his analysis is primarily based on, I think, if I'm correct, on refugees and asylum seekers. But I think it is also instructive for understanding the reconfiguration of imperial and national citizenship in the post-Second World War period. So, and that is I'm going to mention some examples to exemplify this in a minute. But first, I should define what this reconfiguration means. So, broadly speaking, I think you could say that European foreign nationals increasingly became to be treated as national citizens as a consequence of European integration and as a consequence of the formation of European citizenship. And with regard to mobility and residence, but also with regard to many other rights. And the other development that paralleled this was that people from the former colonies experienced the loss of mobility and residence rights in the metropoles, especially after independence. And I should mention that this is not a natural development, but this was a political choice. So, whereas European integration meant the gradual removal of borders between European nation states and their nationals and the introduction of European citizenship, post-colonial occlusion, as I tentatively define it, meant the severing of ties between European empires and former colonies and the people from these colonies
via collective denationalization and independence, and the erection of boundaries through the retraction of rights of free movement and residence. So yeah, and we are all now very familiar with the dichotomy between European citizens and third country nationals. And I think it's good to remember that many people who belong to the category of the third country nationals are people from the former colonies, not exclusively, but to a large extent. So yeah, let me say something, and these processes, well, if you look at the Netherlands, Belgium, France, England, and Portugal, you can see how you could see similar patterns, although of course with variations of post-colonial occlusion, but also you can also see parallel to that regime the situation of the racialized instability of citizenship. So so in that sense, yeah, the racialized instability is a phenomenon that preceded, paralleled, and succeeded the post-colonial occlusion. So it is these two processes that work in parallel. And I will now look at some of the examples by turning to the Netherlands and Britain. So the first example is drawn from the history of the Netherlands, and it concerns the history of the Eurasian Dutch citizens, so-called Indische Nederlanders, also Indo-Europese Nederlanders in the 50s, who remained Dutch citizens after the independence of Indonesia in 1949, or I should say after the transfer of independence from the perspective of the Dutch government, because Indonesia, in Indonesian historiography, 1945 was the date of independence. But this was a group of people that remained Dutch citizens and that moved to the Netherlands in greater numbers after independence. And so their status didn't change, but nonetheless, their movement to the metropole was problematized in the 50s. And this is known to be as discouragement policies, ontmoedigingspolitiek. So what happened is that they were put under pressure by the Dutch government to opt for Indonesian nationality. And when most of them did not opt for Indonesian nationality and stayed Dutch citizens, this was followed by the policy of discouragement, ontmoedigingspolitiek. And this was in connection with discourses on their identity. What you saw is that the people were constructed as, Eastern-oriented Dutch citizens, and a distinction was made between Eastern-oriented Dutch citizens and Western-oriented Dutch citizens. And this distinction was a racialized distinction. So the ontmoedigingspolitiek was a policy. It's good to emphasize that the people still had the right to move and settle in the Netherlands, but because loans were withheld from them, they could not effectively move to the Netherlands in this phase. In 1956, the ontmoedigingspolitiek, the discouragement policies were ended, but that was the situation for 2 years. And so there was a lot of essentialism that became connected with the problematization of the right of free movement to the Netherlands in that context. Then let me move to the British. Yeah, we can see a similar dynamics in the British context. I will not, I think I don't have time to show the clips, so I will not do that. Yeah, so there was, of course, the crisis in Uganda, the political crisis, which led to a very difficult situation for the people referred to as Uganda Asians. And this group of people who remained UK citizens in 1962, because they did not become nationals of Uganda or Kenya, they still had the right to be issued with passports from the Dutch government. And they increasingly moved to Britain in greater numbers. And in response to this development, there were populist campaigns going on. At the same time, we had Enoch Powell, who was a populist politician who wanted, in essence, to keep Britain white. And what happened is that the Nationality Act of 1962 was changed in such a way that people lost their right of free entrance and residence in Britain. And so people from the citizens of the kingdom and the colonies who were entitled to full British passports were deprived of the right to enter and remain in the country of citizenship. And it's good to remember that people with European ancestry were free to enter Britain. So this system was replaced by free migration was replaced by a voucher system, and it had dramatic consequences for the people involved because they could not stay anywhere. They were British passport holders, but they moved around. So the legal court, their legal case was brought to the European Commission of Human Rights, and Britain was condemned. I will not go into great detail about that, but it should be remembered that although the quota were increased, the right of free movement was not restored. And Anthony Lester, who was one of the lawyers, 5 minutes, yeah, argued that a group of British citizens temporarily in office used their legislative majority to abridge the basic rights and freedoms of another group of British citizens because of their color and ethnic origin. So we see here a very clear racialization of the nation and of citizenship. And this is, of course, inconsistent with dominant assumptions in citizenship theory that there are certain inalienable rights with regard to movement and residence in the country of nationality. Yeah, this is a very different picture emerges, in which you can, and I think the concept of conditional citizenship is very useful in this regard. And Jean-Claire Kim defined conditional citizenship as formal citizenship whose meaning is contingent upon variable forces in a given place and time. Unlike on the unconditional citizenship, conditional citizenship is always on the verge of being compromised. So a very agonistic approach to citizenship that is that I think is quite common, or it is not that many people from the colonies are familiar with. And it's good to remember that this is not something from the past, but this is going on right now. We have seen well, there was a proposal by a member of parliament, André Bosman, a liberal, and this proposal was about restricting the right of free movement and settlement from the Caribbean, from Dutch citizens in the Caribbean islands. And so the proposal was about making a distinction, a legal distinction between Antillean Dutch and European Dutch. And the aim was to keep the so-called kansarme Antillianen, the underprivileged or disadvantaged Dutch citizens, out. So it would constitute ending free migrations of Antilliaanse Nederlanders from Aruba, Curaçao, and Sint Maarten by introducing a residence permit. And people had to meet certain socio-economic requirements in order to get this residence permit. And if they would not, if they could not meet these requirements, they would be excluded from the territory and potentially imprisoned and expelled, and also excluded from the housing market and social services. So the European Dutch citizens from the islands would be exempted from this bill, regardless of their class. So a clearly racialized bill, and European Dutch in the bill were defined as people of whom one of the parents was born in the Netherlands. So there was a big critique on the bill, and it was retracted. We see similar debates today with regard to the Empire Windrush scandal. This concerns British citizens from the Caribbean who arrived between 1948 and 1973, and they were wrongly detained, deported, and denied rights in Britain, and their story surfaced only in 2017, and the case is not yet over. So this is a clear demonstration that, you know, your citizenship is not safe when you belong to a racialized, when you're racialized in dominant discourses about what it means to be a national citizen. Okay, and then I'm almost at the end of my presentation. 2 minutes, yeah, thank you. So we can see, so these are some examples of both post-colonial occlusion. Or post-colonial occlusion was, of course, the transfer of nationality to people from the former colonies without their consent. So collective denationalization, which in effect, in essence, meant the end of free migration, but it was paralleled by the dynamics I just discussed. So this is on the one side, you see the instability of citizenship and the rights connected to citizenship, the racialized instability of citizenship. And on the other hand, you see the emergence of the European community, the European Union, which is characterized by free movement and residence of EU citizens, an extension of the rights of from workers to persons. So in essence now, practically all EU citizens can move to other European countries. It is also connected to an identity project, which is about bringing Europe together on non-economic grounds. And this project has been promoted because politicians, EU actors realized that material integration was not enough. And recently we can see the celebration of intra-European intimacies by the European Communion. So what you see is this idea that intra-European intimacies, so intimacies between European citizens from different European countries, that they signify the emergence of European identity, that they embody a new sense of Europeanness. And if you compare this situation with the situation of relationships between EU citizens and third country nationals, then that's a completely different world almost, in which many requirements are imposed on these relationships, and they are constantly scrutinized both on the national and the European level. And so on top of the scrutinization of these relationships, you can see the impact of post-colonial occlusion and these other forms of virtualization of citizenship. So if you read these developments together, then my conclusion, tentative conclusion is that we're dealing with a biopolitics of racialized European community building in Europe, and that it largely follows the logics of this pan-European endogamy. Although I must say that there are conflicting tendencies if you look, for instance, at the Brexit and the rise of nationalism in Europe. So this is these are my tentative observations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jones, for those really interesting remarks. I think that you're absolutely right in pointing towards this idea of racialized citizenship and how that turns citizenship into a matter of degree or a matter of hierarchy sometimes that we tend to forget. We think of citizenship as this all or nothing relationship with the state. But I think that your fine-grained analysis helps us in unpacking that as a concept. I also, another takeaway that I got from your talk is how citizenship and its different degrees are linked to movement. And I really appreciate you mentioning that because I think it will be a good sort of segue into our discussions for the next panel. But I'll stop there. It's all very exciting, but I will now turn to our second speaker on this panel, Dr. Karin van Leeuwen. It is a pleasure to welcome her here today. Karin is an assistant professor in European political history at Maastricht University. Her research focuses on the intersections of political and legal history and encompasses themes such as the transitional legal networks in interwar international law, which is the part of her work that I know quite well. We both work and have an interest in the League of Nations and international law. But she also works on the Dutch contributions to early EU law and the history of Dutch constitutional reforms. On the latter theme, Dutch constitutional reforms, she recently published Over de Grondwet gesproken, published by, I'm just trying to keep a straight face here when I read Dutch, published by Van Loren in 2020. And feel free to correct it when I give you the floor. A thematically organized collection of archival resources from Dutch constitutional committees ranging from, very ambitiously, from 1883 to 1983, 100 years. Hopefully not of solitude of you in the archives, hopefully very exciting research, I'm sure. Karin, you have the floor.
Yes. Yes, it works. Well, thanks first of all for this very kind introduction, and my apologies for presenting you with like this Dutch title, which I think you did very well. Yeah, I think it is relevant to mention it here because actually from various topics that I've worked on, but this will be the background from which I will be speaking. Moreover, thanks a lot also for inviting me to participate in this workshop, which I think is very exciting, but also very new. It brings very new themes for me. So what I will be discussing today is only really very preliminary explorations. I don't have a paper to build on, but I really just took it as an opportunity to revisit some of the materials that I studied, for example, for this source edition, but also for my PhD research and combine that with other work that I do. Maybe one final remark before I get started, because we have this very interdisciplinary setup of the workshop today. Well, Kuno said already that he starts from a decolonial perspective. I took notes.
thinking beyond existing legal frameworks, thinking in normative terms about what the world should look like. And I really, really much appreciate that. And it was very thought-provoking also for me to take a different look, I think, at materials that I know well. But before I start off, I want to warn you that my perspective as a historian is very much focused on what the world looks like to the historical actors that I study. So please don't confuse that with my views or any views that I hold. I certainly wouldn't want to suggest that, but I think it is just really good to have this plurality of views, but nevertheless, I thought that it was good to mention. Speaking on that, I think one of the things that was mentioned already in this morning by Marco Duranti, he talked about the history, or trying to explore the history about in terms of different languages of human rights. And also he was encouraging us to look at roads not taken. Well, that is, I think, what I will do in this short exploration that I'm happy to share with you. Yes, it works. So my starting point is very much, well, the starting point that Viva actually already sketched a little bit this morning. First of all, of course, you've already explained that quite a lot, the gap in historiography when it comes to, well, this theme of decolonization and human rights, which was, of course, also the reason for bringing us together here. What I try to do then is, of course, to circle around or look a little bit beyond that and look into, well, what do we have then? And also, for me, that brings me first to this narrative, basically, which dominates very much the history of foreign policy. But also, you already mentioned Barbara Omen, constitutional debate, constitutional history, this idea that in the Netherlands, especially in the post-war Netherlands, human rights were mainly perceived as something for others, an instrument of foreign policy, but not something that had anything to do with Dutch domestic politics, or certainly not to the same extent. So that's, let's say, part of the history that I also know and maybe also a little bit contributed to. At the same time, of course, what I also have worked on more recently is the Dutch relations with the international legal order. What stands out there, especially in the early post-war period that I want to focus on, is actually the very open relation to international law, also European law. So in that sense, yeah, there is also, on the one hand, there is this idea that human rights have nothing to do with us, but at the same time, all these human rights instruments that are developed on the international level, actually maybe even more for the Netherlands than for some other countries, have quite direct implications. So in that sense, yeah, it sounds a bit contradictory. And that also led me to the question, and here I touch upon one of the starting points of this panel, this contradiction between the narrow definition of citizen rights and then the broad definition of human rights, which are then which are supposedly opposed to each other. And of course, I think in many respects they are. But in a sense, you could also argue that at least in the Dutch domestic context, maybe there is this opposition is smaller than well this bigger claim suggests. So again, what I already said, my thoughts about this are, and especially also the sources that I will present to discuss this question are quite exploratory, and maybe in the end it's really it is indeed a very small empirical base. I simply had not the opportunity to do more research, but what I thought, like, okay, maybe it at least helps us think about what seems like a very self-evident starting point. So it helps us to think about maybe also roads not taken, or only taken, as I said, in a very, for a very limited period of time. So now let me take you to where my starting point is, and this is indeed work, the kind of archives that I went through, well, not for 100 years, but for a couple of years, in preparation of this source edition. And this is a fragment from debates in the Dutch Constitutional Committee of 1950-1954. And now let me take you back to show a little bit like what this is coming from. In the 1940s, initially there had already been a constitutional reform that had to prepare the Dutch constitution. Let's think of Antoon's discussion about Indonesian independence. Well, at least the constitutional view in the Netherlands was that that was only possible once the constitution had been, let's say, opened to this transfer of sovereignty. That operation had been completed in 1948. And only then the Dutch politics started also to think about, well, the domestic legal order. During the war, a lot of plans had been written by isolated politicians about how to create a better constitutional order. And in 1950, finally, the time has come to start also discussing those plans. And most of it regarded really the function of democracy, etc. So human rights was certainly not a major topic. And at the same time, of course, the whole international debate about human rights and all these charters, they had also their reflection on the Dutch debate. So one of the topics that the committee could not really avoid was to also think about, well, should we make those international human rights also, should they also have implications for, to follow the terminology, the citizen rights that are in the Dutch constitution. Now, there were a lot of course, opposing views. There was a lot of writing, or not a lot, but there was some writing also of Dutch politicians on thinking about rights also in these wartime reform plans. Many of them have been inspired by personalist thinking, in which like the individual in their context, of course, but played a role. There was also already an ongoing debate about the limitation of human rights, in particular political rights, to those citizens who acknowledge democracy. We of course see the threats of authoritarianism there still in the debate. But in the end, well, the discussions or the result was quite limited. People were quite happy about what the Dutch constitution was like. There was no major reason for reform, and that is also what you see in this fragment, that they said, okay, and here of course we see this right for others rhetoric. Van Schaik says, okay, yeah, all those catalogs of rights, they're for new states. Actually, he's talking about Ireland here, so not immediately thinking about, let's say, the newly independent states in decolonial terms. And he's also saying, okay, there's nothing really to complain about. And then he's talking about discrimination articles. So there's not really the inclination to do much with this rights. At the same time, of course, there is change in the situation of human rights or rights in the Netherlands, and those are those international instruments that I was talking about. And they also impacted the Dutch constitutional order. And of course, we think about like the UN Declaration, which the Dutch lawyers in those committees said, yeah, but it's not binding. Fine. But also the European Convention, we've heard about it. And of course, the new charters overseeing on one hand, the Dutch-Indonesian Union. So this charter was yeah, how do you say, issued in 1949. And then the kingdom, the new kingdom charter of the 1950s with Suriname and the Antilles. So now, and of course here my short data is really limited because this is really new territory for me. But what is interesting is that you see that those in those drafts for those charters, the fundamental right quite soon appeared as an element of common concern. And we've already heard, of course, about, let's say, especially the Indonesian leaders trying to prove that indeed they are like capable of taking over, etc. So in that sense, it is difficult to really establish, like, or at least I haven't done that, to see where those were coming from, who put them on the agenda, or where they were coming from. And of course, the broader UN context also played an important role here. The Netherlands wanted also probably to adapt to this language of trusteeship that dominated the UN Charter. So that would still suggest that also in this post-colonial context, the Dutch still considered those fundamental rights as something for others. At the same time, there are indications that, well, on one hand, as I said, those rights were actually also put on the agenda by representatives of the former colonies themselves. And a second thing that struck me in the debates, the Dutch debates about the ratification of at least the Dutch-Indonesian Charter, there was a lot of discussion about how those charters and especially those rights would also affect the Dutch legal order itself. So there were politicians asking for like more strict demands, etc., because we cannot be strict enough. And then the minister said, well, we can't do that because we actually don't fulfill that ourselves. And that was especially with regard to independent judiciary, something that we're still, of course, now in European debates being accused of not exactly fulfilling that level. So in other words, these rights and guarantees did not just regard others, but they actually also affected the Dutch domestic legal order. Now, did it really have any impact in that sense, or at least in the 1950s? Of course, here I have only anecdotal evidence. First of all, I have this lady, Mevrouw Hermine Revers, who was the single female member of this constitutional committee that I've earlier showed you the minutes from. And she was the one who actually brought up the issue of a non-discrimination clause within these committee debates. And she indeed pushed for this non-discrimination clause based on what she had herself confirmed also by many of the male members, what was already standing law in the Netherlands because of, in particular, the charter, so the Uniestatut. So she said, well, since we have to fulfill it anyway, we can better also now implement it or include it in the constitution. So of course, she was very well aware that it wasn't really, that again, the Netherlands were not really living up to the standards, especially with regard to the policy of dismissing female civil servants upon their marriage. So that was one of the main topics that she was interested in herself, by the way, being unmarried and only therefore being able to have this career. And of course she wasn't on her own there. And one of the things I found very striking, I was looking in Delft, which is a very nice way to explore, of course, all types of media, actually for a reference to fundamental rights. And where did I find it? In this journal Vrouwenbelangen. So it was the annual report of this organization with the same name, where they were also bringing in, let's say, well, this now legal backup, so the UN declaration, but explicitly also the Uniestatut, so the Indonesian Charter, as a new legal grounds for pleading their case. Now, that was very nice that they used it as an argument, but what I've also found striking, and maybe this is due to my quick search only, but in the parliamentary debate about those legislations that they wanted to change, actually no mention was made anymore of those human rights issue, or this being an issue of human rights. Yeah, maybe it was too provocative at the time, or I don't know why. But this rhetoric actually, at least I couldn't find it back, even though, of course, those debates carried on throughout the 1950s. Then another small exhibit, which I found again in Delft, because I was looking for the fundamental rights in relation to these women, but which surprised me, I think, even more. actually fundamental rights for a very brief period did end up in actual legal court cases in the early 1950s. But not in connection to this gender equality debate, but in various cases that were filed at the Dutch court by representatives of the Moluccan community. First, and this is the first case, they mobilized the charter against what was called the Dutch Parketboot shipping company, claiming that the transportation of Indonesian troops to Ambon violated their fundamental rights. And initially they succeeded, so they were granted their claim by the Dutch court, but when there was a full proceeding, so that was only the short proceeding, but when it came to a full proceeding, it was deemed too political for being decided in court. And here I think this is one of the topics that I well, naturally often come across when talking about like this history of law, but especially also human rights, of course, in this period, that there was this distinction made between, well, should we really put this in legal terms, or is it rather something for political debate? And now I have to, I also struggle with this thing, right? Yeah. There's the other case, and it's a very short one as well. So again, there was this, another court case was brought by representatives of the Moluccan community against, but now against the Dutch government in 1951, and that was about restrictive rules in the camps in which they, and this is, I think, just really the first groups that arrived at the time in which they lived. And in fact, what the case was about was that they could not be visited by a priest due to house rules, and they said, well, this is the right to religious freedom that is being violated. And well, of course, I think Isabel will agree with me that this was one of the human rights most held most dearly in Dutch political debate. Nevertheless, this case too was rejected. The judge went along with the Dutch state, saying, okay, we need these restrictions for order, which was typically, I think, how, well, not necessarily this particular kind of case, but general claims based on rights, well, led to. So I think, again, these are, of course, very small anecdotes, I guess. And unsuccessful, moreover. But what is interesting here is that at least, well, it struck me that the charter left sufficient room for such, for such claims, and that it was actually also taken up by at least some political actors, legal actors in the early 1950s Netherlands. Yeah, that's the same. So to conclude, as I already said, I think what so far, at least my explorations show, is that there was probably only a very limited impact of these charters, and of course I've mainly focused now on the Dutch Indonesian charter on domestic human rights debates. Nevertheless, they show that there was a keen awareness in the Dutch debate that those were certainly not just for others, that they also had their implications, and that, well, maybe they had to think carefully then about how to draft them, but also how to deal with them in legislation. And also, of course, this provided, I mean, it was maybe a small opportunity, but it did provide opportunity to indeed challenge legislation in court, which could not be done based on citizens' rights or constitutional rights. So in that sense, it did indeed expand a little bit like the reach of human rights in the Dutch legal debate. And of course, this is like an example, very small, but of this outsourcing of the guarantee of human rights to international instruments. At the same time, of course, final words, what I think it illustrates again is that there, maybe we should be critical and not think immediately about these very strict boundaries between the national and the international. or civil rights and international human rights. Because in the Dutch debate, actually legal orders were quite often perceived more as multi-layered than as very strictly either national or international, at least with regard to rights.
Thank you very much, Karin. I think this has been a wonderful presentation, and you have been very modest about your preliminary findings, but I think they're very telling and very important, and I really look forward to following up on the research. I also think that what you said in the end, not to be too hung up on the distinction between national and international human rights, and the distinction between civil and political rights, which are distinctions that we hold very dear today, or that human rights lawyers hold dear today, at the time were not very well defined. I can say the same for the 1945 to 48 moment when the Universal Declaration is being drafted. There is really no distinction between economic, civil, political rights in a very sort of well-defined way. And there is even a rejection of that distinction, a rejection of the term civil rights in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. There's a proposal put forward by René Cassin. He wants to have this idea of universal civil rights or fundamental civil rights, and it's set aside. But I really enjoyed it, so thank you very much. With that, now we move on to our next speaker, Dr. Rison Santos do Nascimento, who is joining us online today, and I will give him the floor right after introducing him. Rison Santos do Nascimento is an Aruban scholar of constitutional law with a special expertise in the area of kingdom law. He is currently affiliated with the Faculty of Law of the University of Curaçao, and is a lecturer in constitutional and administrative law. Dr. Santos do Nascimento has also been a scholar in the University of Aruba, and it is my understanding that he's also very active in political movements over there. So, Dr. Santos do Nascimento, it is my pleasure to give you the floor and to welcome you to this workshop.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here with you today to talk about decolonization and human rights. As you already introduced me, my name is
Dr. Santos, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We cannot hear you in the room. Maybe there's a technical issue with the Zoom environment.
I believe in...
So my colleague Viva is going to check very quickly whether Dr. Santos is in the call. And I think his presentation is going to mainly address the constitutional arrangements in more detail and how those arrangements have been affecting, in this case, the Dutch Caribbean space. So, and also, of course, there's a huge component of movement there. So we're very, very lucky to have you all pulling through all of these strings together so that we can have a very wholesome understanding of these debates.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Let's see if we are online with Dr. Santos. If not, we are.
The Zoom fails to show up in this particular.
Oh, so can they hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So we have an issue with the Zoom.
It's work in progress. The nature command sends back the things are very.
Right. So there's a second. We need to wait a second, but maybe our speakers would like to react to each other's remarks as a provisional with provisional ideas, or maybe someone in the room would like to say something. And Isabel, yes, please.
Maybe a very quick comment about the it is on, I think. Oh, yeah, excellent, even better. Because there they turn red, so. About the distinction between the national and the international, I guess also in the Netherlands, this is even more through each other because of the direct effects of international law, which is not the case in all countries, so. Is it? Oh.
Until we hear anything, so we should close up.
But I take your point, and particularly in the interwar period, this is all very mixed in discourse. I think if it comes to like lawyers doing, like in a case, it's different perhaps, but in discourse, it's very much mixed as well. So I completely support that point. But I thought also from a legal perspective, there's also a technical reason why, particularly in the Netherlands, it's mixed, or it's, yeah.
Yeah. That's also where my observations came from, having worked on that discourse, and indeed in the war period, that's already, let's say, accepted as the doctrine. But in the 1950s, it's actually even enshrined in the Constitution. So then there's no way to avoid it, and it's already discussed in that sense, indeed, in also in regard to these. International legal instruments. So yes, this really makes, I think, the Dutch case a bit peculiar.
Thanks. Yes, Stefan Solomon, you have the floor. So I should just clarify, this is the first time the Asser Institute is having a hybrid event. So we are pioneers, and all of you back home or behind your screens are also pioneers in this little experiment of ours. But thank you very much for bearing with us. We are fixing the problem. In the meantime, Stefan, please, you have the floor.
It's basically a question to citizenship, but then also kind of like this racialization of Dutch citizenship being linked to kind of like a racialization of Union citizenship, right? So I was wondering how that kind of like, how this perspective kind of like goes together with the line of case on Union citizenship on third country national, in which third country nationals not only claimed free movement rights of Union citizenship to remain in member states, but also kind of like push the boundaries of Union citizenship a bit further. So I'm thinking of this kind of like this whole Zambrano case law, etc., in which third country nationals remain unlawful or irregularly in member states, kind of like relying on Union citizenship rights to push the boundaries of Union citizenship further.
Can I ask Dr. Jones to hold on to the answer? We have Dr. Santos do Nascimento. Can you hear me, Reisson?
Yes, I can hear you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Bravo to our interns. Thank you. So, Dr. Jones, please hold on to your answer, and we'll come back to that in the Q&A after Dr. Santos and Dr. Sharp in New York. Dr. Santos, have you been able to listen to our introduction of your participation?
Yes, I could hear it. Yes.
Thank you. So you have the floor, and a very warm welcome once again. Sorry for the technical difficulties.
No problem. Thank you for the opportunity. It's an honor. As you introduced me, my name is Reisson Santos do Nascimento. I was born on the island of Aruba, where we speak Papiamento, a language that developed when West African slaves who had been in contact with the Portuguese were brought to Curaçao, where the Dutch slave trade was booming for a while. Papiamento is a blend of the vocabulary of different languages with a Portuguese substructure. I also speak Dutch, Spanish, and Portuguese. As an Aruban, I am a member of a small community, more or less 100,000 souls, which is recognized by our own constitution, the Constitution of Aruba, as well as by the Kingdom of the Netherlands as a people. We have our own representative body, our parliament, and our own laws. Yet, at the same time, we are part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, with whom we share a history of colonialism and slavery, as well as modern political system based on democracy and the rule of law. I think that in order to really appreciate the importance of decolonization, it is important that we dedicate some time to the concept of modern colonialism. In the same manner, it is important to understand human dignity in order to really appreciate human rights. Thus, I want to start with the concept of modern colonialism, and in this regard, I would like to quote Kohn and Kavita. The legitimacy of colonialism has been a long-standing concern for political and moral philosophers in the Western tradition. Political theorists have struggled with the difficulty of reconciling ideas about justice and natural law with the practice of European sovereignty over non-Western peoples. In the 19th century, the tension between liberal thought and colonial practice became particularly acute as dominion of Europe over the rest of the world reached its zenith. Ironically, in the same period when most political philosophers began to defend the principles of universalism and equality, the same individuals still defended the legitimacy of colonialism and imperialism. One way of reconciling those apparently opposed principles was the argument known as the civilizing mission, which suggested that a temporary period of political dependence and tutelage was necessary in order for uncivilized societies to advance to the point where they were capable of sustaining liberal institutions and self-government. End quote. This idea of civilizing mission has been immortalized by the famous Rudyard Kipling in his infamous poem, The White Man's Burden. And I will just read a small part of the poem. Take up the white man's burden, send forth the best ye breed, go bind your sons to exile, to serve your captives' need, to wade in heavy harness, unfluttered folk and wild, your new-caught sullen peoples, half devil and half child. This idea of the civilizing mission and its Dutch counterpart, the ethische politiek, is inherently racist as it degrades non-European human beings to something less than human. As a result, there is no need for democracy, but instead a permanent need for European leadership is created in order to christen the half-devil and half-child. The civilizing mission clashes with our modern notion of human dignity, which is fundamental to our modern conception of justice and human rights. This becomes apparent in Article 1 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They are endowed with reason and conscience and should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood. Evidently, we have come a long way, because while in colonial times there was no room for the recognition of the peoples inhabiting the colonies, nowadays the legally established oath of the king begins with the following words: I swear to the peoples of the kingdom that I will always keep and maintain the charter for the kingdom and the constitution. In addition, we can discern, for example, the right of the Reuben people to self-determination in Articles 58, 59, and 60 of the Charter of the Kingdom of the Netherlands by granting Aruba the right of secession. Moreover, when we study the history of the current constitutional structure of the kingdom, we discover that according to public statements of the framers of the Charter of the Kingdom, the central proposition of this charter is that a clear distinction must be made between, on the one hand, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and on the other hand, the country of the Netherlands. The Kingdom of the Netherlands and the country of the Netherlands should legally be regarded as two separate entities governed by different laws. This distinction has been made with one very important purpose in mind: ending colonialism. This distinction brings an end to colonialism by allegedly creating equality between the Netherlands on the one hand and the Caribbean countries of the kingdom on the other. Yet, when we continue exploring research research leads us to the discovery that while the framers of the charter presented the Kingdom of the Netherlands as a separate entity, the minutes of official private meetings show that the sole intention of the framers of the charter was to present the kingdom as a separate entity, but never to effectuate the kingdom as such. According to the framers, the Kingdom of the Netherlands should remain what it always has been since 1815, namely the same entity as the Netherlands. This means that the term kingdom in the context of the charter serves primarily the specific psychological purpose of making the Caribbean countries of the kingdom believe that there is a legal relevant distinction between the kingdom and the Netherlands. The charter deliberately obfuscates the true relations between the Netherlands and the Caribbean countries. To understand how this plays out in practice, we could look, for example, to how the kingdom law, which is the highest binding law for the Caribbean countries, is produced. According to the Kingdom Charter, kingdom laws are established through the cooperation between the kingdom government and the States General, which is the Dutch Parliament. Both organs are manned by means of an exclusive Dutch political process. The Charter does not allow the Caribbean parliaments to have a decisive voice in the production of kingdom law. Even though Dutch politicians and scholars believe that democracy must be an integral part of the rule of law, they believe at the same time that kingdom law, which does not have any Caribbean democratic legitimacy, is a fully legitimate instrument of government. This is what we call an Orwellian doublethink, namely to know and not to know, to be conscious of complete truthfulness while telling carefully constructed lies, to hold simultaneously two opinions which canceled out knowing them to be contradictory and believing in both of them, to use logic against logic, to repudiate morality while laying claim to it. As I have already pointed out, the project of the framers of the Charter were engaged in was to end colonialism. It was believed by the framers that decolonization could be achieved through the effectuation of equality between the Netherlands and the Caribbean parts of the kingdom. This is why it was necessary to make a terminological distinction between the Kingdom of the Netherlands and the country of the Netherlands, because through this distinction, the highest authority in the kingdom could be vested in the kingdom as a separate legal entity. The country of the Netherlands as a legal entity would no longer hold the supreme power over the Caribbean parts of the kingdom, but would also be subject to the kingdom. To further denote the new equality between the Netherlands and the Caribbean parts of the kingdom, the framers also stated in the preamble to the Charter that the Netherlands, as well as the Caribbean countries of the kingdom, expressed freely their will to establish a new constitutional order in the Kingdom of the Netherlands, in which they will conduct their internal interests autonomously and their common interests on the basis of equality, and will accord each other reciprocal assistance. In addition to this declaration that the Charter is a product of consent between the Netherlands and the Caribbean countries of the kingdom, the framers also stipulated in the Charter that any consecutive change in the Charter would require absolute consensus between the Netherlands and the Caribbean countries of the kingdom, Article 55 of the Charter. Furthermore, the Charter stipulates that the day-to-day affairs of the kingdom shall be conducted in collaboration between the Netherlands and the Caribbean countries. To conclude, several other articles in the Charter mention the Netherlands and the Caribbean countries by name to denote their equality. Examples of such articles in the Charter are Article 36, which states that the Netherlands, Aruba, Curaçao, and St. Martin shall accord one another aid and assistance. And Article 41, which states that the Netherlands, Aruba, Curaçao, and St. Martin shall conduct their internal affairs autonomously. When further examining the Charter and this idea of equality, it is important to note that the term the framers used for equality in the preamble is the Dutch word gelijkwaardigheid, equality in value or equivalence. The choice of this word is curious because it is a commonly used term in certain Christian political circles, and especially in Calvinist politics. It is an equality conception that is compatible with the idea of the great chain of being. When, for example, this term equivalence is employed to denote the relation between men and women, it means that both men and women are equal before God, yet women are excluded from political rights because it is God's will that women should be subordinate to men. The Dutch constitutional scholar Munneke confirms that the choice for the term gelijkwaardigheid was deliberate. He explains that the Dutch government even made clear that the Caribbean countries of the kingdom had misunderstood the meaning of this term and therefore had expected more say in kingdom affairs than covered by this term. The former Minister of Overseas Territories in Schemerhorn-Drees cabinet, 1945-1946, Minister Logeman, explained the unfortunate Dutch solution for decolonization. It seems to give the Caribbean countries a liberal amount of autonomy, and it apparently reduces the supreme powers of the kingdom to so-called matters of the kingdom, koninkrijksaangelegenheden. But with regards to these matters of the kingdom, the overseas territories had accepted the leadership of the Netherlands. The charter subsequently elevates good governance to the level of a matter of the kingdom, and by doing so, the charter subjects the Caribbean countries with regards to good governance to the leadership of the Netherlands. The charter furthermore guarantees that Dutch ministers have the possibility to annul any Caribbean law or decree and even to set aside the Caribbean governments and parliaments when Dutch ministers deem this necessary. Article 50 and Article 51 of the charter. The leadership of the Netherlands, however, goes beyond the enumerated matters of the kingdom, as is made clear by the framers of the charter when they stipulated that civil and commercial law, the law of civil procedure, criminal law, the law of criminal procedure, copyright, industrial property, the office of notary, and provisions concerning weights and measures shall be regulated as far as possible in a similar manner in the Caribbean countries as in the Netherlands. Article 39 of the Charter. With regards to Article 39 of the Charter, a consultant to the Dutch Ministry of the Interior and Kingdom Relations, Oberon Nauta, writes in a report to the Minister that the rationale behind this article is that the Dutch legal culture must be considered leading and that this article is meant as an incentive for the Caribbean countries to follow Dutch leadership. In conclusion, when we strive to achieve the realization of human rights in our communities, it is paramount that the constitutional architecture of our legal order be a testament to our collective commitment to dignity, agency, and equality. The legal order of the kingdom must accomplish dignity, agency, and equality for every citizen and at all levels within the realm of the kingdom. As long as the kingdom itself shows a disregard for these notions, the kingdom has no moral authority to demand compliance with the requirements of human rights, rule of law, or democracy. For, as Shakespeare's Angelo states in the comedy Measure for Measure, thieves for their robbery have authority when judges steal themselves. The kingdom will, by consciously wielding its political power, keep producing oppressive homes, oppressive workplaces, and oppressive governments, because the kingdom, being the pinnacle of this legal order, is with regards to the Caribbean communities itself, a source of oppression. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Risson, Dr. Santos do Nascimento, everyone in the room clapping for you, and in huge appreciation for your contribution to this workshop. I think you have raised very important points again, and the inherent contradictions in these constitutional arrangements, not only in a very fine-grained and detailed way that just reflects your expertise, but in a very overarching one as well, and even the literary one. So thank you very, very much for this contribution. And I'm sure that we will be getting back to your remarks in the Q&A. So Dr. Santos's presentation now concludes the actual panelists segment of this panel. And now we will turn to our commentator. And before giving him the floor, I would like to introduce Dr. Michael Sharp, who is now, I believe, with us from New York. By the way, Michael, can you hear us in New York?
Yes, Fine.
Hi, Michael. We can see you here in the room. Very, very nice to see you.
Oh, nice to see you. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining. Michael, I'm just going to introduce and then give you the floor. Great. Michael, Dr. Michael Orlando Sharp is an associate professor of political science in the Department of Behavioral Sciences at York College in the City University of New York, which is in Jamaica on Long Island. And we actually share some heritage on Long Island, both Michael and I, as we discovered in our email exchange. Part of my family comes from that part of New York. Dr. Sharp's areas of expertise are comparative politics and international relations, and his research interests concern looking comparatively at the politics of migration, immigrant political incorporation, and political transnationalism in the Netherlands, Japan, and around the world. Dr. Sharp's first book was entitled Postcolonial Citizens and Ethnic Migration: The Netherlands and Japan in the Age of Globalization, published by Palgrave Macmillan in 2014. And there he provided a cross-regional investigation of the role of citizenship and ethnicity in migration, and he explored the political realities of Dutch Antillians in the Netherlands and of Latin Americans Nikkei Jin. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing again. Dr. Sharp has been delivering guest lectures, presentations about his work and publications at several venues, including the University of Amsterdam, Institute of Social Studies, the University of Aruba, the University of Curaçao, and has been a visiting fellow here in the Netherlands at the KITLV. I'm not even going to try that out in Dutch, but in English, it's the Royal Netherlands Institute of Southeast Asian and Caribbean Studies, which is based in Leiden. Of course, a very well-renowned and well-known institution when it comes to these debates. His other research concerns include the politics of remigration or the paid voluntary return of migrants and their families, the so-called pay-to-go schemes, and implicit boundary making in liberal democracies. Dr. Sharp, it is a pleasure to welcome you here today, and I give you the floor.
Well, good. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I think I also have a connection to Dr. Nascimento as well, because my father was born and raised in Aruba. I have a lot of family there. I often lecture there, and actually I was just there. So, and we're in the same time zone as well. So thank you again. Thanks very much to the Asser Institute. Leon, thank you so much. And so let me give some comments on the papers. I got Dr. Nascimento's paper a little late in our Aruban tradition. No, just kidding. And so I'm going to try to integrate that. But your comments have made it even clearer. So the papers, they have much to say. They're very thoughtful papers and try to address citizenship and human rights at three levels of analysis, right? The international and regional system, the state, and as well as the individual. Van Leeuwen focuses on Dutch state interactions with international law and post-war international institutions. Dr. Jones talks about former European colonizing states, such as the Netherlands, Britain, and France, and their interaction with the European Union. And Dr. Nascimento also is talking at the level of the state and subnational units at the constitutional level. They all tell the story, the Dutch post-colonial story, in both accidental as well as instrumental dynamics. They address the problematic of post-colonial citizenship and human rights in the Dutch case, both directly and indirectly. For the first two pieces, they suggest an accidental dualism in Van Leeuwen's case, and an instrumental dualism in the Jones case. For Dr. Van Leeuwen, unintended in that human rights and international law were intended for others, but then end up being applying to the Netherlands. For Jones, the EU intended to include fellow white Europeans and exclude for former non-white colonial nationals and the unions of white Europeans and these former non-white colonial nationals, their children, and other intimacies. For Dr. Nascimento, the Dutch, it sounds like there's a power play at work here, but also there's also a liberal democratic context in which the Dutch islands can prosper. Okay, so while Jones makes an argument that is explicitly racial and legal, and I would add Dr. Nascimento's to that, Van Leeuwen makes one that's less racial and around one that is known as the white man's burden, as the Dr. Nascimento brought up, and this discourse of bringing civilization and law. Van Leeuwen and Jones both speak to the crisis and contradictions of liberalism around the world that we see today. The Jones case tells us how the international human rights regime, international and regional organization and rights discourse can be utilized for political and economic gain, as well as both exclusion and inclusion. So my argument is that the Dutch postcolonial state and citizenship have been both accidental and instrumental, used for political gain, and with the outcome of a trajectory of tiered citizenship, tiers of citizenship. As Van Leeuwen alludes to on page 3, the Dutch postcolonial state and postcolonial Dutch citizenship really begins with the 1954 Charter for the Kingdom of the Netherlands, which, as our colleague Geert Oostende says, is the official end of Dutch colonial relations after losing the Indonesian War. He writes that the development in the Dutch Caribbean vis-a-vis the Netherlands happens in the shadow of a very prosperous colony of the East Indies, of Indonesia. And with the potential loss of Indonesia, and in the wake of bad press at the UN and around the world because of the brutalities of the war, the Dutch government engaged in what he calls a model decolonization process. And in an attempt to retain Indonesia, the Netherlands has offered, as Van Leeuwen says, a fictive equality and reciprocity to all kingdom partners, including the Dutch Antilles and Suriname. And it was hoped the islands of Suriname would become independent. Although Suriname becomes independent in 1975, with some half of its population moving to the Netherlands, the Dutch Antilles and Aruba have up until today resisted independence, right? And have negotiated their inclusion and autonomy in the Dutch kingdom, right? After viewing the demonstration effect of decolonization elsewhere, right? So they've actually used the liberal democratic context to actually reject independence, right? Ironically. And have actually used both the Dutch and EU law to gain more traction, which I'll talk about later. As Jones writes on page 2, the meaning of nationality status for movement and residence is political. It is political, not natural. Foreign nationality status poses no inherent obstacle for the granting of all kinds of rights. And as Van Leeuwen writes, as the Netherlands on page 3, as the Netherlands look to maintain its rule over its former colonies, its diplomats could not but adapt to the language of trusteeship that dominated the UN Charter. Human rights language had replaced earlier rhetoric of the paternalistic civilizing mission colonial powers felt towards their dependencies. Van Leeuwen claims that this suggests in the post-colonial context, Dutch negotiators mostly considered fundamental rights as something for others. In this instrumental dualistic way, Van Leeuwen goes on to say that at the same time, the clauses of fundamental rights in particular were acknowledged to affect the Dutch domestic legal order too. Our analysis seems to focus within the context of the Dutch-Indonesian, it does focus it's in the context of the Dutch-Indonesian Union Charter and the Netherlands, and less so on the Antilles and Suriname. She argues in Dutch post-war human rights discourse, human rights have been typically, quote, regarded as an export product or rights of others or rights for others. She questions the alleged contradictions between an exclusive concept of citizenship and the cosmopolitan idea of human rights. Okay. She contends that the Dutch debate around legal orders were perceived as multi-layered rather than strictly divided in national and international with regard to rights. Jones takes us to the regional and international level and makes a series of arguments around what he calls postcolonial occlusion, defined as severing the ties between the European empires, now EU, and their former colonies and the people from the colonies via a collective denationalization and independence and the erection of boundaries through retraction of rights of freedom of movement and residence. It makes a series of arguments grounded in the notion of racial exclusion and grounded in the notion of racial exclusion and the EU and the broadening of national citizenship in terms of rights of mobility to and residence to other European member states, and the loss of those things for people from the former colonies or independence. So here he suggests an intended instrumental dualism. Post-colonial occlusion was preceded by national politics of citizenship aimed at keeping national populations white, right? And sometimes inspired by national problematization of interracialized intimacies. Changes in nationality law that implied, for example, increased gender equality were informed by demographic demise, something very relevant today, labor shortages with the aim of increasing population via intra-European mobility to the exclusion of people from the colonies. Jones talks about goods, not people. How in these post-colonial arrangements, ties were maintained with some former colonies for geopolitical and economic reasons, raw materials and goods, Euro-Africa, the British Commonwealth, but people were also kept away from Europe, okay? And also goes on to talk about discourse and politics targeting EU and third country national couples as a proxy for doing a race. He says the empire in new clothes. For Jones, Europeans don't come naturally together, and that Brexit is a reminder that EU unification is a contested, uncertain, and potentially regressive phenomenon. He talks about policing, something very, very relevant to today. As you saw, a Dutch citizen was, that ethnicity was ruled by Dutch courts. It can be considered, right, when people are being stopped, right? And how this is a recurrence of colonial modalities at the European level. While Van Leeuwen never really takes on race as a factor in the human rights discourse around post-colonial citizenship, Jones explicitly deploys race as a critical factor in this discourse and denaturalization. Both papers speak to, and as well as Dr. Nascimento's paper, speak to some of the contradictions of liberalism. The political scientist Jim Holyfield calls this the liberal paradox, right? Liberalism calls for an open logic of economics, of economic openness. But at the same time, it calls for a political logic of closure around the legitimacy and protection of the social contract. The post-war international order is an order based on liberal principles of free trade and respect for human rights, anchored by both the US and the UK, the UN Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, right? They trigger a rights-based politics. And I'm reminded here of Jopka's, the sociologist Christian Jopka's idea of self-limited sovereignty. within the liberal context that sovereignty is limited by both legal and moral constraints. Liberalism both includes and excludes. In Jones's piece, The Liberal Project of the EU includes more Europeans, but at the same time denationalizes and excludes non-Europeans. In the Van Leeuwen piece, the liberal post-war human rights regime and international law that some thought would only apply to backward others applied to the Netherlands. In the Nascimento piece, right, the constitutional context, both, he used the word oppression, can be both oppressive, but also liberating, right? In the sense that those islands have economic and let's say advantage over their neighbors. That's not a justification for colonialism, of course. So the same liberal context based on the 1954 charter allows the former Antilles and Aruba to negotiate more autonomy while at the same time negotiating non-sovereignty. All right. But the two papers that I received, they have much to say about the history. They don't say much about the history of the current state of fellow Dutch citizens in the islands, and as well as in the Netherlands, particularly those from the Antilles and Aruba, as Dr. Nascimento said. And this omission, I think, really does speak volumes. I've argued elsewhere that you can tell a lot about the democratic quality of a society by the way it treats its minorities. Am I out of time or okay? Okay. All right. So
please go ahead. Yes.
All right.
You have 5 more minutes.
Okay, that should do it. So T.H. Marshall's conception of shared legal citizenship is that it constitutes civil, political, and social rights and a region of legal equality and full community membership. Many post-colonial immigrants like Dutch Antilleans, Arubans, and Surinamese retained the formal rights, citizenship of the colonial society, right? Ost-India speaks of this as a post-colonial bonus in terms that legal citizenship, some familiarity with language and Dutch education in the home countries offers these immigrants an advantage over others, right? Is this indeed a bonus? What does it tell us about the state of citizenship and human rights in the Dutch kingdom? And let me just read off a bit of statistics for you to bring this home. Many contemporary laws, policies, and practices add up to an experience of alienation and permanent outsider status for many immigrants and their descendants of non-Western background. Despite shared citizenship, Dutch Antilleans, I think I can include Arubans, they're viewed as foreigners. As Mies van Niekerk says, foreigners with a Dutch passport. Rosemary Island, your colleague in Curaçao, she calls second-class citizens. With only 153,000 people, or less than 1% of the population of the Netherlands, Dutch historian Piet Emmer suggested that unlimited Antillean immigration has caused a national trauma and extensive damage to the Dutch society. It's quite telling that Dutch Antilleans and Arubans in the Netherlands have consistently reported some of the highest rates of unemployment of all non-Western ethnic minorities, some 15.1% in 2016, as opposed to the native Dutch at 6%, and then 4.9% in 2017. In 2017, the unemployment rate for Western autochtone was 6%, Dutch average 4%. Jones mentions racial profiling. The highest number of registered suspects are of Antillean background, at some 4.4% in 2017. This means that Antilleans are 6 times more likely to be registered suspects as opposed to the native Dutch at 0.7%. Okay. Non-Western autochtone are more likely than the native Dutch to be the victims of crime. As it is movement within the Dutch kingdom, the Netherlands currently requires Dutch Antilleans and Aruban migrants to go through mandatory integration tests, inburning, when other Europeans and Americans are not. Laws, as Dr. Jones has suggested, have been proposed to restrict the movement of young Antillians to the Netherlands. So now the Netherlands has recently expanded its border to the Caribbean with the dissolution of the Dutch Antilles in 2010 and the integration of these islands, of 3 islands, as special municipalities of the Netherlands, and the remaining islands as semi-autonomous countries of the Dutch Kingdom. Despite prosperity relative to other islands in the region, unemployment and the cost of living vary widely. In 2016, the unemployment rate in Aruba was 7.7%, Curacao 14.1%, St. Martin 6.2%, Bonaire 6.7%, St. Eustatius 7.1%, and Saba 3.3% compared to the Netherlands of 4.9%. Dutch citizens, residents of Curacao, St. Martin, and Aruba have the franchise for their parliaments, but cannot vote in Dutch national elections, with the exception that they've lived in the Netherlands for 10 years or more, or worked for Dutch public service. I should also say that just using the liberal human rights context, the former Prime Minister of Aruba, Naiman, he sued the Dutch government and went to the European Court of Human Rights. And now Dutch citizens on the islands have the right to vote in European national elections. Okay, Niemalco and Williamson examined the brutal involvement of the Dutch in the transatlantic slave trade and its legacies as central to the contemporary Netherlands. Philomena Essed has analyzed the persistent denial of racism as something unimaginable, but the way how that actually reinforces the practice of everyday racism. I think the Black Lives Matter movement of 2020 raised a number of these issues of racism and police brutality, and has brought these issues to bear. So in closing, let me just ask a few questions, right? How did the new constitutional arrangements facilitate or limit the rights of fellow co-citizens? EU law applies differently on the islands. Does the EU law make a distinction for the quality of citizenship? All right, so I think I'm going to stop there, and because I think my 20 minutes is up and the sun is in my eyes. But thank you very much, and I look forward to your comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. This is a great engagement with all of the speakers' papers, including Dr. Santos do Nascimento. So we are very thankful for that. And I think that we will turn directly, I mean, this is just reflective of also how long you've been engaged in these debates, Michael. So we really appreciate your sharing these views. Since there's been so much said about the presentations and papers themselves, I will give the floor to each of the speakers in the order in which they took the floor so that they can react to Michael, and then I will open it to our panelists here in the room or online. So first, Guna, would you like to say a few words about Michael's comments?
Yeah, a few words, and thank you very much. There's a lot to think about, and I think also what Michael added in terms of the political rights and socioeconomic inequalities for Dutch citizens from the Caribbean islands is complements the picture that I was sketching. So indeed, I see the dualism of liberalism and the distinctions that are made and still continue to operate even in a context that is nominally race neutral. Because all these treaties have been signed, and I'm not a legal scholar by training, but I will look into these treaties in the near future. And you also mentioned, I think, what Gerkus Indy said about the postcolonial bonus. How, and I interpret your comments as this being a very problematic notion. If you think about the instabilities of citizenship that people from the former colonies have experienced in the past, present, and potentially in the future. So I don't see a bonus, a postcolonial bonus, and I wonder, and I know this concept that has been developed by Gerkus Indy, and I strongly disagree with that. And I also think that perhaps you could say postcolonial malus is more appropriate to define the racialized nature and the fundamental unsafety of, for instance, bills like the Bosman Bill, because the Bosman Bill was not only did not only concern people from the Caribbean islands, but it also sent a clear message to all racialized Dutch citizens that their citizenship is conditional. And this is, I think, part of a much, larger colonial pattern. And so, in that sense, colonialism or coloniality is not behind us. So these are my initial reflections.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. Dr. Van Leven.
Okay, thank you. First of all, many thanks, of course, to Michael Sharp for his comments, but also again for the other presenters, which already gives me much to engage with. And yes, let's start with Michael Sharp, who remarked that what my small excursion into history showed is that there was a lot of accidental developments here. Of course, human rights intended to function for others, but then firing back in the domestic legal order. And of course, I think, this was of course the overall tendency, but at the same time, I think, and of course I had no room to dissect that in this small intervention, but what is important here, I think, is also to delve even further in the political process, and that would also be, of course, a recommendation, but I know that Ricon Santos has already done that in his earlier work, to do that for the negotiations with the West, which I indeed hardly covered. Because I think what we see when we look into the politics, again, is a lot of diversity, and I think Anne-Isabel already showed a similar thing when she took us in the history of the negotiations of the European Convention. And what we see is that it's also, so while maybe not all the Dutch politicians would have wished for this firing back, there was certainly a push, and not just by these women's organizations, but there was certainly much support actually to establish this kind of legal frameworks, international legal frameworks, upholding a rule of law against, well, maybe political majorities that they didn't particularly like. And in that sense, I really like also the connection with this much broader dominance of liberalism and well, all that came with it. And as regards, I already mentioned it, I didn't include too much in this case on the negotiations into the West, and I think more broadly, Michael Sharp referred to that as a blind spot. And I must say that when I revisited my own notes and indeed these archival scans, etc., what struck me was that in this Constitutional Committee of the early 1950s, and I knew that, I mean, I've read these minutes extensively, there were also representatives of one of Suriname and one of the Antilles, who actually participated in the discussions. I don't think, I mean, they didn't leave at that time a very strong impression on me, but they were actually part of the discussions about the new Dutch constitution, pending, of course, the establishment of the statute. Yes, and this is certainly something that, well, at the time at least, I didn't really pay much attention to, but certainly could be taken up for further research.
Thank you, Dr. Van Leven. Dr. Santos do Nascimento.
Well, I enjoyed all your contributions very much. In the past, Gunnar Jones' work also has oriented my views. So I'm very glad to not meet him in person, but to see him. So what I also found interesting is that Leeuwen, she mentioned Van Schaik. When going back to history, she does something that I like very much, and that is to go back to the mindset of these real human beings at the time. And I've tried to do that also when looking at the production of the Charter of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Because when you study history in that manner, you will discover all worldviews and how worldviews impact politics. And in this regard, I want to mention that there is a political party in the Netherlands, the SGP, and it excluded women of participating on their on the list of their political party. So they women could not be a candidate for that party to the States General. And this case went up to the Hoge Raad, to the Supreme Court of the Kingdom. But what was interesting in that case is the way that exclusion was legitimized in their worldview, and it is really an idea that everybody is equal in value, but that God ordained for men to be heads of households and leaders, etc. And the same type of thinking you will find in the colonial mindset, in which there is this belief that God has called the European peoples as missionaries to the world, and giving them a legitimacy to be the leaders of the world. So I believe it's very important to look at what is producing inequality in order to really be effective in the fight against inequality, because otherwise you won't understand what is producing it. And then on the other hand, it is, and as I stated also in my paper, it is important for us to understand our modern notions of human rights. It's based on human dignity, and a human dignity that is inherent to each human being without distinction. And our belief that that stems out of that of equality. So this, I think, is very important because it will play out when we think about post-colonialism, and the word was mentioned, post-colonial bonus. Unless you really address what's producing inequality, you will have structures that at face value, they are beautiful, but they still are reproducing inequalities. And I think that the statistics that Dr. Sharp shared with us really drive this point home. You have, at this moment, you have political systems in the Caribbean, Curaçao, St. Martin, and Aruba, who have a democracy, have a certain amount of autonomy. And yet, when we look at what these countries are producing, you don't see the bonus playing out. And at the same time, you see, but we have a Dutch legal system. Our laws are in Dutch. We are taught Dutch at school. And at the same time, we are not seeing that it's robbing these communities of their real identity, in the sense that when you take a child that has been brought up with a language like, for example, English in St. Martin, or Papiamento in Curaçao and Aruba, and at the age of 4, you start teaching them Dutch and expect them to produce the same results as children that have been brought up with Dutch from birth to their 4th year. But what you see is that the system is creating inequalities, and the political system is also reproducing it because our legal systems are in Dutch. So when you look at our politicians, when they go to The Hague, we all look stupid. Sorry that I say it in this way. We all look stupid because we don't dominate the Dutch language. It is what it is. And when we are at the negotiating table, the Caribbean partners, the Antillians, they will be quiet, and the Dutch members, they will dictate the outcome of these negotiations. Why? Because we feel inadequate. It is even worse because we are robbed of an education of our own culture. We also feel inadequate in our own identity. We don't master Papiamento in writing. We don't feel comfortable reading Papiamento as an instructional language, etc. So there are these difficulties that are in a system and they flow out of, in my opinion, a disregard for human dignity. And when we really believe in human dignity, and we will have to look at our liberal framework and address the paradoxes and address the difficulties that we find there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Santo do Nascimento. Those are really important reflections for all of us. I would now like to open the floor to our workshop participants here in the room and online. Would anybody like to ask a question? I see Dr. Scaliola and Dr. Bonjour and Dr. De Vries. First, I will ask my colleague, Dr. Solomon, to repeat his question, since we might have forgotten it in the interim, and then I will give the floor to the other questions. Your question for Dr. Jones of earlier during the panel.
Should I repeat the question, or is it still there?
Yeah, it still is. I think I understand your question a bit, but maybe you want to add something to it.
Okay, great. So then let's start with Steph. Okay. Stefania, please.
Hi there. Thank you for this illuminating explanation of how language plays a role in the position. And it connects to a question I had about the element of class, because I've heard a lot about racism, but I have the feeling that from a sociological perspective, the element of class should be included in such an analysis. And I think you mentioned the role of cultural heritage with language policy, but and I would like to comment that you might be interested in the context of, this sounds maybe strange, the context of Luxembourg, because they have exactly the same problem with French, English, French, German, and local Luxembourgish, and they have codified Luxembourgish, but they have a problem with raising its status as official language. So children don't master the language, any language, with such a proficiency that gives them, so there is a language problem there as well. But this was just an observation. And I would like to invite all the speakers to think of how you could include class in the element, and how we talked about this with Bruno Jones earlier during pause, that I have a slight problem with the element of racism when you're talking about non-European states, because there I think that race is not the issue. I think you're.
Can you please clarify?
Well, when we were talking about, for instance, an Albanian Dutch marriage, or Swedish, let's say, who's outside as well, Mexico, or where. So it how to say it, maybe it overrates it. You would run the risk of overrating the racist elements and then mask other complexities that play a role. That
Yes,
you might run that risk. So
I would like to respond to that, but yeah, we'll take collect a few other questions.
Great. Now, I do realize we're running way over the time, but we did have some technical difficulties, but I will please ask the questions to be as brief as possible, but please, Dr. Bonjour.
Thank you very much. I think mine are more comments than questions, but I just wanted to let Dr. Santos know that I was really very intrigued and inspired by your talk, and I teach in the political science department at the University of Amsterdam, and I actually don't think that we teach our students about the constitutional order of the kingdom, so I'm going to ask some critical questions about that when I get back to Amsterdam. My comment / question was to Bruno Jones. I find it really an eye-opening perspective to think about the European integration as a post-colonial project, as you propose to do, and also to think about European citizenship. I can really see how the very notion of European citizenship, the way it's propagated also by European institutions, is very much built on this innocence that we were talking about before. And I wondered whether, I was thinking about what I've also learned from your previous work, is that in Indonesia under Dutch rule, the racial classification actually didn't use the word white, it used the word European. So there's a long history to this notion that Europeans have something in common, which is very much part of the racial project and of the racial legacy. And I wonder whether you would speak to that.
Yes, thank you. Dr. De Vries.
Thank you. Well, mine's also more of an observation that follows, I think, very much upon Saskia's, and also was prompted by Bruno's story about including the European dimension. We discussed during lunch the ethnic profiling case that was discussed, issued about 2 weeks ago, where Dutch court allowed ethnic profiling, and Michael Sharp referred to it also. And I think it's perhaps important to realize now the details of the case that were, so that ethnic profiling occurred in the context of immigration controls, because the European Union, because of European integration and free movement of European citizens, does not allow actual border control. So does not allow to check everybody who crosses the border. At the internal EU borders, the Dutch government can only check a limited amount of persons, and to make sure they still get the people that they want to get, who are expected to be unlawful, that they use these profiled controls, right? So I think what you can really see happening there is once you take nationality out of the equation and you declare that not to be a valid ground for profiling, then race comes back in. And you mentioned the Bosman bill that was killed, if I could put it that way, because it was considered to be discriminatory, but it was still about Dutch citizens. And here the court allowed the ethnic profiling, which was not just addressed which was addressed against those who were suspected of not being Dutch citizens. And it's actually the same district court of The Hague that earlier this year considered that the Dutch denaturalization policy against fighters, Syrian fighters who are almost all Dutch Moroccans, was also not discriminatory. So perhaps in Newman's view there, citizenship, I think, does offer some protection, but we get into real trouble where race, I guess, is then used to not grant citizenship anymore, to take it away. So just following up on this.
Thank you, Dr. de Vries. There are two more questions that we will take very, very quickly. First, one from Dr. Van Dijk, and then another one from Dr. Richard. Please, Boyd.
A question for Karen. A very brief one, but I hope you can tell me more about this, even though I'm aware that this is work in progress. So you talked a little bit about like feminists that make certain claims for constitutional arrangements. And I'm curious to what extent they also talked about subaltern women in the Caribbean, for instance, or other places of the empire. Did they make certain claims on behalf of them? And if they did so, what sort of claims were they making? And what role did race play in those claims?
Yes, Isabel.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just more of a comment following up on what Saskia said before, and following up on Kuno's presentation about like the post-colonial Europe. So in my work, I also look at the sort of extra-European origins of European cooperation and this whole myth about, you know, we're all nice and it's human rights. And at the time, colonies were very much part of it, and there was a very clear difference. So and there is now more work on that. So I think that image is finally being nuanced and really thinking about Europe in a different way. And actually the reason why Europeans cooperated was because of, decolonization, stirring, etc. So I fully support the point, but I just wanted to give it some sort of more historical background.
Great, thank you. These are all excellent questions and comments, and I would like to give the floor to each of the speakers and the commentator for a couple of minutes to address them. And let's please stick to the couple of minutes so that we can move on to the next panel, since we're now quite overdue. Dr. Jones.
Yeah, the first question that was asked is more challenging for a non-legal scholar to answer, but
I apologize. I
no,
assumed you're teaching at the law school that.
Let me. I think what you suggested was that European citizenship grants the possibility of of relationships between EU citizens and third country nationals when they and it's an easier regime when they move to other European countries. Is that that it's easy to have family reunification when you move to another European country? Is that?
No. I mean, to state it, to reframe it slightly, and that would be more of a comment than a question. It was more about kind of like which possibilities does the law and the indeterminacy and the openness of the provisions of EU citizenship have in kind of like de-racializing and in blurring the boundaries between third country nationals and union citizenship as such.
Mm-hmm.
So it would have been a counter perspective.
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think not easy to answer. I'm a bit skeptical, but I think, and that's where I agree with you that activism is something that is very important in this regard. If you want to change the content of the law, you should not rely on the existing normative frameworks, but really challenge those provisions that are racialized in their impact. So that would be my my answer to that. But we can continue our conversation on that. Then I want to respond on. Oh, we're having art. Yeah. Race is it all racism? Racism is racism not to narrow a concept. How about class? Well, perhaps in my presentation, it was indeed about the racialized impact of these issues, but I'm very much in favor of an intersectional perspective on how in and exclusion works. So I always combine race, class, and gender in my analysis of regimes. And when I only let me just single out a race and racism, I think there has always been a taboo to talk about race, because the way it has been defined is, I think, very narrow. And what for me is much more productive to work with is this notion of racialization. So how essentialism produces certain policies and impacts on particular groups of people, regardless whether they are from classical colonies or not. So I'm much more interested in what race does than who is actually racialized. I'm interested in the impact of certain policies, and the meaning of race and of the racialized subject is in my view very context specific. So I want to leave room for that analysis and to look at the position of direction of the earth to quote the funnel. And then yeah, your question on EU citizenship, and that we this whole idea of Europeanness as indeed, which was used in the Dutch East Indies context, the distinction between Europeans and natives, which was of course yeah, a racialized concept, regardless of the fact that part of the Eurasian Dutch population could also be European qua status. And so I think if we think about Europe and Europeanness, for me the question is who is the implicit subject of European citizenship, and if you look at these national contexts and the debates about national identities in these different contexts, then you get a sense that the true European is a person with certain phenotypical features, and but I would not exclude in any way that, for instance, the whole debate on people from the Eastern European countries, the debates in the Netherlands, the populist debates were really also about the racialization of Eastern Europeans. Mm-hmm. So in that sense, there are some yeah, some interesting tensions. And then the last question about ethnic profiling and the Bosman bill, and indeed, you can be racialized as a citizen and racialized as a foreigner, and yeah, whether citizenship. I'm not saying that citizenship is completely meaningless in granting certain protections, but of course we have seen in colonial history and also in the present that it is a very very unstable condition when you are not when you're not seen as the implicit subject of the nation. Yeah, that is, I think, what I.
Thank you. Dr. Van Leven.
Okay, let me first, before answering Boyd's question, first briefly get back to a point that Enrique Santos de Nascimento made about this discussion about gelijkheid, equality, and gelijkwaardigheid, which I'm not even going to try to put in English again, and the nice link between the language about this debate about equality of women and equality of, well, in this case, the other parts of the kingdom. So I think this is very interesting, and indeed this is one of the rationales I think that played a big role in the earlier debate. at the same time, and that struck me very much, as I knew that other rationale from a different context, there was, of course, let's say the more, how can you say, well, maybe power inclined, but also economic rationale, saying that, okay, well, since there are only like, well, how many people over there and a lot of more taxpayers on the European continent, maybe it's right that we actually have a bigger voice or have more impact in this and that. And the fascinating thing about that is that, well, I'm also working on interwar international law, and that's exactly the point that the Netherlands are very concerned with when they're dealing with the rest of the international community. So it's fascinating that at some point they don't really see a problem in translating that same argument when they start discussing the statute of the kingdom. So that was just one thing that bringing back, let's say, or looking a little bit in the minds of the people past, and then also one thing that occurred to me from the debates or from a comment that Steph made this morning. We also, of course, have to acknowledge, let's say, the technical situation. Nowadays, we would have said, okay, bring those people from the Antilles Parliament into the same Zoom meeting, and we can have, let's say, a kingdom parliament. But of course, that was not really an option at the time. So again, it's not to justify anything, but it's just to again bring this historical context back. As with regard to Boyd's question about this women's organization, I must be honest and say, well, I know too little about it, but I assume actually that was not yet their battle yet. It could actually be because I know that there was a lot of transnational organizations as well, and I can imagine that this Dutch organization was also part of it. So that in that respect, that they might have engaged with, let's say, more the rights of subaltern women, but it's not something that I came across in my research.
Thank you, Karin. Dr. Santos Nascimento.
I'll start with the question in the chat that I see with regards to the best islands.
Sure. Just keep in mind we have very limited time now. So if you would like to address anything in the room, also
I will do it very shortly.
Sure.
You can approach the question. You can see it in the chat room. You can approach the question of the right to self-determination of the best islands from a perspective of international public law. You could also go back to the ideas that inform our beliefs of democracy in our modern world. Our beliefs of democracy are very much connected with the idea that every human being has dignity. And it starts from the Renaissance coming up to our time. You see the advancement of this belief. You see this movement of the radical enlightenment that proposes the recognition of this human dignity and proposes radical equality. And that means equality between men and women and the abolition of classes, etc. And why is this important? It's important because in the period before this, we had a system in Europe where people believed in the great chain of being, a divine order with God at the top, and under God, the Pope and the King, the classes, the elite. And also in households, the men as head of the house, women as head and leaders for the children. And why is the question of race so important in the whole debate about inequalities? Because the great chain of being produced many inequalities, but when it comes to race, it dehumanized people based on color. It dehumanized them. They were made into cattle, and that is our sad history of slavery. But it is also the history of the legitimation of why European leadership could be accepted with regards to overseas territories. And Gunnar Jones has written a lot about how it played out in the stratification of the Indonesian society, and it was really race-based. But now we are in a period of time when we believe in equality, we believe in human rights. So it's not very nice to put these race elements on paper. But don't forget, when these ideas are not eradicated, it will produce concepts like that of Bosman, which Gunnar Jones referred to. But look at the toeslagen affair that was recent in the Netherlands. There was clearly made a distinction made on basis of afkomst. But afkomst, so from where you're coming from, it has a big relation with race in the European concept. It is at the end of the whole discussion, what produces these types of what produces colonialism is really the white man's burden, and it can be in a very theological way, where you see that the Catholic Church and other churches wanted to christen the poor half devils, or a very nice new liberal conception where European leadership is needed for the inherently, and that's the problem, the inherently inadequate people of color of the world. So I think that as Gunnar said, race, class, and gender all produce inequalities, but as we look at race, it produces very dramatic inequality, and that is the dehumanization, and which has played out in two ways: colonialism and slavery. Thank you.
Thank you, Risson. Michael, you have the final word, so to speak. Please.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I think I'm just gonna just say a couple of things. I think the other side I'm actually writing a book, another book now, and the other side of Enlightenment thinking is this belief in science and scientific classification, and the emergence of this idea of race, right? That we're still, unfortunately, living with, and embedded in those notions are ideas of progress, of civilization, and the idea of the brute, right? So I'm trying to, so that's there. We're still living with it. Somebody asked whether or not we can only look at class. I think I agree with Dr. Jones. We have to look at them together, because very often they correlate, right? And they're actually reproduced in our Caribbean societies as well, right? You will see that. And someone asked about the best, and I want to bring this up because, yes, I mean, definitely the right to self-determination they should have that, and not all are getting that. But there's also something else about this idea of progress. There are now these laws, Dutch laws, that should apply to the best, right? Laws that maybe people in some of those societies don't appreciate or would not like. For example, same-sex marriage, tolerance of marijuana, euthanasia. So it's an interesting flip and debate of what's going on to the imposition of these laws on those islands, and what that means for self-determination. So I say all that to say thank you very much. It's been a real pleasure, and this conference is a long time coming. I hope we have a lot more of them.
Thank you very much, Michael, and thank you all on this panel. One big round of applause for you. And for everyone joining us. At this point, I would like to ask the speakers of the next panel whether they have any pressing commitments after the workshop that they need to attend to. If not, we can have a break. I think we all need a break. I hope that that Risson and Michael continue with us in the third panel. If not, of course, we understand your constraints, but please feel free to stay with us, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. So thank you all, and see you on panel 3. Just one more thing. Sorry for all of us in the
Great, welcome also to those joining remotely. We are here for start the third panel of today's workshop, Migration and Movement. We are joined, I understand, by many viewers online, but also by our commentator online. And to start, I would just like to check if Tamar de Waal is indeed here and can hear us.
Yes, I'm here and I can hear you.
A crucial moment.
Can you hear me? It should work.
I'm not really receiving any response, but maybe the technical assistant will check for us.
I will check with the technical
Great,
assistant.
and I will continue to introduce the speakers. We will have the pleasure of hearing Saskia Bonjour from the University of Amsterdam, Stefan Saderman, also from the University of Amsterdam, Thomas Spijkerberg from the other University of Amsterdam. My own university, so we're like the old Amsterdam group kicking off, taking over as of now. For Migration and Movement, which I was hoping initially would be about interpretive dance, but I understand it's actually about the heritage of colonialism in migration and movement between the Kingdom of the Netherlands and both the East and West Indies. So if you could confirm that our commentator
confirm Tamar is receiving information coming from this room.
Excellent, welcome Tamar. We look forward to hearing your comments after the presentations. And so without further ado, I will give the floor to Saskia. I will give you a sign at 5 and 2 minutes. Though I'm not much in your line of vision, but I'll try.
That's brilliant, thank you. Like I said, I might ask some timekeeping support halfway through. I prepared PowerPoint. So thanks to Leon and to Viva for organizing this. It's been a pleasure listening to you all day, and it's a pleasure also to talk a little bit about work that I have been doing and I'm doing now. When I saw that how much of my presentation is also about citizenship, I was thinking, oh, maybe I should have been in the previous panel. But then I think Guno already showed how much migration and mobility is connected to the question of citizenship. So my presentation today lies very much in the continuation of that. Oh, the clicker is very. Yes, there we go. I hope, if I have time, but I might be a bit too ambitious, to talk about two different perspectives on post-colonial citizenship today. First one coming from the Dutch state, and I'll be drawing on debates about civic integration policies for that. And the second one from Surinamese Dutch organizations, and I'll be drawing on debates on family migration policies for that. So they are very different case studies, but I think that they speak to each other, and I'm not quite sure how yet, but who knows, maybe you'll get me on the way today. So I'm starting with civic integration, and then in particular, the civic integration of Surinamese nationals in the Netherlands. And I think this is an interesting example of a paradox that is inherent in civic integration policies, namely the question whether they serve to integrate / emancipate or to exclude newcomers in the Netherlands. This is Maureen, I don't know how to pronounce her name, Ronde. She's a Surinamese national who moved to the Netherlands in 2016 with her Dutch white husband. She was on the news in 2018 because she said she refused to participate in the civic integration exam, finding it just ridiculous that having participated in Dutch language education, both primary and secondary school, she would have to take a test to prove that she could speak Dutch. She actually didn't, she did the whole of high school except for the last year, because she then had to take care of her parents who were not well. And that's actually relevant because had she done it until the last year, then she would have been exempted, but now she wasn't, and she thought that was silly. And she said she would rather just go back to Suriname than have to participate in that exam. I don't know whether she did and what happened to her. Like the story doesn't say, but if anyone knows, I would love to know. So what's going on here? The test that Mrs. Ronde was expected to participate in was a civic integration exam. That's the second part of the civic integration system that we have in the Netherlands. The first is the basic exam. So the basic exam is what aspiring migrants are expected to do while they're still abroad, before they are granted entry to the Netherlands. So it conditions their entry to the Netherlands. And it's a test of their knowledge of Dutch society and of their knowledge of the Dutch language at the A1 level. And then later, once they live in the Netherlands, there's a second test, which is more extensive, which conditions their access to either permanent residency or naturalization. And that is more extensive in the sense that beyond the knowledge of society, there's also a labor market orientation part of it, and a language test again, which has been raised to B1 recently. Now, when the basic exam in particular was being debated in the Netherlands, that was in the mid-2000s, there was this question of whether, or no, rather I should say, at first, the people who drew the bill, so the people in the Ministry of Justice, they hadn't considered the question of whether it should apply to Surinamese nationals or not. They just assumed that it should. And then there was D66, so that's a progressive liberal political party in the Netherlands, a D66 parliamentarian who proposed that Surinamese nationals should be exempted from the obligation to pass a test before moving to the Netherlands. She argued almost all Surinamese speak Dutch reasonably well. Dutch is the official language of Suriname. It is the language of education in Surinamese schools. Suriname is a member of the Taalunie, and Dutch television programs such as the NOS News and Nova are aired and viewed every day. Surinamese surely have a Dutch vocabulary of at least the 500 words required to pass the civic integration test. So she argued. And then in Parliament, Minister van Donk, who is a member of the Conservative Liberals, so that's the same political party as Prime Minister Rutte is from, she responded as follows. Who guarantees? In Dutch you say, wie garandeert mij, which is a bit different, I think. But who guarantees that Surinamese people have been to school and have learned to speak Dutch there? Do Surinamese people know how things are done here in Dutch society? I do see the necessity of letting Surinamese who want to come to the Netherlands take the civic integration exam. We are still conducting educational projects in Suriname with development money. There is still a need for progress in Suriname in the knowledge of the Dutch language. And I think Steph mentioned class before. This is one of the places, I think, where class plays a role in the racialization process, is how I would frame it. So the notion of being behind in development is certainly part of the racialization of Surinamese people here. So the compromise that was struck is that Surinamese people who have done their entire primary school in Dutch, so in Suriname, they are exempted from the basic exam. And if they have also done their high school, then they are exempted from the civic integration exam, so from the second part. And I find that particularly striking. This is something I copied from the END website, not next year in October, but this year in October. So the date is wrong. It says, so when can you be exempted from the civic integration examination? So for the Surinamese nationals, it's this point of having finished primary school, but there's a whole host of other countries where there is no Dutch spoken at all, which are exempted completely from this obligation. So the difference in treatment, I find, is very striking. So how do we interpret what is happening here? When I was thinking about this, in more general terms also about the civic integration exam in general, the language that accompanies it is very paradoxical. So there is definitely in the debates this language that is othering and racializing of certain people just don't fit in Dutch society. That's a broader trend in those discourses. But there's also alongside it, and sometimes like intersecting with it, a discussion of people have to learn, teaching, like if they go to school, it's emancipation, right? It's empowerment to learn the language and to, so there's this double thing about it. And very recently, I've turned to the work of some post-colonial thinkers to interpret this ambiguity of this move. Primarily, I was starting to think about this because I'm teaching Viva for a course. It's not about migration, but I'm teaching his work, in particular the location of culture. And a central concept in that piece is the concept of mimicry. It has a double meaning, at least in my interpretation. It is both a strategy or a response of the people who are colonized, as well as a strategy of the colonizer. And here I will talk about it as a strategy of power of the colonizer. The example that Baba gives is that of British rulers who in the late 19th and early 20th century made a very deliberate move to form an upper class in India of people who were formed according to British norms in British style schools, who were so like the British in their thinking and in their training that they would rule India for them in the most appropriate way. So that was a strategy of mimicry. But then it was crucial, of course, for the colonial project that the boundary between the colonized and the colonizer should never disappear. The colonial project was founded on the notion that British people are different and better from Indian people. So there was this notion that you could, the way that Baba puts it is that Indian people could become anglicized, but never English. And so he writes, colonial mimicry is the desire for a reformed, recognizable other as a subject of difference that is almost the same, but not quite. So I think that almost the same, but not quite is really important here. And so the way that this helps me think about what is not the same thing, but there's these similarities between the contemporary European integration projects and the colonial racial project, in this notion that there is a push for people to become similar, right? To assimilate, I'm going to use this word. But then there's also these hard racial boundaries that some people appear to never be able to cross. And I think the example of the Surinamese people who do speak Dutch, like fluently, and who, who watch television, Dutch television shows, like, and who are still excluded in this very explicit way, like, and pushed to prove their fit in Dutch society, I think is a very telling example of how this works. Another thinker who writes not about colonial governance, but about this integration question is Abdelmalek Sayad. He's actually, I should have said, Homi Bhabha is an Indian post-colonial theorist who works in the States. Abdelmalek Sayad was a French Algerian sociologist who's written wonderful work about immigration that I discovered much too late. So here, this is my translation. He writes, the invitation to integrate the overabundance of discourse about integration appears to those migrants who are best informed or most lucid about their position in society as a reproach for lack of integration, or even a sanction for an impossible integration, never complete and never completely and definitely acquired. So the notion here is that the people who are invited, I think is probably a very kind word here, or just the wrong word here, to integrate, they don't experience this as an inclusionary discourse, but rather as a discourse which reminds them constantly of the impossibility of their inclusion. And I think this is very close to what Bruno Jones was describing as the alienation of citizens, or the conditional citizenship, perhaps even a stronger version of it. And he has, in the same text, Sayad has this amazing metaphor, or at least I find it wonderful, where he writes that integration is like an asymptote, where the quality of Frenchness is like the curve that one can prolong to infinity without it ever touching the axis. So it's this, remember math? It's a long time ago for me. But yeah, this, and I think that is exactly what Mrs. Ronde experienced, and what she refused to participate or to play that particular game. How much time do I still have?
7 minutes.
7 minutes, okay. That's brief, but I'll try my best. So this is one paper, what I've been talking about before. It draws on the paper that I've published already in the Revue Européenne d'Immigration Internationale. If you can't access it, drop me a line. I'm super happy to share a PDF, of course. What I'm talking about in the next 5 minutes is a paper that is still coming. So it's a super new, so in that sense, it's okay to not have too much time. It's a paper that I'm working on with Eline Westra and Floris Vermeulen. And Eline is the first author because we work with empirical data that she is collecting in the framework of her PhD. So in the last year, Eline has been collecting or analyzing publications. So because she had to work with online data, but publications of Surinamese Dutch organizations around the 1970s and 1980s, and investigating in particular their claim to family migration rights. So I don't know how much you know about this, but in 1975, at the moment of independence, the Surinamese and Dutch governments negotiated a transitional migration agreement, which gave Surinamese much more liberal, much more generous rights to migrate to the Netherlands. Of course, much less generous than they had before independence, but more generous than other foreigners. And this was really explicitly presented and as being a recognition of the special relationship between Surinamese and Dutch peoples and their shared history. And part of those more generous conditions, which the Surinamese negotiators insisted upon, was that there should be a recognition of different kinds of family forms, including unmarried couples, which were called concubinage, and also children who belonged to the family but were not legally or biologically children of the adults in that family, but who were being raised in those families. And what you can see, what we see, and in 1980, that treaty, that particular transitional agreement was abolished. And what Eline saw in those publications was that for these different organizations, although they come from very different ideological perspectives, so there's a socialist organizations among them and feminist organizations among them, they all are seem very much attached to this notion that as a recognition of the shared history and the particular position and relationship of Surinamese in the Netherlands, there should be a recognition of the family forms that Surinamese people have. And I was, what we're playing with, or what we're trying to formulate, is that this is a claim for a form of multicultural citizenship. So very much like what Young, and this is where I get to the next part. So what Young, Iris Marion Young described as differentiated rights or citizenship, or Kindika as multicultural citizenship. So really the claim to be recognized as a particular group within Dutch society, which as a group requires and deserves a particular recognition of particular rights. But then not, it's different from what Young and Kindika do, because they claim it as post-colonial subjects living in the metropole. So and to me it seems like it's a post-colonial claim to multicultural citizenship, or maybe it's just a claim to define post-colonial citizenship in a particular kind of way. So they're demanding equal recognition as citizenships, and as and difference. They're demanding the claim to be recognized as equal and different. That's where I'm at now. So I see, no, won't it go back? Probably not. So I see this equality and difference coming back in the state perspective and in the migrant organizations, the Surinamese Dutch organizations perspectives. Oh, there we are. Thank you. In different kinds of ways, where I find that the Dutch state perspective is really characterized by this notion of almost the same but not quite. I would say never quite, right? And then this Surinamese Dutch organization who claim their difference as part of a full and full members, equal members of Dutch society. Thank you.
Thank you, Saskia. I'll hand over to Stefan. You're
Yes.
you're ready? Yes.
Yes.
You are assistant professor in EU law. What's yours? 20 minutes.
Should be. So I'm basically, I do not have a PowerPoint. I'm basically going to talk about racialized borders in the Netherlands. It's part of a broader kind of like project that I had in the past, in which I looked at how immigration law, at the links between immigration law and citizenship, and how the governance, the legal governance of immigration law racialized citizens. And today I'm going to look at racialized border analysis. That is the specific context of the Netherlands. So my point of departure is that the principal function of borders is to distinguish between persons and goods who are permitted to enter the territory and those who are not. I call this the filtering function of the border. And the principal object of border controls is not the ID document or the legal person, but the very body of the document holder. It is so in a twofold way. First, a border guard checks and that the technical devices read the biometric information that is stored in a chip in the passport. That is information about the body of the passport holder. This is so the need for this reading this biometric information is created by the suspicion about the gap between the person holding the document and the kind of like real identity of that person. There is, however, a second meaning of reading the body. And the second meaning of reading the body is a border guard reads the physical features, the differences of skin, bones, and hair, as William Du Bois put it, the American sociologist, as signposts of not being from here, of not looking Dutch, of not looking French. And this is not simply a claim in the context of migration controls about not being from here, but it is a claim, a suspicion about being illegally or irregularly present. The technology behind reading the body and this very suspicion of the concrete border guard of reading the body in a particular context does not, of course, occur in a vacuum. This suspicion has a history. It has a concrete historical context, a concrete institution, a concrete legal context. If we look at the emergence of the particular technology of identification and about the suspicion of identification, we basically go at the historical origins of this technology. We basically see that it has a particular colonial context. Francis Galton, a British polymath and supporter of scientific racism, argued in 1891 that fingerprints and the development of a database of a kind of like of a register for keeping fingerprints would be a good adjunct to a severe passport system. 2 years later, Galton developed the mathematical and statistical methods for creating a large-scale basis or kind of like registry system for keeping fingerprints. Francis Galton, however, did not consider that such a fingerprint database or registry would only be necessary in uncivilized lands. In civilized countries such as the UK, it would be sufficient to rely on the words, on signatures, or on photographs, or simply on promises being made by honest citizens. However, if these honest citizens travel to uncivilized lands, it would be necessary to rely on more objective biometric, in this case, biometric features such as fingerprints as means of identification. So the point about Francis Galton and the historical origins of fingerprint registries is that suspicion about the real identity are or operate actually selectively. And this selective suspicion lays also at the core of how border controls operate today in the Netherlands and in the European Union more broadly. To see how this suspicion operates selectively, you need to consider also a second function of the border. And this second function of the border is that the purpose or the function of the borders is not so much to prevent mobility or to prevent movement, but rather to facilitate movement of some and restrict movement of others. So how does this inconcretely operate, this dual, the selectivity of suspicion and this kind of like the second dual movement of kind of a restriction and facilitation of mobility? So the Netherlands formally abolished border controls at its cartographic border with Belgium already in July 1960. However, a decade and a half later, the Netherlands reintroduced more subtle mobile forms of controls in its southern border, in its southern provinces, and entrusted the Royal Military Police in 1976 to control in the southern province of the Netherlands to prevent irregular migrations from physically being present and or entering in the first place. In 1984, the conclusion of the Saarbrücken Agreement resulted in the relaxation of border controls at the cartographic border to Germany. At the same time, however, mobile patrols in the hinterland of the cartographic border were introduced. The adoption of the Schengen Implementing Convention in June 1990 and its entry into force in July 1995 meant that controls on the one hand at all internal borders of the Netherlands were abolished. At the same time, however, a web of different legislative measures and instruments were introduced and established in Dutch law that enable that the border operates within the territory at various moments and points. This also points to another meaning of kind of like of the border, of how the border operates immigration law. The border operates immigration law by way of establishing different points and moments where a person encounters the migration law within the territory. So how did this look, especially in the Netherlands? And I just mention a few kind of like legislative changes or kind of like changes that were introduced in the early 90s. So in the early 90s, the number of personnel and competence of gaming police was extended so as to enable the police to check ID documents in larger cities in the Netherlands. For this purpose, statutory general obligation to carry an ID and an identity card was introduced in the Netherlands in 1993, something that was considered as a political taboo precisely because of the experiences, and that this links to earlier presentations, of German Ausweispflicht during German occupation. In 1994, mobile controls, the Dutch law was amended so as to enable mobile controls behind the internal borders of the Netherlands in a zone of 20 kilometers where the Dutch law enforcement authorities can check any person without a concrete suspicion. And the reason for introducing this this law was the objective to reduce the number of asylum seekers entering from Germany and Belgium. In addition to these kind of like legislative changes, anthropologists and socio-legal scholars have shown that the Dutch police service assumed over the past 2 decades a pioneering role in employing cutting-edge technology, biometric technology in particular, such as mobile fingerprinting devices in its immigration controls. The crucial point about these controls is, again, that these controls must be applied selectively. And this is not just a matter of fact, because not everyone can be checked, but this is also a matter of law. The Code of Justice, well, first of all, the Schengen Borders Code requires member states to apply controls, identity controls for immigration purposes selectively, because otherwise they would amount to border controls, which are prohibited. And this has been made clear by the Court of Justice. So the question then is, if controls need to be applied selectively and not everyone can be controlled, who is the concrete subject of this suspicion? In other words, how does suspicion in immigration controls operate? Well, there are numerous reports that suggest that the concrete subject of this selective suspicion of irregular presence is operated by exactly by reading the body. And the point about these, how these border controls then operate by saying, well, you have a border guard or a law enforcement agent who basically says, well, this person does not look, because of the differences of skin, bone, and hair, does not look Dutch, and therefore and is suspect of being irregularly present, is that that it does not simply racialize the subject, but that it creates race as a social category in the moment of the enactment. So it's basically, and that's the pernicious kind of like thing, and that's the pernicious thing about it, that it has this performative kind of like role, border controls, how they are operated. Two or three more points, three final points. So it would be wrong to think about these immigration controls and to think about these border controls as simply as the result of kind of like prejudice of individual members of law enforcement authorities. To focus simply on the kind of like of cognitive states of mind or psychological states of mind, fail to kind of like take into account how border controls and how these states of mind relate to broader relations and structures of power. It is not simply when a border control agent, law enforcement agent asks someone in the city of Amsterdam to show an identity document because of the suspicion of being irregularly present. This kind of like common sense knowledge is linked to preceding and to previous kind of like historical structure that inform what this common sense knowledge means, that somebody is not from here. In this sense, the last 3 points. So the abolition of border controls and the kind of reintroduction of other forms of more fluid and mobile controls facilitate mobility of some and restrict the mobility of others. This relates to a historical point that has been made by other legal scholars, that if we think about colonization in terms of mobility, this is exactly what colonization did. It facilitated the mobility of European colonizers to move to overseas territories, whereas it restricted, it arrested the mobility of colonial subjects there. This points to the second kind of like issue. how the, and this has been pointed out already by kind of like different people here, this common sense knowledge of reading the body is informed by colonial experiences that have shaped the very form of Dutch immigration law. So this is not so much, this is not in the paper, in this short paper, but this is much more kind of like an intuition that would still need to be proven by hard archival research. And the third point is that of judicial responses. So we have this kind of like this vast evidence documented that immigration controls are basically being occur in a racialized form. But how do Dutch courts kind of respond to this? I don't think I have the time anymore. I don't. Oh wow, 5 minutes. Then
In that case.
in that case, I'm going to discuss the case law in detail. No, so Dutch courts have basically taken up until recently a very clear stance against such forms of racialized immigration controls. In 2015, the Council of State has denounced immigration controls by the labor inspectorate at a construction site as being as basically violating the provision on equality in the Dutch constitution. And held because the labor inspectors basically said, well, we basically control these persons, or the reason why we control these persons were because they look foreign to us. And so the Raad van State basically said, well, you cannot rely on physical appearance of these persons. And I quote here, the Dutch State Council recognized that suspicion of the labor inspectors was based on the appellant's, quote, dark hair and a tinted skin color. Therefore, in the investigation, in the context of the alien's labor statute, a distinction was made on the basis of external characteristics, end of quote. And the Council of State unequivocally stated that, quote, there is no justification for such a distinction, and held, end of quote, and held that these controls were unlawful. However, 2 weeks ago, and it was just brought to my attention before the presentation here, 2 weeks ago, the district court in The Hague basically framed or held the immigration controls as immigration controls based on the physical appearance of the appellants was in conformity with Dutch law. And as far as I understood, the Den Haag District Court framed it as a matter of probability, which is not that uncommon if you look at how other European courts frame race as a matter of probability in immigration controls, which is super problematic. And but maybe we can go into this in the discussion. So my point about the Dutch, about the Raad van State, and about the, on the one hand, it is laudable and is to be applauded that the Raad van State finds such unequivocal words against racialized immigration controls. However, at the same time, I consider the, I think that the judgment of the Raad van State shouldn't be taken too easily and too early as a matter of celebration, because what the Raad van State does is it again frames and discusses racialized immigration controls as an issue of individual states of mind, and does not discuss and does not address the more structural issues behind it, but actually resolve in this selectivity of how suspicion of irregular presence operates. So, and one final point is that this can also be seen in, if you compare kind of like the abundance of evidence on racialized immigration controls with an absence, with a marked absence of legal cases on the docs of Dutch courts on such racialized immigration controls. So again, it shouldn't be taken too early as a matter of celebration, the unequivocal stance of the Dutch Council of State. Thank you.
Stefan, for this great presentation on reading the body of race and the border. We will continue with our third speaker, Thomas Spijkerhoek, Professor of Migration Law at the VU. The floor is yours.
Thank you. First, I want to once more praise the organizers of this meeting. This is long overdue. Many people, including myself, should have thought of this way before. You did it great. And I think that the wealth and of the discussions shows that we could have taken days. So this is really a great initiative, and thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for doing it. Today and during this panel, I very much miss Sarah van Wassen, my colleague who died 7 years ago. She published in 2008 a phenomenal book in which she analyzed Dutch family reunion policy as an application of governance techniques that the Dutch authorities developed in the Dutch East Indies when they tried to regulate these different populations that were mixing and they had to deal with racial mixture. So her book, The Nation and the Family from 2008, I think it's online on her website, is a rich resource for this topic. On the train here, I thought maybe instead of what I prepared, I should have talked about the way in which the Kingdom of the Netherlands suddenly disappears when it has to deal with Venezuelan refugees in Curaçao, because then the kingdom is nowhere to be seen. But that's a different topic. So there's lots more to talk. I want to look at international migration law, at the coloniality of international migration law. And with coloniality, I mean the continuing colonial structure of international migration law. In European human rights law, it's a given, and it's simply the case. It's taken for granted that states have the right to control migration. You have no right to be admitted to a country of which you're not a national, except if you can invoke human rights law as a matter of exception. And the court held this in 1985 in the famous Abdulaziz case. It said, as a matter of well-established international law, states and subject to its treaty obligations, a state has the right to control the entry of non-nationals into its territory. One of the people behind this case law was actually Homi Baba's wife, who is white, and who because she noticed what happened, and it was impossible for him to join her as her spouse. No, she was not an applicant, but she was a member of the Women in Immigration and Nationality group that was the motor of this case. So in the sphere of migration, the starting point is not that an individual has a right and that the state, of course, can limit a right, but has to justify that. In immigration law, and only in immigration law, the state has a right. And it's a bit of an overstatement, but the structure is that an individual may limit that right if he or she can justify the limitation of the right of the state. So it's human rights law upside down. This is the only field in which this happens. Daniel Thüm, a German constitutional and European lawyer, has posited that there is a fundamental sedentarist assumption at work here. And this sedentarist assumption is not simply a standard line in case law, which you can ignore. It's really the motor of the Strasbourg Court's case law. As you can see in the recent cases on humanitarian visa, on the Melilla mass explosions, and the border detention between Hungary and Serbia, they're at the crucial moment of its reasoning. The court relies on this. They rely on the notion that if we do anything else, the sovereign right of states to control migration will be damaged, and therefore we choose for a very state-friendly position. Now, of course, when European states have these rights, I have one slide. Could we see the single slide I have? If European states have this right to control migration, then all states on the globe have this right. However, states may formally be equal, but in actual fact they are unequal, and also when it comes to mobility. And you can see it here. Yeah. This inequality, the inequality of states under this veil of formal equality, the consequences of that you see on this map. The countries that are white on this map, the citizens of these countries need a visa for less than 100 countries, And the countries that are black on the map, those citizens need a visa for more than 100 countries. If you see this map, then the first thing you see, at least the first thing I think of, is race and colonial history, with Asia and Africa black and Latin America with the let's say typical in between. Like there used to be colonies, but they became independent a bit early. So that's the first thing I think you notice. In order to follow up that thought, I've been looking into where this well-established right of states to control the entry of non-nationals, which the Strasbourg Court has declared to exist in 1985, and ever since cites in every single judgment that relates to migration, where this comes from. The founding fathers of international law asserted that the opposite was the case, that there was a right to migrate everywhere, provided the migrants don't harm the native populations. Francisco de Vitoria and Hugo de Groot invoked this right in order to justify colonial expansion. There were political people who disagreed. They had very concrete political interests. Serafino de Freitas, a Portuguese monk, John Selden, who worked for the Brits and tried to protect British fishing rights. But international law consensus accepted this jus finale, the right to migrate. In the 18th century, another major figure, Emer de Vatel, equally argued there is a natural law-based right to migrate, so an unchangeable law. Natural law in his terminology means that it's not free to be amended. But he included the important innovation that it's up to the receiving state to decide whether or not migration harms the population. The state has the prerogative to decide whether migration is harmful, and if it's harmful, it has the right and even obligation towards its own population to exclude people. This right to migration was laid down in international treaties such as the 1868, late in the 19th century, Burlingame Treaty between the United States and China, who recognize, and I quote, the inherent and inalienable right of man, so they formulate it as a fundamental human right, to change his home and allegiance, and also the mutual advantage of free migration and emigration of their citizens from one country to the other for the purposes of curiosity, of trade, or as permanent residence. And this is a far-reaching right to migrate in 1868. And it doesn't follow from, it's not created by the treaty, it's recognized as an inalienable right by the treaty. So that's the situation up until, let's say, the second half of the 19th century. However, after the abolition of slavery in the US and the Caribbean and of convict labor in Australia, European settler colonies faced labor shortages and began to organize indentured labor of Chinese, Japanese, Indian, and Japanese migrants, so Asian migrants. In places such as California and Victoria and Australia, the local authorities then subsequently feared losing control over their population and thought the white majority might be threatened. And they legislated to exclude Asian migrants. And the most famous example of this is the United States Chinese exclusion. So they introduced such legislation, and this led, of course, to lots of litigation. They litigated for decades, partly on federalism in the United States, whether the state of California could do this. It could not, I can tell you. And this resulted in a series of cases at the US Supreme Court, where I quote the most famous one, the Che-Chang-Ping case. The court said the power of exclusion of foreigners is an incident of sovereignty. An incident here means it's inherent in sovereignty. And it continues that a government is free to consider, I quote, the presence of foreigners of a different race in this country who will not assimilate with us to be dangerous to its peace and security. And therefore the government was allowed, had the power to exclude. This Chinese exclusion doctrine was justified by selectively quoting Vatel, this guy who had said there was still a right to migrate, but that it was up to states to decide whether it was harmful. And so since the end of the 19th century, the right that in 1868 was still inherent and inalienable was quickly forgotten. The European Court of Human Rights adopted this Chinese exclusion doctrine under very specific circumstances in 1985. After World War II, Indonesia became independent in 1945. In the Netherlands, we only figured it out 4 years later, but it became independent in 45. India and Pakistan became independent in 47. And the colonial empires, Britain, France, but also the Netherlands, tried to reform the relations with their colonies. And this, in very different manners, this developed in the direction of commonwealths, and this commonwealth relations included a right of free movement for all citizens throughout the territory of the Commonwealth. However, when countries actually became independent, the UK, France, and the Netherlands gradually abolished this movement, the free movement of foreign colonial subjects. Guno wrote a book about the Dutch situation, and there are beautiful studies on the UK and France too. The UK was the leader in this development. Citizenship law was amended in such a manner that Commonwealth citizens, there was not just UK, there was a Commonwealth citizenship bringing together all these newly decolonized countries, including India. So there was a Commonwealth citizenship, and starting in '62, this was redefined in such a manner that Commonwealth citizens with a one-parent board in the UK had a right to move to the territory of the UK, and people who only had parents who were born outside the UK did not. This was, and they really were fine-tuning the definitions so as to make sure the difference between white and non-white was made. Part of the records of the internal documents of ministry showed when it became public. This means that white Commonwealth citizens could move to the UK and non-whites could not. And non-whites were then subjected to immigration law, which was more restrictive than the immigration laws that Dutch people moving to the UK were subjected to, because the UK joined the EU, I think it was still the EEC at the time, in 1972. In that context, the Strasbourg Court declared that states have a right to control migration. So they adopted something that in the United States is called the plenary powers doctrine, which kind of calls things by its name. They adopted it as a piece of human rights law doctrine. The same happened in Canada when Canada introduced the Charter of Fundamental Rights. They introduced it as human rights law doctrine. Of course, the Women in Immigration and Nationality group also raised the issue whether this was racial discrimination. And on this, the court said, and I will give a long quote, that the mass immigration, again, they use the word mass immigration, that the mass immigration against which the rules, the new legislation in the UK were directed consisted mainly of would-be immigrants from the new Commonwealth and Pakistan, and that as a result, these new rules affected at the material time fewer white people than others, is not a sufficient reason to consider them as racist in character. This is an effect that derives not from the content of the relevant rules, but from the fact that among those wishing to immigrate, some ethnic groups outnumber others. So they completely separate their reasoning from the fact that people to whom the label to immigrate applies, that this group has been defined carefully so as to exclude white people. And so, because white Commonwealth citizens were not immigrants, they were people exercising their rights to move throughout the territory to Commonwealth. Non-white and Commonwealth citizens, they had been just relabeled as immigrants. So this is the court on the racial character of that, that legislation. And something similar applies for France and the Netherlands, where also race was crucial in the assignation of the assigned citizenship. So until the end of the 19th century, the right of Europeans to travel across the world and to colonize it, but that's not my subject today, was legitimized through the jus periganandi, through the right to migrate. They had a term for it, the jus periganandi. And this was formulated as a general right of human beings, but non-Europeans could not use it to travel towards Europe because of the inequality underpinning the global system as it worked at the time. When Asians began to rely on the jus periginandi to travel towards European settler colonies, the international legal system quite suddenly flipped. The jus periginandi was replaced by the sedentarist assumption that states have a right to control migration and that migrants have to justify why they and not others should be allowed to enter the country. This is also formally a universal right of states, a universal state right, but because of the ongoing inequality underpinning the contemporary global system, European states and European settler states are in the position to refuse, in principle, admission to non-Europeans, while formerly colonized states are not in a position to refuse admission to Europeans and their descendants in settler colonies. That is what you see on this map. So I was only trying to introduce a long story about what do we see on this map. This is what we see. Do I have 2 minutes to? Okay. It's not easy to see what alternatives for this are. So what I'm essentially saying is that international migration law is fundamentally racialized and is fundamentally bound up with coloniality. And you can chip away a bit at the margins, but at its core, it's racialized. Joseph Cairns, the Canadian political scientist, has a plea for open borders, but he allows for refusing admission of non-nationals in order to protect existing socio-economic arrangements in welfare states. And as it happens, that's exactly the justification that Western states use for limited migration. No border arguments risk accidentally promoting global neoliberal population governance. I want to mention 2, I think, promising avenues. One is Tendai Achuna's article, where she says, yes, communities have the right to control entry, but then she redefines what the community is. So the community is the community of people who share a colonial history on both sides of the North-South divide. It's as she herself says, it's an idea that raises as many questions as it answers. But I think it's the let's say the most innovative idea I've heard in a very, very long time. I also want to point out that the Inter-American Court of Human Rights and the African Commission of Human People's Rights have fundamentally different views. They don't accept the Chinese exclusion doctrine. They don't accept the human rights law on its head. So there are differences, but I don't find it easy to think for a difference for something different than what we see on this map.
Thank you, Thomas, for this. International legal history of the right to migrate. I am going to hand over to Tamar de Waal, who I already see on screen here, joining us live from Amsterdam. Tamar is assistant professor in legal theory at the UvA. She wrote an award-winning dissertation titled Conditional Belonging, and very recently I learned published her book, Integration Requirements for Immigrants in Europe. Tamar, we look forward to hearing your comments.
Hi, can you hear me now? Yes? Okay, perfect. Well, thank you very much for inviting me. Sorry, I cannot be there physically. I've been under the weather for over a week, so this is the first thing I attend again. So that's a good thing, and I'm happy that it's hybrid. So yes, I'm honored to comment on these 3 interesting papers and also presentations. I do want to start with a disclaimer that I'm not an expert on decolonization. So I know about integration policies. I wrote on them. Also, always very interested in Saskia's work, and also what she said today about Suriname. I thought was very interesting, and I didn't know that specifically. But overall, the lens of decolonization is not my expertise. So I'm mostly interested, and I really learned a lot today. So my comments and questions, they are from a position of interest, not so much from a position of expertise. And I also think I do not need the 20 minutes that are given to me. And I think that's, with an eye on the time, also a good thing. So we have enough time for discussion and questions. So I will first briefly say how I see what the purpose of today was, and then try to link that to the different papers and the questions that were raised. And I have one observation and two questions. So the first thing, as I see what the aim of today was to understand and know more about the Dutch colonial history, and also how certain forms of exceptionalism or alleged exceptionalism that is connected with ideas of innocence, well, what their histories are, and also how they are connected or still reinforce or maybe even create certain power structures today, and how colonial relations still are present in the contemporary world. And I think especially the last part is very important for this panel. So to understand how current issues, how they are still connected or echo colonial histories and relations. And Stefan and Thomas, I think, wrote on immigration, and Saskia on integration. And as I see it, of course, there are all migration issues, but the papers of Stefan and Thomas are about who is allowed to enter which territory. And the paper of Saskia was more, and also a presentation about how are people that are present in society already or have a right to enter at least, how are they treated and perhaps integrated or excluded in that phase. So I also try to disconnect those two different phases of the immigration process in my observation and two questions. So to begin with the first observation, what I find very interesting, and which I learned, I think, by reading your papers and listening to you here, is that in this integration immigration context, the burden of proof very often shifts in a way that also from a more legal perspective is not accepted in other situations. So Thomas already mentioned that, for instance, Immanuel Kant had this whole theory about a cosmopolitan right to immigrate and to enter other countries, or at least also that others should perhaps be admitted. But as soon as there is this more colonial context involved, other peoples are also asking for this same right, then immediately the burden of proof shifts, and instead of a right to entry, the migrant or this person has to prove that he or she has a right to enter. And I think that happens across the board. So ethnicity as a signpost, as Dubois, but also Stefan calls it. You already mentioned the very recent ruling in the Netherlands, of course. I also thought when I read your paper that the Raad van State in 2015 apparently was more explicit that this was undesirable. But also here, it seems that in not a lot of contexts, it is possible that it would be explicit that ethnicity as a signpost could be taken into account to select certain people for certain controls, whatever the control is. But that in this context, apparently, although it should be connected to, I think, other features in a broader framework, but the district court said that ethnicity can be relevant in selecting who should be by the marechaussee taken out of the queue to see whether somebody is undocumented or not. But also in the integration context, I think that for people that are seen as belonging to the nation because of their histories or non-migration histories or non-colonial histories, white citizens often, they are never asked to prove that they belong, while people with migrant backgrounds, not only if they do not have citizenship yet, but also if they have citizenship for generations often, if they are connected, at least in public perception, to some sort of migration background or colonial, post-colonial relation, they can be asked to actually prove, to show that they belong into the nation. So one of my observations is that something that all your papers shared, so I was looking for something that your paper shared, was that there is this burden of this proof that suddenly shifts in the context of integration and immigration in discussions that touch upon post-colonial relationships and post-immigration situations. So that would be my first observation, and also I would be interested in whether we could think of more examples. The two questions I have, and these are really very open questions, so it's not as if they're critical questions, or maybe they're not the most informed questions, but the first question I had was in the context of immigration, so especially in relation to the paper of Thomas, a lot of immigrants are, or a lot of human beings are rejected from entering Europe, for instance. And they are not all from countries that have a colonial history with the particular European countries. You could also say that there's just a bigger project going on to keep poor people out, instead of that it has something to do with the particular colonial histories. So for instance, Saskia mentioned the particular groups that are described as Western and non-Western, and that then influences whether they have to take this citizenship or integration tests abroad. And in this dichotomy, Japan suddenly is a Western country. So in that sense, it also has to do, I think, with whether the immigrants are expected to be wealthy or not. And if we look at these situations from a more colonial or decolonial perspective, does this matter? So how are the grounds for rejection relevant for whether these rejections are relevant for our discussions today? And then my second question would be, and I know it's always a bit of a bummer to ask, but Thomas also did it at the end of his presentation. Can we at least explore perhaps certain ways of what the alternatives would be for certain problems we highlight today? So in her paper, Saskia, for instance, discusses several paradoxes. And one of them is that often in discussions of integration, universal rights are conflated with certain national rights, or universal values are conflated with certain national values. So instead of talking about human rights as something we all share, suddenly it's something that the Netherlands only cares about and should be protected. The Netherlands should be protected because of that from people that would be a threat to these rights. But at the same time, we are also in the structure of nation states with human rights that, but also to more national constitutions. For immigrants, it is a reality that if they move to another country, that they do have to integrate. I'm not sure whether we want to use the word, but some sort of process is, of course, relevant also for the immigrant when she or he moves. So can we think about certain solutions? Now, solutions would be too big of a word, but maybe ways to think about how should we then try to regulate migration, think about global inequalities, think about integration processes, and how do we make sure that these are not still informed or reinforce certain colonial relationships? Okay, that would be my commentary.
Thank you, Tamar. Thank you for your reflections and your comment and questions. I am mindful that you have a hard stop at 15 minutes past 5. So in the interest of your hard stop, I thought perhaps I would just hand over the floor to the speakers briefly to respond to your comment and questions. Meanwhile, I'd like to indicate to the people joining remotely that if they also have questions, please use the Q&A or raise your digital hand. So, and of course, the people in the room as well, we will have a discussion. We're open to discussion after, and to the speakers in the order of speaking, to also break the sharp and snappy in your thank you, Saskia.
That's a challenging task that you just gave us. Thank you, Thomas, for thought-provoking comments. I think your question about like the response to Thomas's super insightful map. I think so. Aren't we just aren't European countries just excluding the poor? I think it's very important because it brings us back again to the relationship between class and race. And in decolonial thought, that is actually so that's a body of thought from the Caribbean that is actually seen as two inherently connected projects: capitalism and racism as two crucial features of European modernity that still structure power relations across the globe. So that's one part. So that's the global structure of it, and then I think at the micro level also the notion of race and class are very difficult to disentangle, as this notion of kansarm in the Netherlands. So with poor prospects, it's a racialized. It's become a racializing term, whereas it's very much about class belongings. And as to the alternatives, I think partially. Well, one possible alternative might be this proposition that that the Surinamese Dutch organizations that in Invest is studying presently do. So and I was reading a text by Stuart Hall yesterday, which goes very much in the same direction. It's basically saying we need the best of both worlds. We need full equality and the right of the individual to leave communities that they no longer want to be part of, and at the same time a recognition that communities are valuable, and that their differences must be appreciated and protected. So equality and difference at the same time. I think that is one possible way to do it. Stuart Hall says it's better than the cosmopolitan idea that differences don't matter anymore, and that like we're all colorblind and stuff like that. So he speaks very much. He says everyone with a bicultural background, that's not his word, that's my word, will know that even though you might be not living according to the same norms and rules that your parents lived according to, you still want the society that you're part of to respect and value the particular community that you're from. He says that as a British Jamaican thinker. So that's what I'm thinking about now.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
One short point in addition to what Saskia said about colonialism and race and class. You point out that Japan is in the Cadillac class of the visa system. Let's wonder how it got there. It used to be on the lower deck. It used to be in the heavily racialized group, and it was still a source country of enslaved persons replacing labor in the US. It won the Russian-Japanese War of 1905, and suddenly it turned out that Japan had something to say, and then it was hesitantly allowed to join the concert of nations. It was reluctantly allowed to become one of the countries that had position to shape international law. So that happened suddenly after 1905, and it took until that crystallized during the negotiations about the Charter of the League of Nations, where Japan was at the table. It was exceptional. They were the non-European state at the table. That they were reluctantly allowed. Japan argued for including a prohibition of racial discrimination in the Charter of the League of Nations because they resented the American Immigration Acts. And that was sidelined by the Brits. They gave something, and the Americans, they gave something else in exchange. So Japan has an ambiguous position, just like Latin America. I think my map is dichotomous. It's black and white. You would need to. It's more nuanced than this. But in a brief talk like this, this gets you the general picture. But yes, there's more to be said about it than just this map. But so Japan is a specific story, and it's not just in the European group. It has a very ambiguous position. On alternatives, the international migration law is the legal legitimation of one form of global inequality. And I think it's a misunderstanding to think that you can remedy global inequality through law. Yeah, through law you can chip off a bit of the sharp sides, like with Chavez. You can, or with like Abdulaziz Sarafan also interpreted that line of case law as migrant women riding on the slipstream of European fathers claiming rights over their children after divorce. But they claimed rights. Law can only do a very limited work. However, it's not completely irrelevant, because if you want to, if we really think we need to change something fundamentally, we also need to dream away. And law can be part of that dreaming away, because at least you need to dream of something that is legitimate. And so I don't think that making better rules will solve the problem, because you need something much more long-term and fundamental, but the legal imagination can make a bit of a difference.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your response. In that case, I'd like to open the floor. There are a few questions coming in on the Q&A. I saw Boyd also has a question. So maybe we can take those in the audience in starting.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for these wonderful presentations. The comparison between Japan and Turkey is quite interesting in light of their imperial past, and the fact, of course, that Turkey is a NATO ally of the Netherlands. So what they seem to have in common is that, you know, if you have a certain imperial past and you're at the right side of history, you can become part of that white kind of part of the map. Which seems to be relevant in the Japanese case. But South Korea is also there, and it's a former colony of Japan. So there are a lot of strange anomalies. And if you think of the Ottoman Empire and of Japan, you think, well, these two empires have had a history of subjugating white people. I think of Japan during World War II, and I think of the Ottoman Empire in what we now call the Balkans. So there are a lot of kind of strange elements. But I think that the last part of what you were saying, Thomas, at the end, during the Q&A response to Tamar's questions and comments, was interesting about how you become white, essentially, how you become white in the eyes of the white beholder. I think that's an interesting question and kind of approach that reminded me of how American historians also look at migration history in their own country and look at how the Irish and the Italians and other Europeans were racialized as the other first, and then eventually made into so-called white American citizens, part of the body politic, whereas others could not. And I think that mechanism might be interesting here, how Japanese and a whole range of other peoples were seen or are seen as part of this kind of privileged passport club, if you want to call it that way, through either racial or class kind of lens. So that's just a thought, just a comment, but as an historian, I was just triggered by the map and the questions and comments.
Thank you. Perhaps I could also add a comment by Eva Rieter in the chat that in apartheid South Africa, Japanese were referred to as ereburgers, also honorary citizens. Yes, please.
Yeah, just a brief reflection on, it's not a question, but what you said about the mimicry and is, I think, very interesting, because it has two sides, the two-sidedness of mimicry. And with regard to Surinamese Dutch, I think people usually don't know that the instruction language in Dutch for schools was first introduced in Suriname before the Netherlands. So that's just something I think is very interesting. That so it's always about you know, what struck me in your talk is this the civilizationism that is still very much part in this whole integration discourse, and the coloniality of it all. You know, the evolutionary schemes that are really that infuse these lines of reasoning. It's not that people need integration, but it's imposed on them. So yeah, so there's always this sense of deficiency and of lacking something that is articulated in these policies. Yeah, and I think it connects to the normalization of race, and that is about the presentation of Stefan, and that the fact that ethnic profiling is that, you know, police officers don't even think about what they do when they check the identity is I think you know, illustrates the normalization of race in Dutch society, and that it is you know, the belastingaffaire is I think also another example of it, and it brings me to the question of you know, the technologies that are used in this regard. You mentioned fingerprinting, but there's also the you know, the algorithms that are used to police people and to trace suspicion people in a variety of ways. So perhaps you could yeah, I was just wondering if you're also going to look at you know, these technologies in your research.
Thank you for that question. And I think it actually also connects to another question I was posted in the chat that I'll take the liberty of reading out, posed by Michael Sharp, who comments, there is a bounded relationship between class and race. I have noticed in the Netherlands, when one refers to someone Dutch, it is common sense that this means a tall blonde person and not someone of color. This is a simplistic question, but what mechanisms are necessary to change people consciousness to broaden the idea of who is a real Dutch, een echte Nederlander? And before I hand over to the panelists, maybe I give the floor to Karin.
Can I?
Yes, please.
I have a question for Saskia. It's an open question. I liked your framing of what happened with the Surinamese organizations as a claim for difference in equality or equality in difference. But that it made me think that, if anything, the 80s especially were perhaps the one period where Dutch integration policy was actually multicultural policy, right? And so I was wondering whether it would be worth to look not only at whether it was about equality or difference, but also about who got to decide then what the right kind of difference was. So were these organizations also included in the formulation of that policy? Because it seems that the discussion was also about if you grant family reunification, then who counts as family, right? And was it just the Dutch policymakers who decided that, or did the organizations actually get a say in it? And perhaps a comment to Thomas on the, what would you put in its place, my dear? I think migration law is too narrow, and perhaps law is too narrow, but I like to already broaden it a little bit by looking from the non-discrimination perspective, which then I guess allows us to see that although I love Tenaya Shuma's solution, migration is just one way of addressing inequality. And I think already in Waltzer's chapter on membership, he somewhere suggests that moving resources could be a different way of achieving equality as opposed to moving people. So my legal imagination, I'm sure it's far-fetched, but ideally the European Court of Human Rights, faced with another Abdulaziz claim, would say either you open up the borders or you pay damages. You can choose, it's within your margin of appreciation, but one way or the other, you have to achieve equality.
Thank you.
Can I
Thank
move
you.
into a participant and ask a question, Stefan?
Yes, or should we, I'm just looking around because there's also more questions in the chat. Whether we do give you the floor and do another round of questions, or you morph?
And can I morph?
Just morph, yeah.
I want to ask you a question. Because the assumption in your presentation, and which many will share, is that racial profiling is undesirable, shouldn't happen. But imagine that we agree on the racialized nature of citizenship and migration control, isn't it simply adequate? So that if there's no open, the Dutch military police at least was open about using. Of course they do. How else can they do border control in this 20-kilometer zone without having any? It's simply passing cars that they check, and then race is the only thing you have. And because you're looking for race, why not say I'm looking for race? So isn't it simply a reflection, an adequate reflection of the structure of migration law?
Well, I would like to first kind of like pick something up that Tamar mentioned, that it's kind of like also linked to your presentation. Well, on the kind of like racialization of kind of like international migration law. But if we think about how countries join the visa-free club of the EU, we see that they do so via an emulation of institutions that functions in particular, amongst others, via restricting irregular migration. Not just, but that's a significant part of it. Irregular migration of both their own citizens, but also of third country nationals passing through. This process now might be linked to race. It might not be linked to race, like you just need to think about Bulgaria, Moldova, etc. It rather reminds me of kind of like of Article 34 of the Congo Act, about the kind of like standard of civilization, and it was also very much about the emulation of institutions to colonies. And the other point, what it reminds me of, it's kind of like it basically fixes, or what is at play there is some kind of like operation of a selective sedentariness that is linked to ideas of civilization. So sedentariness and movement and a certain form of kind of like mobility is desirable, whereas other forms are not. And these, yeah, and also if you dig kind of like a bit, if you look at the kind of like how statecraft, in particular anthropology, kind of like anthropology of the state is linked to ideas of sedentariness, of making people settle. So that would be the first comment. The second comment that is linked to kind of like Michael's question would be, well, I wouldn't, so if structure defines consciousness, then I wouldn't be able to tell in general what is in general necessary to change people's consciousness, to broaden the idea of who is an echte Nederlander and who not. But I would have concrete suggestions what is necessary, what needs to be done at the level of law enforcement to stop these practices. And you could go through all these different kinds of like institutional settings, what needs to be changed at the structural institutional level in order to change consciousness, or to facilitate a change of consciousness. So for instance, in the context of law enforcement, what you could think of is simply reversing a burden of proof, introducing a collection of statistics so that the law enforcement would need to, for instance, collect the kind of like the skin color or the nationality of the persons they're controlling, because if so far there are no, at least it's not being done at a broader level, and this is also kind of like a barrier to bring claims at the court, in front of courts, because as a claimant you would still need to prove that it was actually the police who engaged in racial profiling. And another point would be kind of like a shift in the case law, or in kind of like, in the case law of kind of like locating racial discrimination not at the intentional level, so kind of like not making it as a matter of like of the intention of the police officer, but simply looking at the effect of it by saying, well, you basically control this person irrespective of the intention, based on his or her skin color, or based on his or her physical appearances. Hence, that counts as discrimination. All of this could be done to kind of like change the consciousness, at least at the kind of like the legal level. In terms of technology, I mean, that's a super interesting question, and it's difficult to answer because it really requires, so if you think about algorithms, and there has been a lot of work being done on kind of like racialization of algorithms and of how biases or racialized biases enter algorithms. I would really need to understand how these algorithms work in the first place to be able to say something about this, which I'm definitely not in a position. And about, so the last point would be about, Thomas, your point about the racialized nature of citizenship. So I don't think there is a nature of citizenship. I don't think that we can talk, I think we can talk about very concrete historical structures that determine at a certain point in time a hegemonic and a predominant understanding of citizenship. But this is not the only way how to understand citizenship, and there are kind of like counter movements to contest this meaning, this predominant meaning of citizenship. So on the one hand, yes, concrete historical structures kind of like shape these social webs of what it means to be kind of like to be from here, and or in this context of how citizenship ought to look like, but this normative claims are at the same time being contested. So it's not, I wouldn't say it's just natural, because I don't think that there's something kind of like a nature of citizenship, even not kind of like if you look at the law and like how the law operates. For this, the law, I think my position would be the law is simply just too structurally indeterminate to make such a claim about nature.
Saskia, yes, there was so much to speak to. Maybe about the Japan-Turkey comparison. I don't know whether you know this, but in this category of Europeans in Indonesia and the Dutch rule, didn't it also include, I think, also Japanese and Turkish and Egyptian people?
I know about.
No, really, so there was the category of the Europeans, of the Orientals. I'm making this move because that is how it was hierarchically divided, right? It was a hierarchical division. Europeans, foreign Orientals, and native Indonesians. And in the category of Europeans, if I'm not mistaken, were included Japanese, Egyptians, and Turkish people. And that is important, I think, to realize that European racism, perhaps more than certain forms of North American racism, are really very much civilizational thinking. So it's about whether certain people are recognized as being civilized. I don't think, I wouldn't dare to say that Japanese people were ever seen as white. I don't think that's what happened. So they don't become white, but they become this ambiguous position that Thomas was pointing to before, and the category of European apparently has that, or Western, which I believe is a thoroughly racialized category. Both of them have that, perhaps for that stretch. Maybe to Karen's question, because it was more specifically, I think you are so right to point to the context. So the 1980s in the Netherlands and in Europe in general were a context in which, so much more than today, the claiming the right to be different was I mean, there was some kind of space for that. I don't know how much, but there was some kind of space for it. And and that was not, also in France, the droit à la différence was actually something that was formulated then. So there was a discursive opportunity structure that allowed for some of that. But that doesn't mean that their claims were successful. The Surinamese claims were successful when it was in the context of the independence negotiations, when it was really about, I'm still not completely sure how to interpret that. It was the Den Uyl
cabinet, so it was the most progressive cabinet that the Netherlands have ever had. Maybe it was a little bit of that, maybe it was also the hurry they were in to get the Surinamese to agree to independence, right? So the Dutch negotiations were willing to agree to a lot. So in this 1975 agreement, there were these relatively generous clauses that recognized Surinamese family forms. But they were abolished in 1980. And then it was just this moment of, I think someone before already said, like half of the Surinamese population is moving to the Netherlands, we have to put a stop to it. And there was, and it was no longer than that. And there was, and very much to the disappointment and frustration, I don't know if these words are strong enough, of the Surinamese Dutch organizations who were really, they had really expected something else. So it was a real sense of betrayal that this ended so suddenly, and yeah, and that this position that they assumed they would have in the Netherlands was not there. Yeah. Also in the multicultural Netherlands of the 1980s.
I think we should continue tomorrow. Indeed, I think race and class are closely connected. The global South is, these countries are poor and became poor partly, they became poor as part of the past 5 centuries of the development of global inequality. And also wealthy global South people can buy themselves into the elite group. So the class can trump race, just like race can trump class for Black Americans or for non-white Europeans. So it works together. And indeed, so I'm working on a book project outlining this long, the deep history of or the let's say the deep structure of international migration law, of which this history is one part. I think in that context, and I don't think I would have time for that, but they're of course the outliers. So Japan and Turkey are fascinating because they don't fit the overall framework. I think that's where as a researcher you can make innovative moves. So you instead of shoving them under the carpet, I think they are the fascinating cases because the rest is with due apologies, the rest is pretty clear cut, and these countries really don't fit, and they're on different sides of the black-white dividing line. And Turkey didn't make it. They're still waiting to become an EU member state. They were promised visa freedom as part of the 2016 EU-Turkey deal. They never got it. These two countries are fascinating because they don't fit the easy overall picture. So yeah, sure.
Thank you. It's a great discussion and great to have so much food for thought. I'd like to include in that, as one final remark, the question to you, Thomas, and if you book to include in your analysis of existing historical relations also capitalist exploitation. Perhaps you already do. I know there was a question here as well, but perhaps you will bring it to the socializings after a comment. I would also like to leave you with a suggestion by Jeremy in the chat as well, that on Tuesday, if you really mean to continue this discussion, you can in the Bali at an event where Tamar will also be joining or participating. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, organizers. Thank you, participants here and remotely. Leon, are there any logistics announcements to make? There are.
First, a big hand for the panel.
Thank you. No logistics for now, except I'm supposed to wrap this up somehow, which is a very, very tall order given the richness of our discussions today. And before I do that, along with Viva, again, I want to thank you for coming and joining us and trusting us with your work, which we really were very, very happy to engage with today, all of us together. I'm not going to pretend to make a huge synthesis of everything, but I probably will make a couple of points to conclude and maybe bring it back a little bit to the human rights topic, and in a way that connects to many of the things that have been said. It would seem that many of the issues where human rights have limits that we've identified today, or many of the limits of human rights that we've identified today, are subtle means of discrimination which peddle in racial profiling and class undertones that come from these hierarchical understandings of citizenship, of belonging, and of community. And even though they're hard to identify, they can be as egregious as the corporal punishments of old, such as city zoning, which keeps poor children, including those belonging to ethnic minorities and migrant groups, in substandard schools. And for example, we also could cite the US legal practice called gerrymandering, which involves manipulating the borders of electoral districts to favor a particular party, but also increasingly to politically segregate and disempower minorities. Actually, a recent study conducted and published by the New York Times identifies that political segregation overlaps with racial segregation in many parts of the US. And I think a lot of that has been echoed in these discussions today. The socioeconomic inequalities resulting from these policies need not be spelled out. And yet, more often than not, the everyday suffering of the people affected by those unjust regulatory decisions is never, or almost never, acknowledged or remedied, because the targeted groups are usually minorities who have limited economic resources, and importantly, virtually no political leverage that is relevant to fight back. And we've seen again and again how states target minorities and groups in these subtle ways. For example, in the cases, some of the cases that have been cited today, including the Belasting affair last year here in the Netherlands, but also the Windrush scandal in the UK, which Kuno also mentioned in his presentation. And so what keeps human rights from achieving meaningful outcomes to counter these forms of discrimination? Or more pointedly, why do human rights often fail to enfranchise people whose systems of value and belief do not correspond with those of the dominant political community? And so here I just want to venture one thought and one reflection, which goes back to the contradiction between the concept of the nation state and the concept of universal human rights. As we know, the nation state has long been a feature of Western political organization, and it's worth considering its inherent contradictions momentarily to understand the exclusionary devices that it enables. The pairing of a group sharing ethnic, linguistic, and cultural traits, a nation, with the institutional machinery of a government has defined the state for centuries in the Western tradition, but only became consolidated about 300 years ago. From the start, however, the narratives and mythologies through which chosen nations become states have been an instrument of exclusion. In recent pioneering work, Professor Mahmoud Mamdani, who is based in Colombia, but I believe he's from Uganda, traces the perceived supremacy. By the way, this is a recent book that I'm now citing called Neither Settler Nor Native, published by Harvard University Press last year. And in that very interesting book, Mamdani traces the perceived supremacy of national majorities to John Locke and his idea of toleration as articulated in a famous essay penned in 1689. For Mamdani, Locke's liberal regime of religious toleration helped institutionalize the hierarchies between minorities and majorities, which is a distinction without which the state collapses. The distinction, Mamdani continues, is a product of the incoherence of the nation state as a concept, since the purpose of the state is to ensure equality before the law, whereas the nation aims at valorizing its members and their heritage. But the state cannot wholly articulate itself in the national image without compromising the rule of law. And so this is where Locke's appeal to tolerance comes in. The state agrees not to discriminate on the basis of nationality, understood as an ethnic concept, so long as minorities accept an inferior status, politically speaking. As a consequence, Mamdani powerfully concludes that the state, and I quote, will never exist in the image of the minority, which renounces any political project that would change the character of the state. And instead of contesting the state of affairs, human rights law has fully embraced the concept of minority status as articulated in many international treaties adopted on the subject, right out from the 19th century through the League of Nations and to the present. So these pernicious trends illustrate how the failure to belong to the dominant nation within the state can result in discrimination and the erosion of equal treatment despite long-standing human rights safeguards. Indeed, the dignitarian, humanitarian justification for human rights is no replacement for the political enfranchisement that results from citizenship. And here, of course, we can channel Hannah Arendt, who in The Origins of Totalitarianism says that we are not born equal. She rejects this idea of inherent equality within the Universal Declaration that had been passed a mere 2 or 3 years before she published The Origins of Totalitarianism. We are not born equal, we become equal as members of a group on the strength of our decision to guarantee ourselves mutually equal rights. So with that, I would like to just close this workshop, which I think has been extremely valuable to me as a scholar and as a person. I've learned a lot from all of you, and I think that this workshop has really made people come together in a very honest and interesting way. I will give the floor now to Viva, my co-convener, to say a few words of, maybe he would like to say something.
So Viva looks up frightened and scared because he didn't expect this. But I can keep it brief and very. So the one thing I can say is, well, I will keep this brief. Primarily, I have learned so much today. And not just because I didn't know anything about this topic, but besides because what I feel to be very important is that the very broad topic has been engaged from such a wide variety of perspectives that in every perspective there is something new, something which connects to other stories in, for me, sometimes very unexpected ways. So for me, this is also to show how, even though me as I'm a historian in the legal environment, I don't necessarily speak that much to political scientists. There is so much to learn from different perspectives, precisely also because those are, and I've mentioned this before, the blind spots people don't necessarily know they have. So being confronted with different stories, different perspectives in many ways opens up new tiny little doors to explore in one's own research. And I think what for me personally stood out, and I will leave it at that, is something which was said this morning, that has really sort of stuck to the back of my mind throughout this entire session, that on the basis of the same facts, ultimately a completely different story can be told if we choose to interpret it in a completely different way, which is both terrifying and very liberating for us as researchers. So on the one hand, it matters what we do. But we should also, I think, take it as a sort of invitation to really do that. If we think about things we see happening, let's embrace sort of the position we have. We're now at Ulster Institute, which is in many ways a position of power, to sort of think about sort of these are the facts we see. We see. What is the narrative we put on there without sort of changing the fact that there are stories we can tell on those facts, which may be new and or not necessarily new, but deserve to be told again and again. So I'll leave it at that, if I may, and I'll sort of pass this thing back to you.
Thank you, Viva. Thank you also to all of the attendees who've joined us online. We would like to thank you, and with that, let's give ourselves a hand, and thank you very much. And of course, we're all expected or invited